Family cultivation. My mobile phone traveled through time. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 576, Passing on the Torch. White eyebrows, white beard, white long hair, and white outer robe. The old man sat there like a sculpture, but the vitality on his body was gone. He had been sitting for a long time, and only the remains were left here. This is a great white tiger demon, with the cultivation of the void, but he sat here, looking at the old man's body. Hey, who flashed a trace of sadness. The lifespan of a void cultivator is more than 10,000 years. If you practice longevity exercises or take some top-level spiritual medicines, you can extend your lifespan to more than 15,000 years. No matter how long your life is, there will be a time when it ends. This demon clan elder, after all, sat in the years. Senior, I was chased by a powerful enemy and fled here. I hope to get the inheritance of the senior and have a chance of revenge. Hey, who knelt on the ground and kowtowed very devoutly, making a dong dong sound, and kowtowed 3 times in a row. Alas. At this moment, a sigh came from the corpse. The old man's body was like sand, quickly dissipating. As the corpse dissipated, an old man's shadow appeared in the void. The shadow was so illusory that it seemed that a gust of wind could blow it away, but Elihu said respectfully, "Greetings, senior." The old man said, "Get up." Elihu stood up and asked, "Senior, where is this?" The old man said, "This is an island I opened up in the endless void. After countless years, many formations have been seriously damaged. After a period of time, the formations will be completely damaged, completely heading towards nothingness and destruction. Fortunately, you came on the eve of the destruction of the island." Elihu asked, "Senior, are you our great refining void master?" The old man sighed, as if thinking of some things in the past, and said, "Back then, I was just a white tiger, born in a large tribe in the barbarian continent. Later, I had some adventures and luckily became a 4th level refining void master. In that world of great contention, I was just an average character. In terms of qualifications, you are stronger than me." Elihu said puzzledly, "How is it possible? The junior's qualifications are average, not as good as yours." The old man said, "Don't underestimate yourself. The qualifications of a spiritual cultivator and a virtual cultivator are not much different. What's different is luck. I have some treasures to give to you." He pointed his finger at the void. The void was broken, and a storage bag appeared, and then fell to the black tiger. The black tiger reached out to catch it, and opened the storage bag. Crash. Crash. Soon, all the things in the storage bag were poured out. A pile of top-grade spiritual stones appeared on the ground, about 100,000. There was also a formation plate with complex patterns and strange spells carved on it. This was a 7th grade formation plate. There were also 18 formation flags, exuding an iron-blooded atmosphere, fighting spirit soaring to the sky, and murderous aura. The grade was 6th. There was also an animal skin scroll with an ancient scripture recorded on it. There were 7 or 8 jade slips, which recorded some top-level magical secrets. There was also a pill gourd. When the gourd was opened, there was a fist-sized green pill inside, and a faint fragrance came from it. The fragrance was rich, exuding a charming and intoxicating breath. Wenksu pill. Black Tiger's eyes flashed with surprise. Wenksu pill, involving the mysteries of heaven and earth, is the supreme pill. If taken by the peak of the spiritualization, one can understand a trace of the mystery of the void, break through the void, and enter the half-step refining void. If taken by the half-step refining void, there is also a probability of proving the truth of the refining void. There are also some refining materials, other treasures, pearls, etc. But the most important thing is a black box. This box is black all over, and it is unknown what materials are used to forge it. The whole body exudes a dark aura, and it is extremely solid, with no cracks visible on it. Black Tiger said with a little excitement, "Thank you, senior. With these treasures, I will definitely be able to take revenge." The old man said, "Can you tell me about your enemy?" Black Tiger gritted his teeth and said, "My enemy is called Xuanji, a human from Zhangzhou. She is only more than 1,700 years old, but she has entered the 6th level of the spiritualization over the years. He has become a tiger who has lost his home and has been fleeing constantly, but he has also been constantly investigating Xuanji's news and collecting her information in great detail. From the breath just now, I was injured by King Xianzhen. The old man pondered and said, interesting. The yin-yang illusionary body is the top magical power in ancient times. However, if the clone is not well controlled, it is easy for the clone to backfire on the original body. When Xuanji had a problem, the clone began to become independent and even backfired on the original body. But after the Kinglian clone became independent, it was able to suppress the instinct in its heart and give up devouring the original body. Whether it is Xiao Jianzhen or King Xianzhen, I can guess their strengths. But I can't guess how powerful Lu Xuanji is. He who was silent for a moment, then said, Junior understands. The old man said, in your story, whether it is Xuanji or Kinglian, they are all peerless geniuses. Now they are geniuses in the transformation of gods. In the future, there is a chance to enter the refining void. If the opportunity is right, there is also the possibility of entering the unity of the Tao. I can guess their strengths and future achievements. But I can't guess how strong Lu Xuanji is, and what his future potential is. You have to be careful. At this point, the old man's body began to become illusory, and began to dissipate like bubbles. When he fell in the past, only a trace of remnant thoughts remained in his corpse. When Black Tiger entered the island, he activated a trace of incomplete thoughts in his corpse, and revealed them to the world, but it lasted for a moment before dissipating. Black Tiger stepped forward and asked Senior, do you have any last wishes? The old man thought, last wishes? I don't have any last wishes, but you have to be careful. If you get my inheritance and practice hard, you can enter the peak of the spirit transformation. If you get it by chance, you can enter the realm of refining emptiness. As for the way to go further, I can't see it anymore, so you have to be careful. After saying this, the old man's body began to become completely illusory, and finally dissipated. Looking at the old man's dissipating body, Black Tiger breathed a sigh of relief. His tense muscles also relaxed. The stronger one is, the more afraid of death. Those top strong men, who are born with strong cultivation, are even more reluctant to die. Just now, he activated the secret technique to prevent the senior from taking over his body. Fortunately, the senior seemed to have only a remnant left, and he couldn't even take over his body. This little bit of wealth is a bit small. Black Tiger frowned and searched in the cave, but the cave was empty and there were no other resources. He searched the island again, looking for some treasures. He found a spiritual spring at the back of the island. The spiritual spring exuded fragrance. Drinking a sip made him feel refreshed and indescribably happy. His cultivation also improved a little. He found a medicine garden at the back of the island. There was a thick layer of medicine ash under the medicine garden, which was spread in the spiritual field. In the medicine garden, some spiritual medicines had run out of life and were withering. Less than 1/3 of the spiritual medicines were growing. After searching for half a day, he finally found the core boundary monument of the island. Activating the boundary monument, the island seemed to come alive, like a huge battleship, breaking through the endless void, and heading towards the main world. About 3 months later, the void was broken and landed in the sea. I'm back, Xuanji, King Lion, Lu Xuanji, wait for you. He who gritted his teeth. He did not choose to go for revenge, but planned to lie dormant, practice for a period of time, turn the adventure into strength, and never take action, until he reaches a realm of refining emptiness, and be steady. Zhang Sao. Half a year has passed since that war. After the battle, Lu Xuanji and Xuanji also disappeared, and went to the Bei family. The Bei family is more powerful, with 3 half-step refining emptiness sitting in the hall, and a level 7 formation guarding the mountain gate, and the defense is more powerful. When the two were preparing to find the floors of the Bei family, a message came. The Yuhua cave heaven is about to open. Xuanji said, back then, when the Yuhua gate ruins were opened, only the outer ruins were exposed, and only a few foundation building monks entered. At that time, the ruins had not attracted the attention of too many monks, and I was the first monk to enter. After entering the Yuhua ruins, I found the ruined Yuhua tower in the outer area, but later as the Yuhua ruins continued to expand, I gradually discovered that this was a huge cave heaven. The area of the cave heaven was extremely large, comparable to 1/3 of the size of Zhongzhou. There were all kinds of debris, spiritual medicines, secret books, elixirs, etc. in it. Later, many strong people entered the ruins, and even alarmed the strong people of the God of Transformation. The God of Transformation ancestor of my Jin family entered it, but died in it, which led to the destruction of the Jin family. Recounting the past, Jin Zi's expression was quite complicated. The emergence of the Yuhua cave heaven changed the pattern of Zhongzhou. Countless poor geniuses rose up in one fell swoop and embarked on the road of counterattack. There were also countless ancient families that declined and even destroyed. The Jin family was one of the destroyed families. Xuanji said, "Can we enter the Yuhua cave heaven?" Jinzi sighed, "No. After 1,000 years of searching, the treasures, elixirs, etc. in the Yuhua cave heaven have all been looted by the Zhongzhou cultivators, and there is nothing left. Only some special secret realms and special venues are integrated with the cave heaven, and things that cannot be moved away are left in the cave heaven. Up to now, the Yuhua cave heaven is completely controlled by the 12 major forces in Zhongzhou, and outsiders cannot enter. If you want to enter it, your identity must be reviewed. Our identities cannot withstand the review. You also need a Yuhua order." Xuanji sighed, "What a pity." Jinzi also said, "Zhongzhou's involution is even more severe. Zhongzhou is different from the state of Chu. In the state of Chu, there is no clear boundary between independent cultivators, families, and sects. Independent cultivators can establish families, and families can become sects. If a sect declines or a family declines, they can also become independent cultivators. Moreover, in order to fight against the demon clan and other forces, many sects will try to win over some immortal cultivation families and some powerful cultivators. The conflicts between independent cultivators, families, sects, etc. are not too obvious. But in Zhongzhou, the sects despise the immortal cultivation families, and the immortal cultivation families despise independent cultivators. But in Zhongzhou, the 3 major caves of the righteous way, the 5 major sects of the evil way, and the 4 major immortal cultivation families, these 12 giant forces, have less than 1,000th of the cultivators in Zhongzhou, but they occupy 90% of the resources in Zhongzhou. In the past, the Yuhua cave heaven was discovered near my Jin family. It originally belonged to my Jin family, but unfortunately it has now fallen into the hands of the Bei family. The Bei family is one of the 12 top forces in Zhongzhou, and one of the 4 major families in Zhongzhou. Throughout the generations, there have been half-step refining masters, and they also have some powerful trump cards, and unknown killing moves. Xuanji said, "The Bei family has a deep foundation. We are a little short of competing with them. But with the opening of Yuhua cave heaven, we do have some opportunities." Jinzi said, "What is your plan, husband? If things are difficult, can you give up temporarily? When we enter the realm of refining emptiness, we will find trouble with the Bei family." Xuanji said, "This is my plan." Jinzi nodded. This method cannot destroy the Bei family, but it can also bring great losses to the Bei family. Daelan City. In the past, this city was quite prosperous. In the past, it was the territory of the Jin family, but now it has changed its owner and become the territory of the Wang family. The Wang family is a vassal family of the Bei family. In the past, the Wang family was just a Yuanying family, but with the help of marriage and daughter, it rose to power in one fell swoop and became a Huishan family. Compared with those top forces, it is far inferior, but it is also well known in Zhongzhou. There is a barren mountain about 2 million away from the northwest of Daelan City. It was very ordinary in the past, but it became famous because of the appearance of a certain relic. There is a portal in front, about 10 meters long and 3 meters high, forged with void stone. There are mottled textures on it, and there are traces of repair after damage. It is ancient and vicissitudes, mysterious and wonderful. There is a spatial force twisting and undulating near the gate, like water waves. In front of the gate, a group of monks stood. These monks were dressed differently, but they stood in different corners, divided into different camps, hostile and wary of each other. At this time, an old man in simple clothes came forward and said, "Dear Taoist friends, the Yuhua Cave Heaven ruins, which is open once 100 years, is about to be opened. It is still the old rule. You can enter it with the help of the Yuhua order. You can recognize the order, but not the person. Most of the ruins have been cleared, but there are also some mistakes. If you can find some precious treasures, you will be rewarded to varying degrees according to the value." After saying this, the old man retreated. The monk took out the Yuhua order, and the token turned into a stream of light, entered the gate, and then emitted a white light. A guiding light flashed, and the monk disappeared. Another monk came forward, took out the order of transformation, and was also led into the ruins. Monks came forward one after another, and entered the ruins. But when the 100th person came, no one entered. The void gate of the Yuhua Cave Heaven was already seriously damaged. Even if there were weapon refiners to repair it later, it could only be opened once every 100 years, and the number of people entering each time was 100. Too many people could not be supported by the void gate. As everyone entered, the place became quiet. But everyone did not leave, but continued to wait. Chapter 577, Feathering Cave Heaven. As everyone entered, the void gate made a crisp sound, and the gate began to emit gray, and then began to close. The entrance to the Yuhua Cave Heaven was closed, and it would take 100 years to open. Everyone waited patiently, waiting for the final result after 3 months. Baiyunshan asked, "Daoist Minxi, do you think that this time, the major forces in Zhongzhou sent out the young generation of Xuanji to enter Yuhua Cave Heaven, and participate in the assessment? Can they succeed?" Minxi frowned and said, "It's very difficult. Yuhua sect was once the #1 immortal sect. Not to mention in Zhongzhou, it was also the #1 sect in the Zifu world. Although it was later attacked by a powerful enemy and the Yuhua sect was destroyed, its foundation still exists, and the formation inside is still difficult to crack. The Xianjiao who entered this time has 3 holy bodies and 5 divine bodies, but they are still a little bit worse, and may not meet the standards of Yuhua sect." Baiyunshan said, "The formations of the 9 layers of Yuhua Cave Heaven, the ruins of the 9 layers, etc., have all been cracked, but the remaining layer has been difficult to crack. Only by passing the assessment can you get the treasure. From 1700 years to now, it has been opened for as many as 15 times. Xianjiao has entered one after another to participate in the Yuhua sect assessment. Many of them have obtained some inheritance treasures, but most of them have returned empty-handed. In the past 500 years, the difficulty of the assessment has been increasing, and the difficulty of obtaining some inheritance and treasures has also been increasing." Minxi said, "The tests set by the predecessors of Yuhua sect are quite dangerous, but once you pass the tests, you will get many classics and treasures. Relying on the inheritance of Yuhua sect, the overall strength of Zhongzhou has been greatly improved in the past 1000 years. The difficulty of the recent tests is increasing, but if you pass the tests, the inheritance you get is becoming more and more rare. No one is willing to break the formation violently. If the inheritance is damaged, it will not be worth the loss. Let's wait patiently." Baiyunshan said, "If it were in the past, everyone would also wait patiently. If you fail the test this time, you will wait for the next time. But now the recovery of spiritual energy is intensifying, and more peerless geniuses are born in the 4 sides. Many old guys are becoming more and more impatient and plan to break the formation violently." Minxi sneered and said, "Breaking the formation violently, how stupid it is. The remaining formations are connected to Yuhua Cave Heaven. If the formation is broken violently, it will cause Yuhua Cave Heaven to collapse completely, and countless cultivators may fall in it. Breaking the formation violently will also cause the inheritance of Yuhua sect to be completely lost. They are too stupid." Baiyunshan was silent, but still said, "Recently, some giants in Zhongzhou were meeting and discussing. Some supported violent breaking of the formation, while others planned to continue the assessment. The 2 sides were arguing. But gradually, the side that violently broke the formation gained the upper hand. Because time is running out, the worst result is that the formation fails to be broken, and the remains of Yuhuaman are lost. But this can also prevent the remains from falling into the hands of certain people." Minxi sneered, "They are too selfish. Baiyunshan sighed. Since the revival of spiritual energy, some old predecessors have awakened from their slumber one after another. They urgently need special means to prolong their lives. But the assessment of human is too difficult and too slow, and many people gradually lose patience. Minxie wanted to continue to say something, but became uninterested. In the past, they, the younger generation, held the power of the family and the power of the sect. But with the revival of spiritual energy, countless old antiques woke up from their slumber and began to compete with the younger generation for power. Gradually, the old antiques gained the upper hand. In the development of the Yuhua Gate ruins, the two factions began to conflict. The younger generation advocated slow development, protection of the Yuhua Gate ruins, and continuous acquisition of the Yuhua Gate inheritance through the Xuanji assessment, but the old antiques advocated violent development of the Yuhua Gate ruins. As for such violent development, it led to the destruction of Yuhua Cave Heaven and even the loss of Yuhua Gate inheritance, which they did not care about. In the dispute between the two sides, the factions that advocated violent mining gradually gained the upper hand. Daelan City. At this moment, accompanied by the crowd, there are many monks coming in and out. These people walked hurriedly, lowered their heads, and walked with a sad look on their faces. Entering the city, there are many people walking. There are gorgeous attics, but there are also various brothel women singing for money, and some monks setting up stalls. Looking at the crowds around, most of them are foundation building monks, and the number of purple mansion monks is scarce. As for the golden elixir monks, after walking a long circle, they did not meet any. Xuanji frowned and said, I'm very disappointed. Is this Zhangzhou? It's very different from what I imagined. No, what's the difference? Jinzi asked with a smile. Xuanji said, in my eyes, Zhangzhou is the center of the continent, with outstanding people and beautiful scenery, and it gathers many resources. It can be said that there are many geniuses and masters in Zhangzhou. In my eyes, Zhangzhou should be full of golden elixirs, and there are many Yuanyings, and only the Shenhua can shake. But after walking around some big cities in Zhangzhou, I found that the majority of people here are foundation building cultivators. There are very few purple mansion cultivators, and even fewer golden elixir cultivators, which are not as good as Archu State. After walking around Zhangzhou, I felt very disappointed. It was very different from what I imagined. Jinzi smiled, but still explained patiently, Zhangzhou is a land of outstanding people and talented people. There are many strong people and masters. This is true. As for the fact that Jiandan is everywhere, and Yuanying is as numerous as dogs, we can only imagine it. In Zhangzhou, the gap between the rich and the poor is huge, and the gap between the strong and the weak is huge. The strong are getting stronger and stronger, and the resources are getting more and more. The weak are getting weaker and the resources are getting less and less. If there is no amazing adventure, it is very difficult, or even impossible for the weak to counterattack the strong. Most of the resources in Zhangzhou are concentrated in the hands of those Shenhua monks, those top families, and top sects. They also use various means to exploit the lower level monks. Those top monks have more and more wealth in their hands, and the resources are becoming more and more dense. The number of Shenhua and half-step Liangsu is too many, but the lives of the lower level monks are becoming more and more difficult. With fewer resources, the speed of cultivation is also slower. In Zhangzhou, the lives of many low-level monks are really not as good as the treatment of the lower-level monks in Chu. Xuanji said, since the high-level cultivators in Zhangzhou are exploiting the lower-level cultivators so badly, why don't the lower-level cultivators leave? Go to areas with abundant resources? Jinzi said, but if they are asked to leave, they really don't want to leave. Let me ask you, would you rather be a concubine of a rich man or the wife of a poor man? Xuanji was speechless. Human nature is like this. Jinzi said, my husband is almost 2000 years old, but he is still a passionate young man. This is good, but also bad. Xuanji smiled and said, forget it, don't think about these bad things. I can't change anyone, I can only change myself. As he said, the two went to Xuanji Pavilion. Xuanji Pavilion is an intelligent structure in Zhangzhou, and it is also responsible for contacting major forces and building bridges. Only if you are willing to spend money, you can buy any intelligence, talk to any powerful cultivator, and know some unknown secrets in the world. After entering the Xuanji pavilion, a beautiful girl appeared in less than a breath. She smiled and asked, information is divided into 9 levels, corresponding to the 9 realms of the cultivators. What service do you need? What level of information do you need? Xuanji said, do you need level 7 intelligence? Level 7 intelligence corresponds to the divine transformation cultivator. The beautiful girl frowned slightly, but still asked, sir, do you need level 7 intelligence? Exactly. The beautiful girl said, I can only be responsible for level 4 intelligence. Level 7 intelligence is too high. Wait a moment. With that, the girl left. She came and left in a hurry. Xuanji looked at this scene, and was slightly speechless. There was no fine wine and food, no warm hospitality, no private rooms, and the guests were left here. The service attitude was too poor. Bad review. If it were in other auctions or some large stores, beautiful maids would soon bring tea and snacks and warmly entertain them. It's a pity that these treatments cannot be enjoyed in the Xuanji pavilion. Standing here casually, Xuanji asked, Zia, is the service of Xuanji pavilion so bad? Junzi said, yes. Xuanji pavilion has always been like this. Xuanji asked, the service attitude is a bit poor. Junzi said, Xuanji pavilion has the capital to be arrogant, and all this is worth it. Xuanji nodded, and said nothing more. This wait is a month later. After a month, a figure flashed, and an old man with white eyebrows appeared. His face was old, but he exuded the aura of incarnation. This is a big man of incarnation. Guest, I've been waiting for a long time. The old man said. Xuanji was a little angry at first, but now he is not angry at all. Entering here, only your Xuanji pavilion will leave guests for a month. Xuanji said, I won't say any more polite words. I want to get a Yuhur order, but I wonder how much it will cost. You guys are acting as a bridge, but what will I have to pay? The old man said, the Yuhur order can directly enter the Yuhur ruins. Over the past 1,700 years, the Yuhur cave heaven was damaged, and the ruins appeared in Zhangzhou. Most areas in the cave have been explored over the years, and many treasures have been looted. But in the core location, there are some areas that have not yet been cracked or breached. That is the place where the Yuhur sect assesses. 100 Yuhur orders are released every 100 years. If you add the occasional increase or decrease in tokens, the number of tokens is extremely scarce. Xuanji asked, how much is the price? The old man said, 1 Yuhur order, 30,000 top grade spirit stones. Xuanji jumped up and said, too expensive. 1 Yuhur order, at most 3,000 top grade spirit stones. The old man said, you are wrong. A feathering order is forged with void divine stone. The cost and manufacturing cost are only 100 spirit stones. If it is sold, it is only 200 spirit stones. If there is a senior who has reached the god transformation stage, he can get it for free, but unfortunately you are not. If you were born in a top level force, you would only need 1000 top grade spirit stones, but unfortunately you are not. You are just a casual cultivator, and a nascent soul cultivator at that. It is destined to cost 3000 spirit stones. If it were at an ordinary time, you only need to spend 3000 spirit stones to buy it, but this time is an exception. In 100 years, the feathering cave heaven will open, but it will be the last time. Xuanji frowned and said, the last time, what does this mean? The old man said, that's what I mean. If you bought the feathering order the previous few times, it only cost 3000 spirit stones, but this is the last time. The feathering order costs 30,000 spirit stones. Xuanji asked, what happened? The old man said, after the two factions discussed, they planned to open it violently 100 years later. By then, the feathering cave heaven may completely disappear. Xuanji said, they are a bit stupid. The old man sighed and said, they are not stupid, but they don't have long to live, and don't have the patience to wait any longer. 30,000 spirit stones. If the price is enough, we can trade directly. If the price is not enough, forget it. Okay. Xuanji said, 2 feathering orders, 50,000 spirit stones. The old man said, okay. He threw 2 tokens, on which were the words feathering. Xuanji took the token, and observed it carefully. It was forged from the void divine stone. When it was activated, it seemed to sense a certain coordinate. confirming the feathering order. This is real. Lu Xuanji directly handed over the storage bag. The old man took the storage bag and checked the spirit stones to make sure they were correct. The old man asked, Dao, what other information do you need? Lu Xuanji said, is there a refining void in Zhangzhou? The old man said, 100 spirit stones. Lu Xuanji threw over 100 spirit stones. The old man said, there are void refining cultivators in Zhangzhou. 3 of them entered the void refining realm not long ago and are consolidating their foundation. There are also 5 void refining cultivators who fell asleep in ancient times and woke up not long ago. The world today is not friendly to void refining cultivators. When a void refining cultivator descends into this world, it is like a shark falling into a pond and getting stranded. Not only will his cultivation be affected, but his lifespan will also be affected. They generally do not come to the world. Most of them are waiting for the laws of the world to better accommodate void refining cultivators. Lu Xuanji asked again, when will the laws of heaven and earth accommodate the arrival of void refining cultivators? As he spoke, he handed over another 100 spirit stones. The old man said, at least 100 years, at most 500 years. Lu Xuanji asked, are there any powerful people who have achieved the Dao and the powerful people who have passed the tribulation in Zhangzhou? He handed over another 100 spirit stones. The old man said, yes. Most of them are sleeping, waiting for the next opportunity to become an immortal, and then appear. How can he not pay attention to the ups and downs of the outside world, and he will not come to the world? Lu Xuanji asked a few more questions. The old man responded. After talking for a while, Lu Xuanji stood up and left. Just after Lu Xuanji left, the pretty girl appeared and asked, teacher, what is their background? The old man said, they are from the East Wilderness and came to our Zhangzhou to seek revenge. As for more detailed information, it will cost you your lifespan, so you don't need to calculate it. My lifespan is not long, so I have to use it sparingly. The girl asked, teacher, what is their fate? The old man said, I calculated that their lifespan will be reduced by at least 10 days, which is 10 times that of their peers. This shows how peculiar their fate is. Chapter 578 Hidden Dragon List. In the Xuanji pavilion, the old man frowned slightly, looking somewhat distressed. He had just calculated the fate, destiny, and so on of that cultivator for a moment before giving up. The fate of that cultivator was obscure, and the life lost would be 10 times more than that of cultivators of the same realm. It would cost a month of life. 1 month of life may seem small, but a little loss is a little loss, and over time it would be a terrifying number, enough to make many cultivators scream in pain. As long as you don't become an immortal, your lifespan is limited, so you have to save your lifespan. If you lose your lifespan due to calculating the Xuanji, you will be in big trouble. The girl looked at the old man, pinching her fingers and said, that woman practices plum blossom divination, and is okay at divination, but that man, I don't know what secret technique he practices, actually conceals his own secrets. I spent 10 years of my life, but I couldn't deduce his details. He practices plum blossom divination, but his foundation is very shallow. However, he has refined an unparalleled treasure, and used the treasure to conceal his own aura. The old man smiled and said, they came from the East Wilderness area, from the state of Chu. One of them is named Zhaohua and the other is named Xiao. Especially Taoist Zhaohua, who is only at the 6th level of the spirit transformation realm, but he killed Dongji, who was half a step away from the void refining realm. He is a peerless of Ildoa. The girl asked curiously, Master, didn't you say that you should save your life and not make divinations easily? Why are you making divinations again? The old man smiled and gave his apprentice a brain crash. He smiled and said, there are 2 ways for cultivators of our generation to deduce the secrets of heaven. One is to use certain items, use the power of heaven's secrets, pray to heaven, consume one's own lifespan, and reduce one's own luck to explore some of the mysteries of heaven's secrets. The other is to deploy a large number of intelligence personnel to collect various information from all over the world, all kinds of intelligence, and many messages, all gathered in the heaven's secret disk. When there is enough information reserve, you can filter and summarize some useful information from a lot of information, and then deduce some intelligence. For example, in Chu state, I sent some intelligence personnel. Although the intelligence personnel's cultivation is very low, there are only a dozen giant cultivators. The information they gathered is also quite fragmented and scattered, but there are still a lot of them. I summarize and conclude these information, and find useful information from a lot of information. As the old man said, he took out a compass, and began to talk about another way to deduce the secrets of heaven. From a leaf falling, it can be inferred that autumn has arrived. From the drying up of the river, it can be inferred that there will be famine or even war. A lot of trivial and messy information is useless. But under the deduction of the top Xuanji master, it is certain to find useful intelligence. To a certain extent, omniscience means omnipotence. When a cultivator is knowledgeable enough and knows too much information and intelligence, it also means that it will pose a threat to some top cultivators. The old man continued, according to the intelligence from the state of Chu, Taoist Zaohua is in seclusion and practicing hard, but I guess he has left the state of Chu. As for where he has been, and where he is going, I don't know. But he went to the Xuanji Tower to buy some intelligence in the Yuhua order, which exposed his own position. The girl side, the cultivators from the East Wilderness, overseas, and the other 4 sides have all come to our Zhongzhou, forming a situation of a pack of wolves devouring tigers. The pressure on my Zhongzhou is very high. If we are not careful, it may cause a great disaster. The old man said, it doesn't matter. It's just right for dragons to fight tigers. After reaching the stage of transformation, the so-called qualifications play a less and less role. It depends on who has better luck and stronger comprehension. It's good that the cultivators from the 4 sides and the East China Sea have come. They can stimulate some of Zhongzhou's secrets to prevent them from being arrogant. Recently, the young generation of cultivators in Zhongzhou are too arrogant. They are so arrogant that they look down on this and that. They should be taught a lesson. There are some peerless geniuses in those peripheral places who are not inferior to our Zhongzhou. As for outside Yuanzhou, there are even more geniuses born in the other 8 continents and the 4 seas. There is nothing to be proud of for a group of gods. Wait until you achieve the Dao of refining void before being proud. Wait until you achieve the Dao of refining void, and then talk about other things. The girl said, teacher can let it go, but many people can't. The old man snorted, if you can't let it go, then wait to be beaten. Some young people just lack lessons. They will wake up after being slapped a few more times. The girl asked, teacher, I want to ask, who is the most powerful among the younger generation? For the younger generation, it doesn't make sense to who is the strongest. If you want to compete, just compete. Who is the most powerful below the refining void realm, and who is qualified to enter the refining void realm? The old man pondered. Zhongzhou has been acquired recently. The younger generation lacks lessons. It's time to announce the list of gods. As the old man spoke, he grabbed the air with his palm. Immediately, a list fell down, with 3 big characters written on it, Hidden Dragon List. The list was golden, shining brightly, emitting bursts of heavenly sounds, and a domineering aura burst out. But, at this moment, the list was sensing the void, and countless golden runes were fluctuating and changing. The color of the list kept changing, sometimes dark gold, sometimes golden yellow. As the list changed, some illusory words appeared on it. The old man frowned slightly, and urged his magic power, which entered the list like a vast ocean. The list was changing, and the words on it began to become clear. As the words became clear, some words appeared on the first line of the list. No one on the Hidden Dragon list. Hades Emperor, born in the Hades clan, with a lifespan of 8,000 years. Comment: the Hades clan is an ancient race, born strong, controlling the power of death, with a strong bloodline, and it is very easy to enter the refining void. Second on the Hidden Dragon list, Xuanwu Reverend, born in the Xuanwu clan, with a lifespan of 35,000 years. Comment: the Xuanwu clan is an immortal species with a long lifespan. They do not need to deliberately speed up their cultivation speed, but instead slow down their cultivation speed, consolidate their foundation, forge an unparalleled foundation, and have unlimited potential. Third on the Hidden Dragon list, Jinwu Prince, awakened the Jinwu ancestral blood in his body, and has a lifespan of 500 years. Comment. He is the youngest on the hidden dragon list, but he has great potential. 4th on the hidden dragon list, Cheyenne Mo Saint Girl. A word appeared on the list, but the more the girl looked at it, the greener her face turned. Teacher, the top 10 are not human. There are only 3 human beings in the top 20. The hidden dragon list records a total of 30 geniuses, but only 8 of my human race are on the list. This is too bad. The girl was very dissatisfied when she looked at the list. The old man smiled and said, there are 30 geniuses on the hidden dragon list. 8 of them are from the human race, 12 from the demon race, 3 from the barbarian race, and 5 from the demon race. Isn't the human race strong in this situation? The girl was still puzzled and said, the human race is still too weak. There is no human genius in the top 10. The fellow villager smiled and said, the starting point of the human race is not as good as those ancient races. In terms of qualifications, bloodline, talent, etc., they are all inferior. It was only later that with the continuous evolution of life and qualifications, they gradually became on par with those ancient races. The girl still said, it's better not to announce this list. The old man nodded and said, it's not the right time yet. Well, I won't announce the hidden dragon list, but directly announce the human race hidden dragon list. At this point, the list was changing under the activation of magic, and the names on it were changing. It was no longer a list involving all the major races, but only a list involving the human race. To be precise, it was a list of the Yuan-Tao human race. As for the other 8 continents, the human cultivators are not included in the statistics. The list is changing, but this time it is much simpler, no longer with detailed information, just simple names, sects, and comments are gone. Human potential dragon list. It only records the human cultivators, to be precise, limited to the human Yuan-Tao. Yuan-Tao occupies as many as 3 layers of the population in this world. Potential dragon list records the geniuses below the refining void. The first on the hidden dragon list, Taoist Nangang, half-step refining virtual cultivation, from Zhangzhou Horan Cave Heaven. The second on the hidden dragon list, Wan Mozi, half-step refining virtual cultivation, from Shenmo Cave Heaven. The third on the hidden dragon list, Taoist Beigu, half-step refining virtual cultivation, from Beigu Cave Heaven. The fourth on the hidden dragon list, Taoist Bodhi, half-step refining virtual cultivation, from Bodhi Cave Heaven. The fifth on the hidden dragon list, Fairy Phoenix, half-step refining virtual cultivation, from Donghuang. The sixth on the hidden dragon list, Truman Zusha, half-step refining virtual cultivation, from Zhuang. The rankings on the list are constantly changing, but only the top 30 are counted. As for the cultivators after the 30th, they are automatically ignored. As long as you are on the hidden dragon list, there is a chance that you will become a real dragon and become a refining virtual strongman. Immortal cultivation is divided into 9 realms: key refining, foundation building, purple mansion, etc. For low-level cultivators, golden elixir, yuanying, and transformation of the spirit are for intermediate cultivators, refining virtual, hedao, and crossing the tribulation, etc. are for higher-level cultivators. In Zhangzhou, a strong man who has reached the state of transformation can run rampant and be regarded as a small giant. He can enter the realm of refining emptiness and have a lifespan of 10,000 years and can be called an eternal giant. A strong man who has reached the state of refining emptiness is not only a dominant existence in Zhangzhou, but also in the vast Yuan-Tao. Not to mention that the spiritual energy has just revived, and the laws of the world have not yet reached their peak. Even in the era when immortals appear, a strong man who has reached the state of refining emptiness is still a giant that cannot be ignored. No one will despise a giant who has reached the state of refining emptiness. A strong man who has reached the state of refining emptiness can open up a cave and establish an eternal and indestructible inheritance. In theory, as long as you don't commit suicide, and as long as you are not too unlucky, you can almost walk sideways in Zhangzhou. Entering the potential dragon list, there is a probability of 3 or more levels, and entering the state of refining emptiness. Yuan-Tao originally had no center, but because of the emergence of Zhangzhou, a center suddenly appeared. The luck was originally scattered and disordered, but with the emergence of the hidden dragon list, a storm center suddenly appeared. The world's luck is 10 buckets, and the hidden dragon list alone has 7 buckets. I don't know who can enter the refining void in this hidden dragon list. The old man suddenly sighed. The competition for the hidden dragon list is not only a competition for fame, but more of a competition for luck. Luck is related to the future of cultivators, and even fate. The 29th on the hidden dragon list, the Taoist of creation, the 6th level of the spiritual transformation, from the East Wilderness. The girl suddenly screamed, he is the 6th level of the spiritual transformation. How can he enter the hidden dragon list? Something is wrong. The old man looked at it carefully, and found something wrong. The 30 geniuses on the hidden dragon list are all at the level of half-step refining void, but because of their qualifications, understanding, combat effectiveness, etc., they are divided into different levels. Among the hidden dragon list, there is a cultivator who appears in a very dazzling way. He is only at the 6th level of the spiritual transformation, but he is on the hidden dragon list. He is also the only one on the hidden dragon list who is at the 6th level of the spiritualization. The rest of the geniuses are all at the half-step refining level. He is only at the 6th level of the spiritualization, which makes him the 29th on the hidden dragon list. How powerful he would be if he could become the 7th level of the spiritualization, the 8th level of the spiritualization, or even the half-step refining level. The old man suddenly laughed. Interesting. Since the resurrection of spiritual energy, not only have some peerless strong men been born, but also an eternal Ivaldo has been born. Interesting. The girl was puzzled and asked, could that person just now be the Taoist of creation? Could it be another cultivator? The old man smiled and said, it's him. Using his magic power, the name on the list changed again, and the column about cultivation disappeared. The hidden dragon list only records the names, and the forces of birth are extremely simple. Swish. The old man waved his hand, and the list flew out immediately, and landed at the entrance of the heavenly secret pavilion. Soon, the news was spreading. One person told 10 told 100, and the news was spreading. When he walked out of the heavenly secret pavilion, Xuanji breathed a sigh of relief. Just now, the phone was sounding an alarm. The cell phone probed, but the result was a blank, without any information. Heavenly Secret Pavilion Master, Realm, Unknown, Constitution, Unknown, Skill, Unknown, Magic Power, Unknown. The information after the probe was all blank. The cell phone could not detect any information, which was the greatest information in itself. With his current cultivation, he could detect some information about the refining void cultivators. Those who could not detect information were at least Hideo strongman, or even more powerful. The Heavenly Secret Pavilion Master is at least a Hideo strongman, and some are ridiculously powerful. However, it seems that this Heavenly Secret Pavilion Master is powerful, but he cannot leave the Heavenly Secret Pavilion, and his own limitations are very large. Xuanji deduced and obtained some information. The spiritual energy has not yet revived, and the law has not yet been fully awakened. The upper limit of the cultivator is only half a step into the refining void. Those cultivators who forcibly broke through the shackles and impacted the refining void realm, or those awakened refining void cultivators, are like dragons in shallow water, feeling uncomfortable all over. As for the more powerful Hideo masters, they are subject to even greater restrictions and cannot descend into the world. This is good news. The times restrict those top masters and give opportunities to the younger generations. When the rock rises with the wind, it soars up to 90,000 miles. Husband, we are going to enter the Yuhua cave heaven? Jinzi asked. Yes. Xuanji said, in my perception, there is your inheritance and opportunity in the Yuhua cave heaven. If you miss it, you will lose a lot. Chapter 579 The Mystery of the List. Taking out the Yuhua order, Xuanji and Jinzi each got one. With the help of the token, they can enter the Yuhua cave heaven after 100 years. Yuhua cave heaven is one of the goals. Xuanji said, Zia, the Yuhua tower spirit failed to take over my body, but it helped me. From the spirit's memory, I got some inside information. In the Yuhua cave heaven, most of the treasures are lost or damaged, and some treasures remain in the cave. If you can get some luck, it will be of great help to yourself. Jinzi said, I will pay attention. Xuanji said, at most 3,000 years, the two worlds will collide with each other, and then a shocking war will break out. Without the cultivation of the void refining, you will just be cannon fodder. Zia, in the next 3000 years, you must enter the void refining realm. Xuanji frowned and said, 3000 years, it is very difficult to enter the void refining realm. On the road of cultivating immortals, the later the stage, the slower the cultivation speed, and the greater the difficulty of breaking the bottleneck. In the key refining stage, the heavenly spiritual root can advance to a small realm in 1 or 2 years, and the 5 spiritual root can advance to a small realm in more than 10 years. After the foundation establishment, the heavenly spiritual root can advance to a small realm in 5 or 6 years, and the 3 spiritual root can advance to a small level in 30 years. In the purple mansion realm, the heavenly spiritual root can advance to a small realm in 20 years, and the 2 spiritual roots and the extraordinary spiritual root can advance to a small realm in 40 years. In the early stage, the spiritual roots have a huge impact. After reaching the golden core, the speed of cultivation varies depending on the physique, talent, aptitude, and comprehension. But even the fastest ones have to go through a long period of mana accumulation, bottleneck breakthrough, etc., and it takes a lot of time. On average, the golden core cultivators advance to a small realm in 50 years, the Yuanian cultivators advance to a small realm in 100 years, and the Huashan cultivators advance to a small realm in 200 years. But in reality, those who break through a small realm in 200 years are often those with good aptitude, good comprehension, and top luck. If they encounter those with poor aptitude and poor comprehension, there may be many people who advance to a small realm in 5 or 600 years. In other words, they simply get stuck at a certain realm and stop moving forward. Xuanji estimated that she would reach the peak of the spiritualization realm at the age of 3500 and become a half step to the void refining realm at the age of 4000. She had no confidence in her heart when she would enter the void refining realm. There were more than a dozen cultivation countries in the eastern wilderness, and there were hundreds of half-step to the void refining realm masters, but none of them had entered the void refining realm. As for Zhongzhou, there were more half-step to the void refining realm masters, but less than 10 of them could enter the void refining realm. Did she have hope? Xuanji estimated that the probability of her entering the void refining realm was 1%, or even lower. Xuanji stepped forward and said, yes, the void refining realm is not the end, you will go further. After talking for a while, the two entered a nearby shop, spent 300 spirit stones to rent a high quality cave, and lived together. They planned to practice hard for 100 years. 100 years is a lifetime for mortals, but for the spiritualization realm, it is just a nap. Time is passing. 100 years later, Xuanji woke up automatically and observed the changes in his body. His cultivation level only improved a little bit. Running many techniques, the two energies of yin and yang flow, the power of creation rises and falls, the power of the 5 element is born and dies, the power of the primordial magnetism rises, the power of the stars rises and falls, the plants wither and flourish, and time and space rise and fall. The mana flows like the sea, and the divine will surges like the tide. The mana has increased a lot, but it is still at the 6th level of the transformation of the spirit, and there is still a distance from the 7th level of the transformation of the spirit. At this time, Xuanji also opened his eyes, but there was a look of loss in his eyes. The cultivation is still a little bit behind. Xuanji said, the time is almost up. At most half a year, the Yuhua cave heaven will be opened again. Xuanji also said, in 100 years, the cultivation is only improved a little bit. Xuanji said, Zia, we have to adapt to all this, adapt to the slow progress. This is only the transformation of the spirit. When it comes to the refining of the void and the integration of the Tao, the speed of cultivation will be slower. The road to immortal cultivation requires talent and aptitude, but it also requires patience, not rushing or impatient. Xuanji smiled and said, I'm impetuous. As they said, the two got up and walked outside. Start checking out, and plan to leave. At this moment, the shopkeeper at the counter handed over a booklet and said, fellow Daoist, here is the latest issue of the Hidden Dragon list for free. Xuanji took the booklet, just flipped through it roughly, and frowned and said, Hidden Dragon list? Xuanji also took a rough look and began to popularize some common sense. Xuanji Pavilion will publish some lists every once in a while, such as the Hidden Dragon list, the True Dragon list, the Giant list, and the Peerless list. There are only 30 people ranked on each list. The Hidden Dragon list ranks cultivators below the Void Refinement realm according to their combat power, potential, talent, and qualifications. Cultivators who are on the Hidden Dragon list have a greater chance of entering the Void Refinement realm. The True Dragon list ranks the combat power of Void Refinement realm cultivators. The Giant list is mainly for the great masters of the Dao, and ranks them. As for the Peerless list, it ranks the most beautiful women among the female cultivators, taking into account their cultivation, qualifications, potential, beauty, etc. Although it is the Peerless list, it ranks cultivation first, qualifications and potential second, and beauty last. Xuanji flipped through the booklet, his figure flashed, and disappeared. Jinzi followed closely behind. After flipping through it, he handed it to Jinzi. Jinzi also flipped through it, but her expression changed, because she saw a familiar name. Taoist of Creation. Unexpectedly, her husband was also on the list. Xuanji asked, "This kind of list is not good. Once the list is released, it will cause too many disputes and vendettas. Some are ranked at the front, and some are ranked at the back. Everyone is dissatisfied, and they will fight each other, which will cause chaos." Jinzi smiled, but said, "The fight for the list is not just a fight for ranking, but also a fight for luck in the dark." Xuanji said, "Is there anything else to pay attention to here?" Jinzi nodded and said, "It's very particular. The list is not just a fight for ranking and face, but also involves the luck in the dark. There are 10 buckets of luck in the world, and the list alone accounts for 7 buckets. When you are on the list, you will gain great luck. The higher the ranking, the stronger the luck. When a cultivator has strong luck, he can not only obtain various adventures and treasures, but also turn danger into safety and turn disaster into blessing. Many times, with strong luck, it is difficult to die. Among the 4 major lists, female cultivators can be listed on one of the 3 lists, and can also be listed on the Peerless list. The luck blessing of 2 lists can be regarded as compensation for the insufficient number of female cultivators and the overall weakness. Xuanji asked again, "The Hidden Dragon list has already appeared. When will the True Dragon list, the Giant list, and the Peerless list appear?" Jinzi said, "The Pavilion Master of Xuanji Pavilion is extremely calculating. The 4 major lists have already appeared, but they have not yet been announced. According to the previous cases, the latter 3 lists will appear one after another within 1,000 years at most. The appearance of the list and the disputes over the rankings will increase the internal circulation of the cultivators and increase the disaster." Xuanji sighed, "If the cultivators on the list are not convinced by each other, what should they do? They can't fight each other and have a bloody battle, right? There are thousands of mountains and rivers between the cultivators. How can they fight each other? How can they prove their strength?" Jinzi said, "The moment they are on the list, they will have a connection with the list in the dark, and the key will be pulled together. If there are cultivators behind who feel that the list is unfair, they can activate the secret technique to apply for a challenge. In the challenge, only the monks with lower rankings can challenge the monks with higher rankings, while the monks with higher rankings cannot challenge the monks with lower rankings. If the challenge is successful, you can replace that ranking and take away half of the enemy's luck. If the challenge fails, you will also lose half of your own luck. My husband, you are also on the Hidden Dragon list, and you will also face the so-called challenge. The only lucky thing is that you are ranked at the bottom, only ranked 29th, and only 1 monk is qualified to challenge you. The so-called list has intensified the internal circulation. There are strong and weak monks, but many times, they are far apart and difficult to meet. It is also difficult to fight, but the emergence of the list has intensified the internal circulation. The aura of those monks on the list is attracted by the list, and each other will have a trace of projection into the list and into the void arena. Then the 2 sides will fight each other. The winner will take half of the enemy's luck, and the loser will lose half of his luck. With the competition among the monks on the list, the internal circulation of each other has intensified. The strong are getting stronger and the weak are getting weaker. The luck of heaven and earth will continue to converge on the list, and finally converge on the top few. Under the involution, it will be horrifying. Xuanji urged his divine thoughts, and suddenly the shadow in front of him changed, and a huge list appeared. The list was golden, and the names of the cultivators were engraved on it. Nangang Taoist, Wan Mozi, Whitebone Taoist, Bodhi Taoist, Phoenix Fairy Creation Taoist, Xuanji Taoist, etc. There were exactly 30 names. Whether these names are true or false, it doesn't matter. What matters is that the aura of the cultivators is recorded on it, and a trace of aura is engraved in it. With the help of this trace of aura, a huge luck also descended. Xuanji suddenly felt that his luck was increasing, and he was favored by heaven and earth, and blessed by the luck of heaven and earth. Under the blessing of this luck, the speed of cultivation is fast, the combat power is strong, and when walking outside, he will encounter various adventures, meet beautiful women, help noble people, etc. Even if there are strong enemies sniping and killing, relying on the strong luck, he can turn danger into good fortune and turn disaster into blessing. For example, now there is a cultivator of the void refining sect who is trying to kill him, but in the process of killing him, various accidents may occur, and finally lead to failure. This is the result of the evil spirit of Qi. By activating that trace of Qi, Xuanji can enter the virtual arena, descend a trace of projection, and challenge the 28th cultivator. If the challenge is successful, he can advance to a higher rank, and become the 28th on the hidden dragon list. But if he fails, the loss is huge, or even disastrous. In the void arena, when the two sides confront each other, they can only rely on their own strengths. As for some magic weapons, talismans and other external objects, they cannot be used. The void arena is a relatively fair duel venue. Then, he asked for some information about the list, and Xuanji also responded. He said it in great detail, and he knew a lot about the information of the list. It's better not to challenge the void arena for the time being. Xuanji gave up directly. For the time being, he didn't plan to challenge the person in front. The list has been ranked like this, and there is a reason for it. Xuanji didn't think that he could sweep the list and defeat someone in front of him. Those who can make it to the list are all the geniuses among the geniuses. There should be no contempt. Any contempt will cost a huge price. Every challenge will cost a huge price. If you lose, you will lose half of your luck, which is a huge price. Xuanji said again, throughout the ages, those who can make it to the hidden dragon list are at least half step refining the void. But you are at the 6th level of the spirit transformation. You are a bit outrageous. Wait until you reach the half step refining the void realm before challenging. Don't be impatient now. Xuanji said, I understand. In a flash, Xuanji and Xuanji disappeared. After a while, they arrived at a mountainous area and stopped. Looking at this place, Xuanji activated the feathering order and was completely sure that the void gate was here. It's just that the time has not come yet, and it will take some time for the void gate to open. Let's wait here. Xuanji said. Okay. Xuanji nodded. Xuanji activated the 33 Heavens Supreme Treasure, and the aura on his body was rising, turning into the aura of a half-step refining void. The aura of a half-step refining void, emanating from it, had a great deterrent force. The nearby cultivators sensed it and left subconsciously. Xuanji smiled, his goal achieved. Time passed, and cultivators from other major forces arrived one after another. There were also some cultivators from major sects, with some juniors. They all saw Xuanji and Xuanji, but did not come forward to say hello, but cautiously kept their distance. A half-step refining void strongman is also a big shot in Zhongzhou, with a strong cultivation and strong strength. Even the 12 top forces, without a major conflict of interest, are unwilling to provoke a half-step refining void strongman. One more friend, one more way, one more enemy, one more wall. The more friends, the more ways, and the greater the future prospects. Similarly, the more enemies, the more walls in front, and the narrower the future road. This is the network of people. As long as you are not a fool, you will not offend people everywhere, to show that you are invincible and powerful. Click, crack. At this moment, the void was making a sound. The power of the void in front was like water waves flowing. A trace of terrifying pressure was emanating, making a crisp sound. The gate of the void in front was slowly taking shape. The gate of the void was condensed. A trace of energy was emanating, leading to the Yuhua cave heaven. At this moment, a cultivator came forward to take out the Yuhua order, and entered the Yuhua cave heaven with a flash of light. Then, other cultivators took out the Yuhua order and entered it. Xuanji took out the token and was led away by the light. Xuanji also took out the token and disappeared with a flash of light. When he opened his eyes again, he had appeared in a brand new world. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 580, Feathered Cave Heaven. The blue sky was filled with white clouds, and the ground was lush and green, with many spiritual herbs and medicines growing, emitting a fresh aura. In the distance, there was a lake, and in the lake, a duck was swimming and quacking. The wild geese in the sky were neatly arranged in a row, flying into the distance. In the distance, there was a mountain, which was quite tall, lush, and emitting aura. Swish. Xuanji's divine sense flashed, and he explored in all directions, but he felt a sense of confinement, and his divine sense could only explore a distance of 100 meters. How powerful is a strong man in the state of transformation? Under the divine sense scan, the range of 1,000 miles is clearly visible. But here, the divine sense is imprisoned. Not only is the divine sense imprisoned, but there is also a terrifying gravity suppressing the flesh. Walking here is like carrying a weight of millions of pounds. Under such gravity, cultivators below the golden core level will have difficulty moving, and a few steps will damage their bodies. Only golden core cultivators, who have condensed the immortal golden core and tempered their bodies with the help of the golden core, can withstand such a huge gravity. Is this the Yuhua Cave Heaven? It is much better than my Cave Heaven Pearl. Here, I can comprehend the laws, practice faster, and make more rapid progress. The benefits to myself are also quite significant. Xuanji showed a trace of joy. Huashan, condense the divine will. Liangsu cultivators, on the other hand, break the void and use the supreme magic power to condense a cave heaven in the void. In the Zifu world, the cave heavens or cave heaven magic weapons left in various voids are all forged by Liangsu cultivators or more powerful cultivators. But even if they are the same cave heavens, the quality after forging varies due to the different levels of the creators. Once upon a time, the Dangshan Pearl in his hand was only forged from the 5th level of Liangsu and could only be used to plant some low-level spiritual medicines and lay spiritual veins for cultivation. The area was only 100 miles. However, the Yuhua Dangshan was experienced by masters of all generations of Yuhua sect, not only Liangsu, but also Hedao monks, Duji monks, and even immortals. They kept forging and blessing it. The area was huge, the laws were numerous, and the Dangshan was quite stable. The gap between people can be frighteningly large. Similarly, the gap between Dangshan and Dangshan can also be shockingly large. In Yuhua Dangshan, there is a strong innate spiritual energy. When monks enter here to cultivate, they can make rapid progress. There are incomplete laws here. Because the laws are incomplete, it is easier for monks to comprehend, and it is easier to improve their realm. As for the Zifu world outside, because the world is so big, the laws are so profound, and the laws are so complete, it is not easy to comprehend. Whoosh! Xuanji activated the 33 days creation art, and suddenly the spiritual energy around him surged like a tide, one after another, like a surging tide. These innate spiritual energies seemed to be forged by a special method. Just a little operation would completely refine and absorb them. The absorption speed was extremely fast. In just a moment, the mana was greatly improved. Here, he only needed to practice for another 10 years to break the shackles and enter the 7th level of the spirit transformation. According to the memory of the Yuhua Tower spirit, there are some special places here, hiding some treasures of the Yuhua sect. Xuanji flipped through his memories, and some memories in the depths of his sea of consciousness began to awaken, focusing on the introduction of the secret place. His figure flashed, and Xuanji disappeared. The space was also imprisoned. He walked very slowly, and determined the coordinates again. Half a day later, he arrived at a secret place. There is a treasure here. But when the cave was opened, the treasure was empty, as if a cultivator had taken the treasure in advance. Xuanji's figure flashed, and he went to several places again, but the treasures were also empty. What a pity, what a pity. Lu Xuanji sighed endlessly. Over the years, the top forces in Zhongzhou have been constantly plundering Yuhua Dangshan, digging 3 feet into the ground, and many treasures have been dug away. The area of Yuhua Dangshan used to be quite large, but after the war, it was damaged, and only less than 1% of its peak size. Many terrains are distorted, the landform structure is changing, and the trend of mountains and rivers, etc., are also becoming very different. Recalling the memories left by the spirit of the weapon, he opened the 100 maps and kept comparing to determine the direction. Only the location of the mountain gate still exists. After determining the terrain, Lu Xuanji went to the northwest. Yuhua Dangshan, the location of the mountain gate. There is a huge stone tablet at the mountain gate. The stone tablet is old and mottled, with traces of moss, and the stone tablet is missing a corner. There were traces of damage on the stone tablet, like a spider web. It seemed that, if a little force was applied, the stone tablet would be completely broken. A corner of the stone tablet was missing, and 4 large characters were engraved on it. Yuhua Zanman. In front of the stone tablet was a road made of mountain stones, with one step after another, and there were 1,800 steps. With the sound of wind, a cultivator descended. Another aura flashed by, and another cultivator descended. With a terrifying aura, cultivators descended here one after another. Soon, dozens of people descended. They were all in the state of transformation, and some cultivators exuded the state of half-step-refining emptiness. Everyone looked at the steps in front of the mountain gate, and after a flash of hesitation, they stepped forward. Click. The first cultivator began to climb. Just after climbing the first step, the cultivator was in a trance and stopped subconsciously. After 3 breaths, he seemed to wake up and climbed another step forward. He was climbing, and his forward speed was extremely slow. Then, the second cultivator began to climb. The third monk also began to climb. The fourth, fifth, and sixth monks began to climb up one after another. As they climbed, the speed of many monks began to slow down. Many monks' faces were distorted, as if they could not hold on any longer. After holding on for a moment, a strong force came down, and a monk was pushed down. The first eliminated monk appeared. Everyone had no time to feel sad for the loser, and just kept moving forward. The steps in front of the mountain gate are also known as the Immortal Road. To join the Yuhua sect, you must climb the Immortal Road. Each step is a test. The higher the step you climb, the more rewards you will get. Swish. At this moment, a golden light flashed, and a woman came down. She had curved eyebrows, bright and beautiful eyes, and seemed to have a lot of faint sorrow. Her eyes were like stars, her nose was small, her lips were rosy, and she looked crystal clear and charming, exuding a moving breath. Her skin was like jade, her hair was black and slender, and her neck was as white and beautiful as ice and snow, which was an indescribable temptation. Her shoulders were as sharp as a knife, her breasts were full and firm, her waist was slender and attractive, and her body was slender. She was wearing a white silk phoenix skirt, which was as thin as a cicada's wing, with pleated hems and fine vertical patterns. She was wearing black silk trousers with velvet edges and dark patterns. She had a willow-like waist, and exuded a mature aura. Everyone looked at her and admired her, but then they restrained their aura, and paid attention to the cultivators who were climbing. The most abundant thing in the world of immortal cultivation is beautiful women. Merely beautiful appearance is just a vase, which is useless. Cultivation is the foundation for female cultivators to gain a foothold. Even the list of the most beautiful people focuses on cultivation, and appearance comes second. My husband, he hasn't arrived yet. Xuanji looked around and began to look for something, but she didn't find it. Looking at the steps on the mountain in front of her, the refined feathering tower was ready to move, which matched the aura here. It seemed that there were some big treasures and some treasures waiting for him in front. After hesitating for a moment, Xuanji took the first step and began to climb. Swish. The void was changing, and endless evil spirits swept in, annihilating everything. The void was flickering, and the golden light was flickering. After the golden light disappeared, Lu Xuanji landed at the foot of the mountain. Looking at the steps in front of him, he saw Xuanji, and also saw many Xianjiao and many Supreme Evaldoers in Zhongzhou, all of whom were climbing and moving forward. The further back they went, the slower they moved forward. The path to immortality. Lu Xuanji was in a trance, and some memories automatically emerged. The path to immortality is where the Yuhua immortal sect assesses its disciples. The closer you are to the front, the greater the benefits you will get. The path to immortality has a level of 100 steps, and there are a total of 18 levels. Swish. Without hesitation, Lu Xuanji's footsteps flashed, and he climbed the first step. Immediately, an illusion appeared, and a white tiger condensed, and was about to launch an attack. In just a moment, the illusion was shattered. Lu Xuanji climbed the second step again. The illusion appeared again, but it only lasted for less than a moment before it dissipated. One step, one illusion. Every step forward is the evolution of the supreme illusion. The illusion has evolved for the cultivator. If it were other cultivators, they could still trap and interfere for a while. But Lu Xuanji has a strong soul and has great immunity to illusions. He can easily break all kinds of illusions. The third, fourth, fifth, and sixth Lu Xuanji did not stop at all, and his footsteps kept moving forward. Soon he reached the 100th step. He walked too fast along the way, leaving many cultivators far behind. Who is he? Why is he so fast? This time, a real dragon will appear. Who is he? It seems that he is not from Zhang's. How many cultivators were discussing and were surprised. But Lu Xuanji could not hear them, and just kept moving forward. When he climbed the 100th step, golden light descended from the void, and landed on his body, and his body suddenly became warm. The golden light contains supreme fortune, which can temper the cultivator's physique, and enhance the cultivator's potential, which is of great benefit to the cultivator's future. After 3 breaths, the golden light dissipated. Lu Xuanji frowned slightly, feeling that his aptitude had not improved at all. It seemed to be the same as before. My aptitude is too strong. If that golden light falls on a mortal, it is enough to give birth to spiritual roots. But it is useless to me. Lu Xuanji pondered for a while. The first level is mainly to select geniuses among mortals, and give those mortals a chance. As for the cultivators with strong aptitude, the improvement is limited. Walking forward, another great force pressed down, a force of 100,000 jinns pressed on the flesh. Lu Xuanji took another step forward, and another force of 100,000 jinns pressed on the flesh. When he reached the 200th step, a force of 10 million. Pressing on the flesh, the bones also made a slight sound. When he reached the 201st step, a projection descended, a cultivator of the 6th level of the spiritualization. Swish. The void was flashing, and the projection urged the sword technique. The sword was flashing, and the sword energy flew into the air, destroying all the methods. A sword swept down, the world was turned upside down, and the years were ups and downs. Facing this sword, Lu Xuanji punched out. The projection dissipated. He climbed another step, and formed another projection. Lu Xuanji punched out, and the projection shattered again. Nothing can't be killed with one punch. If it doesn't work, then punch again. The steps kept moving forward, and the projection kept breaking. Soon, it reached the 300th step. The golden light fell again, but it was still useless. The aptitude is too good, and many treasures have become useless. Lu Xuanji kept moving forward, and soon reached the 400th step, 500th step, 600th step, and 700th step. Each level of assessment is different. Illusion assessment, gravity assessment, projection assessment, aptitude assessment, comprehension assessment, magical power assessment, etc. One assessment after another. The difficulty is increasing. Move forward quickly, without a trace of stopping. When the strength is strong enough, the assessment becomes dull. There is no suspense, no excitement. Everything becomes bland. It was like boiled water. When Lu Xuanji reached the 1000th step, golden light fell again, and gathered in his body. But, at this moment, a golden token fell. The front of the token was engraved with the words, Yuhua's Iron Man, and the back was written, Outer Disciple. There was a trace of his aura on the token. After passing 10 levels in a row, you can become an outer disciple. Yuhuaman is extremely strict in selecting disciples, and would rather have nothing than have something bad. Even if it is an outer disciple, it is a genius among geniuses in the entire Zifu realm, and it is unparalleled in the world. Lu Xuanji continued to move forward, and reached the 1100th step. This time the test was more demanding, and the projection was more powerful. The terrifying energy was condensing and evolving into a projection. This was an old man. Even he could not kill the enemy with 3 punches and 2 kicks. He only killed him after fighting for 100 moves. Swish. He was directly teleported to the 1100th step. At this moment, the void condensed again and evolved into a projection again. This time it was a female swordsman. Female sword fairy, Muley. Xuanji thought of someone and urged his longsword to kill. The female sword fairy urged her longsword to stab. Bang. The sword and the knife clashed, and the destruction clashed. At the moment of fighting for 300 moves, the shadow of the female sword fairy disappeared. The golden light fell again. Xuanji also felt a sense of comfort. But, at this moment, the token was changing. Outer disciple became inner disciple. Outer disciple. My goal is to become a holy son. Xuanji said proudly. Outer disciple, inner disciple, holy son. These are the 3 levels of human disciples. Only by breaking through 18 levels and reaching the peak can one be qualified to become a holy son. The holy son is the candidate for the head of human, a true genius and a powerful person. Chapter 581, The Holy Son of Yuhua Sect. On the mountain road, many monks are moving forward. Some monks are tall, powerful, heroic, and exude a domineering aura. Some monks are dressed simply and plainly, moving forward in the corners, very low-key. There are monks who are only in their teens, still look like teenagers, and are still a little immature. There are also monks with grey beards and frowns on their faces, urging old age. There are also girls with willow leaf eyebrows, danfeng eyes, noses like hanging gallbladders, red lips and pearly teeth, exquisite and transparent pink ears, cloud-like hair, and yellow clothes and skirts, also moving forward. These monks have different demeanors and different levels of cultivation. The strongest has half a step of refining emptiness, and the weakest is only practicing key cultivation, but they are climbing up one after another, seeking opportunities in the dark. Every step forward, a monk falls into a trance and falls into the test of illusion. After a while, some monks wake up and continue to move forward, but some monks are trapped in illusions and gradually lose themselves. The steps were getting higher, and their speed of advancement was also slowing down. Every step was bumpy and difficult. Ah! At this moment, a scream was heard, and along with the scream, a monk was pushed down by a great force and rolled down the steps. The monk had a handsome face and a strong cultivation. He was a god-transforming monk. With the great force suppressing him, this god-transforming monk was in a very embarrassed state, like a donkey rolling, falling straight down, and rolling down the steps. His Taoist robe was covered with dust, and his head was also covered with dust. His body was quite embarrassed. After rolling down continuously, his nose and face were swollen. But compared with the injuries on his body, the despair of being suppressed by the failure to reach the top was even more heartbreaking and desperate. I won't resign myself to this. It was just a little bit. The god-transforming monk knelt at the bottom of the steps, stamped his feet, and beat his chest, and kept hitting the ground. His eyes were red and his face was red, like an angry bull. Plop. At this moment, there was another sound, and a great force pressed down from the steps, like a tidal wave. The monk was also squeezed down the steps in a very embarrassing way, and rolled in front of the nascent soul monk. I failed. I'm unwilling to accept this. The nascent soul monk shouted unwillingly. The nascent soul monk, who was originally crying and unwilling, saw a fellow Taoist also rolling down, and became a loser. He was originally a lonely loser, but now there is another unlucky guy. The nascent soul monk stopped his grief, and said with a smile, "Fellow Taoist, please accept my condolences. Happiness is never eating better than others, but seeing others live more miserably than oneself." The nascent soul monk failed to climb the steps, and his heart was inexplicably sad, but with the addition of a difficult brother, his 10 points of grief turned into 5 points of grief, and his mood inexplicably improved a lot. Normally, he would not even bother to talk to a nascent soul cultivator, but now he was in a much better mood, so he comforted him. Dao, victory and defeat are common in the military, and failure is the mother of success. This failure is nothing, and you will definitely succeed next time. But after he finished speaking, he smiled subconsciously. Not only did he not believe in the nonsense of success next time, even ghosts would not believe it. The road to immortality of Yuhua sect is notoriously difficult. If he failed this time, he would definitely fail next time. The nascent soul cultivator wanted to cry loudly, but for some reason he couldn't. Instead, he said, "Dao right, but which step did you fall on?" The spiritualization cultivator said, "I fell on the 532nd step." The nascent soul cultivator said, "I'm not as good as you. I failed at 53 steps and was excluded." The spiritualization cultivator comforted him, "Dao, please be more relaxed for now. The path of cultivating immortals is inherently full of ups and downs. You have passed more than 400 steps this time, and you will definitely surpass me next time. I hope so." The nascent soul cultivator sighed slightly. Legend has it that when you reach 1,000 steps, you can become an outer disciple of the Yuhua sect. I just don't know how many people will be able to climb the steps this time. The spiritualization cultivator shook his head and said, "The Yuhua sect was once the #1 immortal sect in the Purple Mansion realm. Many cultivators ascended to become immortals. The assessment of disciples adheres to the principle of better to have nothing than to have something of poor quality. If a disciple is unqualified, they would rather not have any. They will never lower the standards due to the poor quality of the disciples. In Yuhua sect, there are 3 levels: outer disciples, inner disciples, and saints. One has to break through 10 levels in a row and climb 1,000 steps to become an outer disciple. At the peak of Yuhua sect, the number of outer disciples did not exceed 10,000, which was too small. If you become an outer disciple of Yuhua sect, you have a 5-fold chance of achieving the Dao of refining void. If you become an inner disciple, you have a 5-fold chance of achieving the Dao of integration, and a 3-fold chance of becoming a powerful person who transcends tribulations. As for the saint of Yuhua sect, it is too difficult to break through 18 levels in a row. In the long history of Yuhua sect, there have only been less than 20 saints. Many times, it would rather leave it vacant than let a waste become a saint. Yuhua sect can't afford to lose that person. The nascent soul cultivator asked curiously, "Is there any extremely talented person in Zhongzhou who can become a saint?" The divine transformation cultivator sighed and said, "Not to mention becoming a holy son, not even one became an inner disciple. Only 8 became outer disciples. But of the 8 cultivators who passed the test, 4 became powerful masters of refining void, 2 became half-step refining void, and 2 died. It is said that this time will be the last time it is opened. Soon, the ruins will be opened violently. Unfortunately, many inheritances will be destroyed." Boom boom boom. At this moment, another strong force surged, and another cultivator on the steps was pushed down and rolled down. The cultivator screamed and was inexplicably sad. But the 2 cultivators couldn't help but feel happy when they saw that there was another unlucky person. When you share your pain with others, the pain on your body will be reduced a lot, and you will be much happier. Plop, plop. Like dumplings, one cultivator after another rolled down. The potential of a cultivator is limited. When you reach a certain level, you can no longer move forward. If you force yourself to climb up, you will be pushed down. Many people were unwilling to accept it, but they were slapped in the face again and again, which was extremely miserable. These unlucky people looked at each other, and their originally lost mood suddenly became much better. There is no greater happiness in life than this. At this moment, the incarnation monk suddenly saw a monk in white clothes appear. He was tall and his breath exuded masculine energy, which was extremely yang and pure, like a burning furnace. He had a delicate face and elegant appearance, like a white-faced scholar. He stepped on the steps with flashing steps. Swish. The speed was very fast, and there was almost no pause. In just a dozen breaths, he reached the 100th step. In the process of moving forward, there was no breath. The incarnation monk was stunned. He is moving fast, but it is unstable, and will not last long. In the later stage, the speed will definitely be much slower. At most, when he reaches the 200th step, the speed will become slow. The incarnation monk comforted himself in his heart. But soon, the 200th step, the 300th step, the failure step, and the 1000th step. But, when it reached the 1000th step, the speed did not decrease at all. That is the projection of a leader of Yuhua sect. He is very powerful and has defeated Bodhi Taoist. He has met his match, said the divine transformation monk. There was a bang in the air. The projection of the leader of Yuhua sect was blown up on the spot with a punch from the monk in white. The divine transformation monk was speechless. He was stuck halfway through the lines he wanted to explain and couldn't continue. It was another level, and another projection appeared. This one the divine transformation monk explained again, this time only saying 2 words. The projection was blown up again. This time, it was just 2 punches. It was simple and rough, without any skills. It was just relying on overbearing power and invincible means to suppress everything and destroy everything. His physique is too strong, his magic power is too strong, his speed is too strong, and his power is too fast. The projection can't withstand his attack at all. The divine transformation monk analyzed, looking at the scene of the battle in front, and commented. At the 15th level, the monk in white met his opponent and the 2 sides fought fiercely. The monk in white still had the upper hand. After a fierce battle of 100 moves, he killed the projection. This battle lasted a relatively long time, and the divine transformation monk had enough time to comment. Boom boom boom. The battle continued. 16th level, 17th level, 18th level. Finally, it reached the peak. Who is he? Asked the divine transformation monk. Who is he? Everyone also asked. Standing at the 18th level, Xuanji breathed slightly. When he defeated the phantom just now, he also spent a lot of energy. A huge golden light fell, constantly transforming the body and constantly improving the potential. How huge is the golden energy accumulated by breaking through the 18 levels? At this moment, it is all transformed into the body, converted into potential, and repaired various hidden injuries in the body. The injuries are recovering rapidly, and the cultivation is stable. However, under the surging golden light, it is difficult to improve the qualifications by half. The golden light of transformation can improve the qualifications of cultivators, but it is only for me. My physique is so strong that it has reached the ceiling. It is no longer possible to improve it. Even the supreme immortal body and the chaos immortal body are no more than this. Feeling the changes in his physique, Xuanji sighed slightly. It's like someone can get a perfect score just because there are only a perfect score on the test paper. Similarly, the restrictions of the laws of the human world, the restrictions of spiritual energy, etc., also restrict the physique of cultivators. Over the years, he has been practicing various techniques and tempering his physical body. He has reached the limit of the human world and is at the ceiling, unable to become the strongest. Even the golden light of transformation cannot improve his physique again. But, at this moment, the golden light of transformation is running and is constantly absorbed by Xuanji, and his cultivation is steadily improving. Puff. With a sound, he broke the shackles and entered the 7th level of the transformation of the spirit. After the 7th level of the transformation of the spirit, the cultivation is steadily improving again. After a large increase, the golden light of transformation is completely exhausted. At this moment, the token was changing, and, in a disciple, became Holy Son. When he became a Holy Son, a message came one after another, and the treatment of the Holy Son was also revealed. Yuhuman is quite demanding in selecting Holy Sons. Not only does it test qualifications, but also understanding, talent, opportunity, luck, etc., and it would rather have nothing than have something bad. In each era, the Holy Son of Yuhuman has a 3-level probability of becoming an immortal. Even if he cannot become an immortal, he will become the top power of the human race and deter an era. If it were in the era when Yuhuman still existed, becoming the Holy Son of Yuhuman could be said to be walking sideways and being a crab. But in today's era, Yuhuman has been destroyed, and the Holy Son is only in name, not in reality. He cannot enjoy various benefits and treatments, but will be sniped by his own powerful enemies. Zia, it seems to have disappeared. Xuanji looked down, but found that Jinzi had disappeared. Just now, she was still climbing the steps. The void changed, and Jinzi disappeared. Just now, she was still climbing the steps, and she had climbed more than 700 steps. In terms of qualifications and potential, they are not as good as Xuanji, but they can be considered outstanding. But when Xuanji reached the top, a golden light flashed and then disappeared. When he opened his eyes again, He was already in another cave. He saw various runes carved around the cave, which combined to evolve into a supreme formation. There was a huge altar among the many arrayed patterns. This altar was 1 meter high. On the altar, there was a gourd. Click. When the golden light descended on the cave, the formation in the cave was activated, and the golden lightning was condensing, as if it was about to evolve into a supreme killing move. The feathering tower appeared automatically, emitting a breath. As if sensing something, the formations around it automatically stopped and returned to a quiet state. He stretched out his hand and grabbed it, and immediately the golden gourd fell into his hand. After carefully sensing it, there was a golden liquid inside, and when it was shaken, it made a sound of gold and iron colliding, like flowing metal. This is the feathering golden liquid, which can improve the qualifications and potential of the cultivators. Xuanji shook the gourd, and said in surprise, "On the road of cultivation, qualifications are very important. The so-called Tao heart is more important than qualifications, which is more of a spiritual victory method. You can take it seriously, but don't believe it. This gourd is called the feathering gourd, and its grade is 9th grade. It is said that a genius of the feathering sect left the feathering gourd in the mortal world on the eve of his ascension, and it became one of the treasures of the feathering sect. The feathering gourd has no extra functions, but only absorbs spiritual energy or spiritual stones, which can be continuously converted into feathering golden liquid. If the cultivator takes it for a long time, it can improve the qualifications and potential, which is of great benefit for the future. When the cultivator passes some levels, the feathering gourd will descend the feathering golden light and give the cultivator a reward. But now this treasure has fallen into her hands. Looking forward again, this is a golden altar, which seems to be offering sacrifices. The grade is unknown. Xuanji activated the secret technique, and the magic power began to penetrate into the altar, quickly found the core position, and began to refine it. With a crisp sound, the altar was changing. About 9 layers of the altar were completely refined. When it was about to continue refining, a black light flashed, and fell on Xuanji's body. Chapter 582 Luo Qingyao, the battle to seize the body. The accident happened, but the speed and violence of the accident were beyond people's imagination. I saw a black light flashing, and it entered Xuanji's body at a very fast speed. Xuanji activated the secret technique, and the magic power changed like flowing water, but there was no resistance for a moment, and it was eroded by the black light. The magic power was activated, and the magic power was changing, turning into a series of sharp swords, to cut the black air, crushing everything and destroying everything. But it was useless. The black air continued to erode, eroding her meridians and her sea of consciousness. When it reached the sea of consciousness, it immediately turned into a woman, wearing a graceful and luxurious blue luo gown. She looked like a blooming violet, with a high-tied woman's bun on her head. She looked dignified and virtuous, with a national beauty and a natural fragrance, like a jade. She still had a beautiful face, but her eyebrows were frowning, with a faint sadness. The slender legs were slim and slender, and looked extremely moving. Her chest was full and high, swaying gently. Looking more closely, she had a pair of delicate cheeks. Her eyebrows were slightly raised. The tips of her eyebrows were like light smoke. Her eyes were as bright as stars, and the black pupils reflected a little light, which was very charming. Her lips were pink, light and elegant. Her face was white, and her appearance was like a fine sculpture. Every move she made showed her elegance and indescribable charm. In the sea of consciousness, Xuanji's soul manifested, and turned into a stunning woman. She stared at the woman in front of her and asked, "Senior, what's the matter with you coming into my sea of consciousness?" The elegant woman said, "I'm the last leader of the Yuhua sect, named Luo Qingyao. In the past, I was also a peerless fairy with a stunning appearance. Later, I became the saint of the Yuhua sect. It took 100 years to make a golden elixir, 300 years to make an infant, or 1,000 years to become a god, 2,000 years to refine the void, and 5,000 years to merge with the Tao. Finally, I became the leader of the Yuhua sect. You hold great power, and control all the power in the world. You even have the fifth hope of becoming an immortal. It's a pity that at the peak of my power, I met a little devil. This little devil is originally from a small and insignificant sect, and he is also a loser with 5 spiritual roots. I'm high and mighty, so naturally I look down on such pests. It's a pity that I was still wrong. This little devil was insignificant at first, but later he became more and more powerful. He once fought with Shen Yuang, an outer disciple of my Yuhua sect, and lost 3 battles, and was almost killed by my Yuhua sect disciples. But in the 4th battle, he used a trick, and used drugs to trap the Yuhua sect disciples. Shen Yuang was also disappointing. After losing her virginity, she was reluctant at the beginning. But later on, she was completely devoted to this devil, and was willing to be his Taoist partner. I even wanted to lead him to my Yuhua sect, to walk out of the shackles of the devil, to become a righteous disciple, and a disciple of the Yuhua sect. Recounting the past, the elegant woman was calm at the beginning, but when it came to the little devil, her expression fluctuated, and she gnashed her teeth. Xuanji listened, guessed the plot of the story, and said, "If I guess correctly, the senior should have separated the couple." The elegant woman said, "You are wrong. At the beginning, I took Yuang's face, and brought him to my Yuhua sect. After arriving at Yuhua sect, he became my Yuhua sect disciple. It's a pity that this little devil never changes his ways. Not only did he secretly kill my Yuhua sect's inner disciples, he also secretly peeped at the female disciples taking a bath. Finally, in anger, I threw him directly into the Yingfeng cave, and tempered him for 1,000 years as a severe punishment." Xuanji said, "The senior is really calculating. If you want to kill someone, you must save people first. First, you brought him to Yuhua sect, and then you plotted against him. Entering the Yingfeng cave seems to be just a simple punishment, but with the help of this punishment, he just took his life. Great. The senior has a brilliant plan." He said it was wonderful, but the irony was obvious. There are also skills to break up a couple. Those inferior means, directly hitting a stinky man with a stick, are the worst means, but in the eyes of smart people, they accept it verbally, but secretly they keep fanning the flames, constantly stimulating and exacerbating the contradictions, and finally the man and woman completely break up. Love can withstand the test, but it can't withstand dullness. Marriage can withstand dullness, but it can't withstand the test. When a man and a woman meet, get close to each other, think about it, have intimate contact, the joy of rain, tenderness, like a burning fire, etc. At this moment, the feelings are heating up, like a volcanic eruption. It seems that only endless burning can release the love for each other. At this moment, any act of breaking up a couple will stimulate men and women, and bring them closer. However, after the initial heat and passion, the feelings of men and women will cool down, the feelings will decline, the love still exists, and they are still tender to each other, but the quarrels are also increasing. The shortcomings of both sides are also constantly magnified. At this moment, with just a little provocation, the couple in love will completely fall apart. This leader of Yuhua sect can be said to have deeply understood the 3 tastes of love, and she was also a bad woman back then. The elegant woman frowned and said, "You are very good, but it's a pity that you lost your virginity. Some of the Yuhua sect's skills are not suitable for you." Xuanji said, "So what if you lost your virginity? I know some chapters of the Yuhua Sutra, but unfortunately they are useless to me. I remember that except for a few weird skills, most of them do not require a certain physical condition." The elegant woman said, "Back then, I wanted to kill that little devil, but he escaped. Later, the little devil became a big devil and even destroyed Yuhua sect. In the fierce battle, I was killed on the spot. Only a trace of my soul remained on the altar, until I met you." "Really?" Xuanji smiled, but said, "But what I heard was another story, a completely different story. At the beginning, the emperor of Samsara was just a country boy, and he had a childhood sweetheart. It happened that an inner disciple of Yuhua sect came to that mountain village, to test his spiritual roots. After the test, it was found that the great emperor of Samsara only had 5 spiritual roots. Because of his poor aptitude, he was directly abandoned. As for his girlfriend, she had a natural spiritual root, and was accepted by the disciples of Yuhua sect. Because of his girlfriend's pleading, the great emperor of Samsara was also accepted into Yuhua sect as a menial disciple. The girlfriend directly became a true disciple of Yuhua sect. After the great emperor of Samsara became a menial disciple, he lived a good life, because of his girlfriend's care. But until one day, he found that his girlfriend had changed, and became distant from her. If it were just that, it would be fine, but he discovered a cruel reality. His girlfriend was possessed by a senior of Yuhua sect. The girlfriend is dead. In anger, the great emperor of Samsara left Yuhua sect. At that time, no one cared about him. It was just that there was one more casual cultivator in the world, and soon there would be one more corpse on the road to immortal cultivation. However, who would have thought that only 300 years later, a demon sect emperor would rise up, with only the cultivation level of Hideo, and he attacked Yuhua sect. Even though Yuhua sect was full of masters and strong men, they were all slaughtered. Yuhua sect, which was known as the #1 sect of the immortal way, was directly wiped out. The senior told a story, but I heard another story. Which of these two stories is true, and which is false? The elegant woman smiled and said, "It seems that you know some inside information. I can only say that they are all true, but I don't want to talk about the grievances. What happened to that little devil in the end?" Xuanji said, "After destroying Yuhua sect, the emperor of Samsara ascended to the immortal world and became a legend. In the human world, he left behind the Samsara demon vein, which became one of the 7 veins of the demon way. In the human world, he left behind many Taoist traditions, and there are fake descendants everywhere, and there are countless real descendants." The elegant woman said disappointedly, "Did he ascend to the immortal world? His qualifications are better than I thought. However, I will kill him in the fairy world and take revenge on him. This is not over, it's just the beginning. Your aptitude is not good, and your skills are a little worse than mine back then. You actually lost your virginity. It's a bit dirty, but you can only make do with it. Youngster, please help me with everything." The elegant woman seemed to have not spoken for a long time. She said a lot, and finally turned into a stream of light. One after another, the phantom key changed, blocking the space of the sea of consciousness, and began to refine Xuanji to seize his soul. Haha, if the senior was at the peak, I would naturally be afraid. Maybe the senior could kill me with just one breath. But the senior was killed by the emperor of Samsara, and it has been a long time. Under the baptism of the years, the remaining soul of the senior still has some strength. Xuanji said, with a flash of excitement in his eyes, "The senior wants to seize my body, and I also want to refine the senior. The residual souls of those old seniors are supreme tonics. Why is Taoist companion Lu Xuanji so powerful? It is because he encountered several predecessors who tried to seize his body. Those predecessors failed, and their powerful soul power became fertilizer for him, strengthening his own soul. Whether it is his own foundation or his cultivation potential, they are all greatly improved. What her husband can help her with, she can do too." Xuanji's soul split into yin and yang, showing the 2 colors of black and white, and turned into 2 black and white cups, biting each other's tails, and turned into a black and white Teikai diagram. The Teikai diagram is running and dying. The 2 energies of life and death are running. The yin and yang energies are born and destroyed, and the powerful power is constantly evolving and growing, constantly swallowing up those phantoms. Sizzle. Sizzle. In just a few breaths, those phantoms were swallowed up, directly refined by the black and white Teikai sun, and melted into the soul. The soul made a hissing sound, and waves of pleasure and comfort came. The soul was improved a little, and the potential was also improved a little. This effect is better than the effect of Yuhua Janai. Luo Qingaya was slightly startled. Feeling the loss of spiritual power, he felt a little weak in his soul. He couldn't help but sighed. A tiger in trouble is bullied by a dog. The young people these days are really powerful. Their cultivation is not strong, but their methods are a bit difficult to deal with. But everything should be over. The feathering tower is back. Suppress it. The former head of the sect activated the secret technique, and the feathering tower suddenly appeared, making a buzzing sound, as if getting closer to its former master. Buzz. The feathering tower is changing, emitting a light of destruction. The golden light of the feathering tower evolved into a destructive force, making a hissing sound, and shot at the Teikai diagram, which was broken on the spot. The Teikai diagram is changing and turning into the appearance of golden light. The feathering tower is here. Suppress it. Luo Qingaya sneered and activated this treasure. The golden light on her feathered body became more and more dazzling, like a golden sun rising, emitting a hot and destructive breath. Golden chains flew out and shot into Xuanji's body. Xuanji snorted coldly and activated the supreme secret technique. Suddenly, one chain was broken. But the next moment, another chain stretched out and entangled his body. Xuanji activated the power of the soul and continued to break and disintegrate. The chains were constantly breaking and reviving. In the constant rotation and change, gradually Xuanji could not hold on. Luo Qinghao snorted coldly. Junior, you are extremely powerful and have supreme fortune. After the destruction of the Yuhua Gate, you directly obtained the Yuhua Tower and obtained the supreme fortune. It's a pity that my control over the Yuhua Tower is still better than yours. You have become my wedding dress after all. Only by devouring your soul and taking over your body and being reborn can I live another life. I don't have much time left. To take over another's body requires a huge price. If possible, she doesn't want to do this. But she doesn't have much time left. Only by taking over another's body, relying on someone's new soul, and deceiving the heaven's perception, can she live again against the will of heaven. Whoosh. The chains were ringing, binding Xuanji's soul, and were about to suppress her in the Yuhua Tower. At that moment, she could only be slowly refined, and directly taken over by the Luo Qinghao. Qinglian, help. In the moment of crisis, Xuanji began to ask for help. Very reluctantly, but still asked for help from another self. Haha, when you encounter danger, you still have to rely on me. At this moment, Qinglian and Shu smiled and sensed this scene. Close your eyes, and your soul will leave your body. Millions of miles away, but it will arrive in an instant. In an instant, it entered Xuanji's sea of consciousness. Ancient Chaos Palace, suppress. Qinglian sneered and urged the ancient palace to suppress it. Boom boom boom. The void was colliding, and the ancient Chaos Palace collided with the Yuhua Tower, making a hissing sound. Along with the violent sound, the chains on the Yuhua Tower broke directly, and Jinxie flashed and escaped. Swish. The next moment, Jinxie and Qinglian collided with each other, and the two merged again, entering a perfect state, and entering the peak moment. You are two souls in one body. Luo Qinghao was surprised, but the surprised Buddha was happy, and couldn't help laughing. Not bad, not bad, delicious. Just right to eat you. The surprise is still to come. Eat you, and I will go one step further. Yuhua sword, cut. Luo Qinghao took a step forward, and a sharp sword appeared in his hand. The sword light flashed, and it seemed like thunder and lightning, coming to kill. Qinglian suppress. Qinglian sneered. A sword appeared in his hand. The sword light was flashing, and the green lotus blossomed, evolving endless murderous intent. Swish. Swish. The two sides were annihilated. After the initial test, Qinglian urged the killing move to attack, and the green light was flashing all over his body, like an immortal descending. Luo Qinghao also burst out with a secret technique and attacked. Chapter 583, Feathered Cave Heaven Destroyed. In the Sea of Consciousness, a terrifying battle broke out. Possession and counter-possession. Luo Qinghao burst out, various spells bombarded out, evolving into various killing moves, and golden lotuses in the void swept over. Qinglian also fought back, various killing moves continued. Qinglian sword energy bloomed out, evolving into terrifying killing moves continued, and sword energy soared into the sky. Bang bang. Energy was colliding and melting rapidly. The soul was consuming violently. In just an instant, both sides suffered huge losses. Feathering and ascending. Luo Qinghao urged the secret technique, and the soul bloomed with a bright light. The soul seemed transparent and dazzling. The aura on the body was rising, and the power of the soul was increasing, as if it was about to evolve into a killer secret technique. I'm waiting for this move of yours, Qinglian sneered, and a green lotus appeared above his head. The green lotus bloomed and bloomed with 12 grades. In the center of the green lotus, a vertical eye appeared. The eyes were cold and ruthless, like the heavenly way high above. The vertical eye opened, and a beam of light shot out, shooting at Luo Qinghao's soul. The green light around Luo Qinghao's body melted away like ice and snow, and the destructive light shot at her soul. The soul shattered on the spot. How could you find my flaw and break the secret technique of feathering and ascending? Luo Qinghao activated the secret technique, and the fragmented soul was gathered together again, but the soul became much more illusory, and the vitality was seriously injured, as if it would break at any time. Your original body is the 7th grade Pure Lotus. Someone actually used the secret technique to use the Pure Lotus as the foundation to cut out a clone. The clone backfired, but did not devour the original body. How is this possible? Impossible. That's it. Luo Qinghao said, her eyes flashing with light, and she had insight into the details of the green lotus. But it was precisely because of the insight that despair flashed across her. There are many treasures stored in the feathering tower, including the pure lotus. That female cultivator was so bold that she actually used the 7th grade spiritual treasure as the foundation to cut out a clone. Aren't you afraid of the clone's backlash? No, the clone has already backlashed the original body. But for some reason, the clone did not devour the original body. I'm not willing to give up. Luo Qinghao activated the secret technique and burst out again. The breath of the soul was soaring and evolved into a big bell. The time runes were engraved on the bell, with Taiyin Yaohuo and Taiyangza's Heyo. The bell was ringing and turned into the power of soul destruction. King Lian's face changed slightly, and a trace of pain flashed across his face. But the next moment, King Lian was running, protecting the soul, resisting the soul attack of the 7th level, and the rest was helpless. Cut. King Lian took a step forward. The King Lian sword in his hand was flashing. The blue light flickered and changed. The runes were changing. Luo Qinghao's soul was cut in two. Luo Qinghao activated the secret technique and was about to escape. But the yin and yang key surged and directly sealed it up. The yin and yang energies were changing, turning into yin and yang millstones that did not twist and change, constantly grinding away her soul. Suddenly, a trace of her soul was worn away and turned into nutrients to be devoured by the yin and yang energies, growing stronger. Bang! Luo Qinghao activated the secret technique and broke through the seal again, about to escape from the sea of consciousness. But at this moment, the sea of consciousness was as solid as a rock, and the edge was directly sealed, and Luo Qinghao failed to escape. A blue lotus crashed down and hit Luo Qinghao's soul, and her soul exploded again. Luo Qinghao fought back continuously, but it was of no use. Finally, it was sealed up and began to be refined. Luo Qinghao struggled, her expression full of anger. I was at the 5th level of the tribulation when I was a cultivator. How powerful was my cultivation? I was defeated by that little devil first, and then by a mere junior. I'm unwilling to accept this, very unwilling. King Lian sneered and began to kill people and hurt their hearts. Some people don't know how to do it. You think you are still the head of the Yuhua sect, or the eternal giant. You have fallen, and now you are just a trace of residual soul. Under the baptism of time, you are less than 100,000th of your peak moment. You are still you, but you are not you. When the time comes, the world will work together, and when the luck is gone, the hero will not be free. Your era has passed. No, I'm unwilling. Luo Qinghao urged the secret technique and fought back, but became more and more powerless. Your era has passed. King Lian sneered, and a ray of light flashed, and the golden light separated. The two women looked at each other, quite impressed, and joined forces to develop the room to refine Luo Qinghao. Luo Qinghao was still fighting back, but she was more and more powerless, and her era had passed. Jinzi also mocked. Senior, how powerful you were in the past, how frustrated you are today. This is fate. You want to take over our bodies, but unfortunately, in the end, you still become our tonic. Cultivators are like fish, and their luck is like water. When the water dries up, the fish dies. When the luck is exhausted, the cultivator perishes. Senior, how much luck do you have left? Senior, when you were defeated by the Emperor of Samsara, your luck was exhausted. Your luck was exhausted. How much life can you have? You want to take over our bodies and regain your luck. You have conditions to return, but the way of heaven does not allow it. What a pity. What a pity. After reaching the nascent soul stage, cultivators can activate the laws, enter the reincarnation, and live another life. The head of the Yuhua sect can also activate the secret technique to enter the reincarnation, reincarnate, and live another life. But Luo Qinghao can't, and dare not reincarnate, because her luck is exhausted. If she reincarnates, she may fall into the mystery of the womb. When she dies of old age, she may not be able to awaken the memory of her previous life, and she will die very frustrated. Only by taking over some younger generations, devouring their souls, occupying their bodies, relying on their luck, continuing their own destiny, and deceiving the heavens, can a new life begin. Unfortunately, the start was not good. Haha, I'm still a little short after all, but this is not the end, but the beginning of the Yuhua cave heaven. Explode for me. Despair flashed in Luo King Gaiao's eyes, and in despair, he activated some secret techniques, and began to detonate the Yuhua cave heaven. Not good. Xuanji knew that something was wrong, and activated the Yuhua tower to stop it, but it was too late. Boom boom boom. At this moment, the Yuhua cave heaven completely exploded. Standing on the top of the mountain, Xuanji looked down from above, overlooking everything, like a god king. At this moment, he passed 18 levels in a row, and reached the peak. But he was not happy, but found that his wife Xuanji had disappeared. He counted with his fingers, and the 33 heaven treasures were running, calculating the changes in the heavenly secrets. Xia disappeared, and it seems that she has entered the core of Yuhua cave heaven, and seems to have encountered a disaster. But after the disaster, there is a great fortune. After calculating for a moment, he confirmed that Xuanji was safe and sound, and then he stopped calculating. Xuanji is the daughter of destiny, with great fortune, and it is impossible for her to die young. Those who calculated her will encounter disasters instead. This is luck and destiny. Concentrating his mind, Xuanji stood on the top of the mountain, urging the secret technique to enter the unity of heaven and man, sensing the destiny in the dark, sensing the changes in the cave heaven, the laws, formations, runes, principles, mysteries, etc. in the cave heaven are constantly changing, and constantly deriving insights, constantly comprehending, constantly understanding the changes in them. The Purple Mansion world is a vast world with a huge area and extremely dense and obscure laws. When a cultivator walks in the Purple Mansion world, it is difficult and awkward to comprehend the laws, but if in some small caves, the laws are sparse and the laws are revealed, it is easier to comprehend. The faster the cultivation speed, the faster the comprehension speed. Many great powers have opened up cave worlds. Because the laws in cave worlds are sparse, it is beneficial for cultivators to practice, and the cultivation speed is extremely fast. With the help of caves, many major forces have cultivated a large number of cultivators, and the number is large and complex. Just like Dangji Xianzhen, in a certain adventure, he got a broken cave, and with the help of the laws of this cave, he continued to comprehend, and in just a short time he became a god, or even a half-step refining virtual. Of course, this cave happens to have the corresponding laws. If the laws in the cave are not in line with itself, it will be useless. Yuhua cave heaven is the place where the laws, great principles, mysteries, runes, formations, etc. that the Yuhua sect's successive generations of Liangsu monks, Hedao monks, Duji monks, and even immortals have continuously comprehended and recorded in the cave heaven. In the laws of the cave heaven, as long as you comprehend carefully, you will get a lot of secret information when you comprehend. The 33 heavenly treasures are running, constantly deducing and recording the mysteries in the cave heaven. Xuanji's eyes are flashing, constantly insight into the mysteries of the world. A trace of divine thoughts are flashing, and constantly comprehending its mysteries. Yuhua sect has produced a total of 3 immortals, 30 Duji monks, and 1000 Hedao monks. As for the Liangsu monks, there are hundreds of thousands. They put their own laws and techniques in the cave heaven, waiting for the destined people. At this moment, I'm standing on the top of the mountain, as if I'm standing in the center of the cave heaven, and I can clearly understand everything. Xuanji's eyes are flashing, constantly capturing its information. There are 18 levels on the road to immortality. When you reach the 10th level, you will be given corresponding permissions. The higher you climb, the higher the permissions you will get, and the clearer you will be able to sense everything. This is one of the benefits after reaching the top. Compared with the laws of the outside world, the laws of Yuhua Dangshan are incomplete and simple, but precisely because of their incompleteness and simplicity, they are easy for cultivators to perceive and improve quickly. The grades of yin and yang divine will, the divine will of the world of mortals, the divine will of creation, the divine will of withering and flourishing, etc. are constantly improving and transforming. Yin and Yang Divine Will was the first to complete the transformation and became the Divine Will of the first grade. Then, the Divine Will of Withering and Flourishing completed the transformation and also became the Divine Will of the first grade. The Divine Will of the world of mortals is also improving, and it has been promoted to the limit of the second grade, and it is only a little short of entering the first grade. The Divine Will of creation is also improving, and it has been promoted to the third grade. But, with the improvement of the Divine Will, the visions are constantly evolving and changing. The black and white take-eye diagram, the diagram of the withering and flourishing of plants and trees, the diagram of the mortal world, the diagram of creation, and other visions continue to emerge and disappear. The Divine Will was rising, but at this moment, with a loud rumbling sound, the evolution cave was collapsing. The formation in the cave was running like a meat grinder, strangling everything. Many runes were fluctuating and changing, annihilating everything. The energy of destruction swept through, melting everything. The earth, water, wind, and fire were surging, turning into endless extinction. Boom boom boom. With a harsh sound, the void was exploding. The Yuhua cave began to collapse, and the energy of destruction swept in. Under the violent energy impact, the mountains were collapsing, the road to immortality was collapsing, and countless cultivators were affected and died. Whether it was the incarnation of the spirit or the key refining cultivator, in the face of such a huge catastrophe, in the face of the destruction of the void explosion, they were just weak ants. Fragile, just a wave. It was heading towards collapse. Sizzle. At this moment, a void crack swept over. The void impact force formed by this crack was comparable to a blow from Liangsu. Dangshan Pearl. At the critical moment, Xuanji flashed and entered the Dangshan Pearl. The energy of destruction also impacted the Dangshan Pearl. The Dangshan Pearl made a crisp sound, but it only supported for a moment before it broke. It's broken. The Dangshan Pearl can't hold on. Xuanji's heart skipped a beat, and the worst situation still appeared. Crack. The Dangshan Pearl continued to break, and the damage was getting worse. Xuanji was sweating slightly, and he was calculating the state of the Dangshan Pearl's damage. But after the calculation, he came to the conclusion that it could only hold on for 10 breaths at most, and then the Dangshan Pearl would be completely broken. Linger, in 10 breaths, the Dangshan Pearl will break. Xuanji said, when the time comes, let's all accept our fate. Lu Yaoling said, Father, I'm a medicine king. According to the human realm, I'm considered a void refiner. I still have some secret techniques that can save my life. Father, be careful. Xuanji sighed. I hope so. It's just that you are too weak. Too weak. This is a humble word. I'm afraid that speaking too harshly will hurt the child's self-esteem. As a medicine king, he has a lifespan of hundreds of thousands of years. His realm is equivalent to that of a void refiner, but he does not have a powerful attacking ability. Not to mention facing a strong man of the same realm, he cannot even defeat a giant and cultivator. After years of hard training, his combat effectiveness has been greatly improved, and he can fight against Yuan cultivators. But he is still very weak. Lu Yaoling said, Father, I'm the king of medicine. I'm weak in combat, but I'm proficient in various escape techniques and life-saving techniques. I have awakened to innate magical powers. One magical power is called Golden Light Body Protection. After activating it, my body will turn golden and turn into golden light to protect my body, which can last from 3 to 10 breaths. I can withstand the attack of a 9th level refining master. As long as the golden light is not extinguished, I will not be killed. The second magical power is called Instantaneous 1000 Miles. It can travel thousands of miles in just 1 year, ignoring all kinds of formations. As long as it is not an 8th grade formation, it cannot trap me. If I drill into the earth, even a combined Taoist monk may not be able to catch me. Xuanji said, I hope so. Lu Yaoling said, Father, take the time fruit tree. It is a semi-immortal tree, and can help you. As he said that, he waved his hand and the time fruit entered Xuanji's danshan. Crack. Crack. At this moment, the cave heaven pearl shattered, and the energy of the void swept in and annihilated. Lu Yaoling wanted to say something, but violent energy swept over and submerged him in an instant, and he disappeared from sight. Chapter 584 Borrowing Future Dao Fruit. Woohoo. In the void, Yuhua Cave Heaven was being destroyed. The energy of destruction impacted everything, forming a terrifying space crack. The domineering and destructive power of the cave heaven, the impact force of the law formed by the explosion of the cave heaven, and the power of the void destruction caused by the destruction of the formation. Gray energy, white ripples, golden waves, etc. All kinds of energy surged and swept across the entire cave heaven world. Yuhua Cave Heaven suffered a catastrophic disaster, and everything was completely destroyed. Hula. Hula. At this moment, the ripples of destruction turned into a tide, sweeping over and annihilating everything. Xuanji's scalp was numb, sweat came out in an instant, and the pure yang broken sword appeared in his hand. The mana in his body was surging, and the mana was transformed into pure yang mana in an instant. The ancient Dao pattern injected into the pure yang broken sword was activated, and a trace of terrifying aura was aroused. The power of pure yang burst out to form a golden sun surrounding the body. Wherever the golden light goes, it is immune to all spell attacks and all energy shocks. Xuanji couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief, but gradually his face turned pale. His mana flowed into the pure yang broken sword like water, absorbing his mana like a vampire. In just 3 breaths, his mana was consumed by 3 layers. At most, 10 breaths would not last long and his mana would be exhausted. Once his mana was exhausted, he would be in a desperate situation. Escape. Xuanji said, urging the pure yang broken sword to escape in a certain direction. Crash. At this moment, as if sensing the crisis, the year's fruit tree, rooted in his danshan, began to release mana and injected it into his body. Xuanji's pale face became more rosy, and the mana that was about to be exhausted was suddenly filled up a lot. He determined the direction and fled in a certain direction. Woo 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 woo. The void was making a sound, and the violent energy and the chaotic power of the cave sky tore everything apart and destroyed everything. But the golden sun evolved from the pure yang broken sword was in motion and death. As if it was indestructible, withstanding many storms, many energies coming at it, and the grey energy sweeping in, but it was difficult to shake it. Following the perception in the dark, Xuanji moved forward to the northwest, like a lone boat in the sea drifting with the wind, as if it was about to capsize at any time, and as if it would fall into destruction in an instant. Looking back, I saw a white sphere being destroyed in the endless void. This is the scene of destruction in the Yuhua Cave Heaven. That kind of destruction scene is shocking, and the heart can't help but change. I wonder how Zia is? Xuanji thought, and was about to make a calculation, but the secret of the sky was in chaos and blurry. The secret of the sky was blurry, and the future was unpredictable. But, at this moment, a huge palm appeared in the void. The palm was hundreds of miles in size. There were clear palm prints and fingerprints on the palm. There were purple runes rising and changing, gathering together to evolve the supreme mystery, like the palm of a god. The moment the palm appeared, it grabbed the destroyed Yuhua Cave Heaven. The destructive force of Yuhua Cave Heaven rushed forward, but when it hit the palm, it was like a breeze, and it was difficult to hurt it. On the palm, purple light was flashing, turning into a force of guidance, guiding the monks below. Swish. The monks who were originally in a catastrophe and were about to be destroyed, turned into purple light and fell on the huge palm. But most people who persisted until the moment of rescue were destroyed and completely turned into ashes. Among these escaping monks, there were Shenhua monks, Jinden monks, and a few were just key refining monks. According to the rules, only Jinden monks are qualified to enter Yuhua Cave Heaven and obtain the corresponding opportunities. As for the key refining monks, their cultivation is too weak and their elm is too low. Just the gravity suppression in the cave can crush them into meat paste, but they can't resist the connections and the special strong men who take action. Under the circumstances, where a certain strong person takes action, the so-called rules are just a joke. Hey, Yuhua Tower, this is a supreme opportunity for me to capture. At this moment, the palm seemed to make a slight surprised sound, as if it sensed something, and reached out to capture a certain figure below. Yuhua Cave Heaven was destroyed, and the tide of destruction swept across it, turning it into a huge explosive force. The force of destruction, tearing everything apart and annihilating everything. Everything, all returned to the abyss. Everything, all turned into destruction. At the moment of crisis, Xuanji escaped into the Yuhua Tower. In the war that year, the Yuhua Tower was severely damaged, and most of the formations were damaged, but it was still a top-level artifact. When escaping into the Yuhua Tower, the space storm outside swept in, and the chaotic power of the cave heaven annihilated it, but it was unable to do anything about it. In the baptism of many storms, the Yuhua Tower remained motionless. I finally control all the authority of the Yuhua Tower. Xuanji breathed a sigh of relief. In the past, her control over the Yuhua Tower was still a little lacking, but now she has complete control. At this moment, she controls the first authority of the Yuhua Tower, and no one can take the Yuhua Tower away. Thinking of this, she began to count the relics again. One is the Yuhua Gourd, which produces Yuhua Golden Liquid. Yuhua Golden Liquid can help cultivators make up for their foundation and improve their aptitude and potential. The worse the aptitude, the more significant the improvement. After taking Yuhua Golden Liquid, on the contrary, those cultivators with strong aptitude and outstanding talents will have a poor improvement effect after taking Yuhua Golden Liquid. For example, just now she took a few sips of Yuhua Golden Liquid and felt that her aptitude had improved a lot, but then it was not very useful. There are many cultivators in the Lu family, but only a few are qualified to enter the God Transformation realm. If they take the feathering golden liquid, it can improve their qualifications and increase the probability of entering the God Transformation realm. Xuanji thought. In addition, if I get hurt, taking the feathering golden liquid can quickly heal the wound, which can be regarded as a holy product for healing. She checked another treasure, which was an altar. She activated the secret technique, and a trace of soul entered the core position, and began to refine the altar. Gradually, the altar was refined. This altar was called the Killing Altar. It was a special secret treasure at that time, and the grade was unknown. It can be directly sacrificed to increase one's own lifespan and combat power. Back then, Luo King Gaiao relied on the Killing Altar to kill many powerful enemies. As for the disadvantage, it was useless when she reached the Hedao realm. When the head of the Feathering sect went to fight the Emperor of Samsara, he did not bring the Killing Altar with him. That is why this secret treasure was preserved. The Killing Altar is not as good as my husband's 33 Heavens treasure after all, Xuanji compared. The 33 Heavens treasure can also increase the power of the body and improve the combat effectiveness. The price paid is relatively small, and it will only make the body weak after using it. However, the Killing Altar sacrifices one's life in exchange for a short-term improvement in realm. Suddenly, Xuanji felt creepy and felt an inexplicable danger. At the critical moment, he saw a huge hand imprinted and directly grabbed the feathering tower. In an instant, Xuanji understood everything. Luo King Gaiao, is this your calculation? It is difficult or even impossible to blow me to death by directly detonating the evolution cave heaven. The only chance of winning is to use the explosion of the feathering cave heaven to directly attract the strong to attack. You succeeded. At this moment, Xuanji activated the Killing Altar, and his lifespan was drastically consumed. 100 years, 200 years, 300 years, 500 years. With the consumption of lifespan, Xuanji's cultivation level is also rising steadily, entering the 7th level of the God Transformation, the 8th level of the God Transformation, the 9th level of the God Transformation, and even half a step into the Void Refining. At this moment, about 1,000 years of lifespan has been consumed. Not enough, or not enough. The most powerful cultivator in the refining void realm, this lifespan is not enough. Burn it. Xuanji said coldly, and her lifespan continued to burn for 3,000 years, 5,000 years, until she burned for 10,000 years, and then she completely broke the shackles, and entered the refining void realm. The Killing Altar was shaking violently, evolving a powerful lifespan, blessing the body, increasing the physique, mana, speed, and strength, increasing from all aspects, and directly increasing to the first level of the refining void realm. This feeling is very familiar, but also very strange. She burned a full 10,000 years of life before she entered the refining void realm. The lifespan of a cultivator in the spiritualization realm is only 5,000 years. Some of the Xuanji among the human cultivators, who practiced special longevity techniques, can only last for 7 or 8,000 years. It is impossible to burn 10,000 years of life. However, when Xuanji got the 7th grade fruit of time on the spot, he gave her one. After taking it, her lifespan increased by 10,000 years. At this moment, she burned her lifespan and fought back. Luo Qingyao is very powerful. She calculated everything. If I didn't have the 7th grade fruit of time and a lifespan of 10,000 years, I might have died. I was captured by a powerful person in the refining void realm when I used the feathering tower, and I was also killed by the refining void realm. Luo Qingyao, you missed the first move and failed to take over my body. You missed the second move and failed to harm me. Xuanji said indifferently. The aura on her body was rising, and she entered the refining void realm. Feeling the realm at this moment, it didn't seem to be amplified by secret techniques, but it was the realm she should have originally. It seemed that she borrowed the future Dao fruit from the future time and space. Is this the secret of the killing altar? Borrowing the Dao fruit directly from the future time and space and blessing it on herself. It only takes less than a quarter of an hour, but it's enough. Xuanji looked at the palm with a calm expression. Just now, that palm was almost invincible, and it was like pinching an ant to death to crush her. But at this moment, when she entered the refining void realm, the enemy in front of her was just so weak. Just an ant at the first level of refining void realm. Yin Yang slash. On Xuanji's palm, the yin and yang ki condensed and turned into a black and white sword. The sword crossed the sky, and the sword energy soared into the sky, slashing out from the air, destroying and nothingness, destroying all things. The void was shattered, and everything was collapsing. The huge palm was cut off. Through the endless void, I saw an old man sitting in a cave. The right hand was broken and blood fell. There was fear in the old man's eyes. Don't run. Xuanji sneered and urged the feathering pagoda. This pagoda was getting bigger and bigger, and the feathering light on it was flying, like a burning flame. There was a green flame sweeping across the world, as if it was going to annihilate all things, as if the void was still. The runes on it were rising, the blue light of destruction was rising and falling, and the breath was boiling. At the moment, when it boiled to the extreme, a vertical eye appeared in the center of the pagoda. The eyes opened vertically, and a destructive feather light shot out directly, as if to purify everything, and wash away all the sins in the world. Not good. The old man flashed a trace of fear. The mana that was activated. Countless runes were rising, constantly gathering together, and turned into a huge tortoise shell, on which the 8 trigrams runes were placed, rising and falling, constantly rotating and changing, evolving thousands of mysteries. Sizzle. The feather light shone on it, and the tortoise shell made a violent sound, as if it was about to be ignited. It only lasted for a moment, and burned a big hole. The old man's body was pierced, and a bloody hole appeared. Not good. At the critical moment, the old man had no time to think about other things, and activated the secret technique to bless the cave. Immediately, the cave jumped in the void, and after just a few flashes, it disappeared. Too cowardly. After just a fight, he was only slightly injured, and the old man retreated without a fight, and took the cave away first. The old man is a powerful person who refines the void, and is an unparalleled giant. Xuanji said she despised him, but when she took action, she didn't despise him at all. But the old man ran away decisively, when he was slightly injured, which was beyond her imagination. What a pity. Xuanji flashed a trace of murderous intent, and was about to chase him. But after a moment, she gave up. Although she locked a trace of the breath of that cave, it would take some time to chase him. However, under the secret technique, she didn't have much time left. Time is running out, so I will use my current cultivation to avenge my Jin family. Xuanji thought, and a murderous intent flashed in her eyes. The murderous intent was boiling, as if it was going to annihilate everything. People under the eaves have to bow their heads. Many times, when facing an enemy that they can't beat, they can only run away. Facing a powerful enemy, they can only choose to endure. The Jin family was destroyed, and some forces were very powerful. Xuanji and she couldn't beat them, so they could only endure and wait until they were strong enough to go and take revenge. But now that I have temporarily obtained the cultivation of the void refining realm and am invincible, it is time to seek revenge on certain people. Swish. Xuanji's footsteps flashed, and the chaotic currents in the void flashed. It only took a breath of time to shuttle through the broken time and space, walk out of the endless void, return to the real world, and return to the Purple Mansion world. When I just entered the Purple Mansion world, I felt uncomfortable. The suppression of the laws of heaven and earth, the suppression of spiritual energy, and the rapid depletion of life. In the Dangshan world, the lifespan of a void refining realm cultivator is 10,000 years. But here, under the suppression of the world's laws, the lifespan quickly passes, and they can only live for 2,000 years. The suppression of the world's laws is like a big whale entering a shallow pool and falling into extreme difficulties. Chapter 585 Nirvana Transformation. Coming to the real world, Xuanji felt uncomfortable. This era was not suitable for the birth of a cultivator of the refining void. Even if there were cultivators who broke their fate, it was not suitable for them to come to the real world. The best choice was to stay in the cave and wait for the world's laws to revive. But, that's enough. Xuanji said, Bei family, Jinxia Cave Heaven, you deserve to suffer a disaster. With a flash of footsteps, Xuanji disappeared, and in just a few moments, he descended over the Bei family. At this moment, many cultivators from the Bei family were coming in and out, busy, and had no idea that a catastrophe would come. One thought will destroy the world. Xuanji urged his divine thoughts, which turned into a sharp blade, cutting into the void, and turning into a terrifying mental storm. The stronger the spiritual storm, the more severe the impact, while the weaker the cultivation was. Under the sweep of the mental storm, the sea of consciousness of the Jiandan cultivators, the Yuanian cultivators, the Huishan cultivators, etc., exploded, bleeding from all 7 orifices, and died like fallen wheat. Weak and small, like an ant. The once prosperous Bei family seemed to be transformed into a desperate ghost den in an instant. The divine mind searched, and found a cave in the endless void. This cave is the Bei family's cave. The area of this cave is only 50 miles in radius and 100 meters in height, showing the shape of a round sky and a square earth. In the cave, a simple formation was set up. There were pieces of spiritual stones in the formation, which transformed the spiritual energy in the spiritual stones into innate spiritual energy. In the center of the formation, there are 3 palaces standing in it, exuding a trace of powerful aura. The 3 ancestors of the Bei family are practicing. The spiritual energy is changing in the intake and outtake, constantly breathing in the old and the new. The Bei family's cave is not only small and simple, but also has very scarce laws. There is only one law to support the operation of the cave. The Bei family's cave is not only much lower than the Yuhua cave, but also far inferior to Lu Xuanji's cave. This is the gap. The gap between caves is often ridiculously large. The cave heaven opened up by the cultivators in the early stage of the refining void realm and the cave heaven opened up by the immortal realm. Great powers are both cave heavens, but the difference between them is too great to describe. The Bei family should be destroyed. Xuanji said indifferently, and his footsteps flashed, and he came near the Bei family cave heaven, waved his hand, and punched the Bei family cave heaven. Not good. At the critical moment, the 3 ancestors of the Bei family sensed the danger, and urged the formation in the cave heaven. The formation started to work, and condensed into a unicorn in the void. The unicorn was huge, about 10 miles tall, with a majestic face and extraordinary aura, emitting bursts of destructive aura. The aura of this unicorn burst out, and it blasted out with 1 claw. 1 claw shattered the universe. At this moment, the force of the explosion was not inferior to that of a refining void realm great power. This was the trump card of the Bei family. Too weak. Xuanji commented indifferently, and the black and white divine sword appeared in his palm, and he chopped it down with 1 sword. Slash the sky. The yin and yang energies surged, the void exploded, and the destructive energy swept everything. The domineering power cut off the ancient and modern times, and destroyed the eternity. Sizzle. With just a slight sound, the body of the unicorn shattered, turning into scattered energy, and dissipating in the endless void space. At the same time, the Bei family cave heaven made a crisp sound, and the inside of the cave heaven made a violent sound. Along with the sound, the formations collapsed directly, and were completely damaged. The cave heaven was damaged, and tiny cracks appeared one after another. The law was collapsing. The big formation was shaking violently, making a creaking sound. It was like a dangerous building on the verge of collapse. Shatter the ground. Xuanji slashed with another sword, In this sword, the yin and yang energies condensed into one and cut towards the Bay family cave heaven. The Bay family cave heaven made a rumbling sound and was cut into two on the spot. Endless power of nothingness, the power of destruction swept over and annihilated the three Bay family ancestors. The ancestor of the Bay family activated the secret technique, and a golden light shield protected his body. But there was no time to do anything else, and three sword energies shot through their bodies, and they perished on the spot, and turned into corpses. Jinzi's figure flashed and disappeared. The extermination of the Bay family was initially completed. Most of the cultivators of the Bay family were killed. As for the remaining remnants and some fish that slipped through the net, there were naturally special cultivators to deal with them. This world is not short of people who take advantage of others' misfortunes. When the Bay family encountered a catastrophe, many former enemies or friends did not mind stepping on them a few times. And Jingsha Dangshan seems to be much weaker than I imagined. There are only 7 half-step refining masters, and only one seriously injured refining master is much weaker than I imagined. Jinzi was slightly surprised, and her eyes saw through the ages, looking into the endless void. The void destroyed everything, and in the endless nothingness, there was a box of golden cave world. It was Jingsha Dangshan, but Jingsha Dangshan was much weaker than she imagined. In her imagination, Jingsha Dangshan was strong and powerful, with 3 to 5 great masters of refining emptiness and many unknown trump cards. However, at this moment, she found that Jingsha Dangshan was much weaker than she had imagined. Swish. The next moment, Jinxie descended and activated the feathering tower. The light of the feathering tower was flashing, as bright as the blue sun. It seemed that it had reached its peak. The blue light of feathering washed down and annihilated Jingsha Dangshan. Not good. In Jingsha Dangshan, the seriously injured refining emptiness monk felt uneasy and activated many formations. Suddenly, Jingsha Dangshan was like a swimming fish, quickly shuttling through the void and escaping. Fleeing without a fight, this refining emptiness master in Jingsha Dangshan was much more cunning than she had imagined. Golden light. Jinxie activated the golden light and chased after him regardless of the loss of mana. The void was changing, and Lu Xuanji moved forward, finally breaking through the void and returning to the real world. He heaved a sigh of relief, but his mood was still fluctuating, thinking about how Jinzi cut off the giant palm with a sword. Obviously, Jinzi used some secret techniques and temporarily had the cultivation of the refining void. What kind of secret technique is it that actually allows Zia to have the combat power of the refining void level? But how much price will it cost? Lu Xuanji thought, with worry flashing in his eyes. There are gains and losses, and those explosive secret techniques must have corresponding prices. Some of the prices paid are quite huge. With trepidation and all kinds of uneasiness, he waited patiently. About a month later, the news came. Not long ago, a war broke out in Zhangzhou. During the war, a demon head destroyed the Bay family and also destroyed Jingsha Cave Heaven. But it was precisely because of this that the strong men of the human race were besieged. The demon head died under the siege of many lurkers and was blasted into pieces. He asked for other news and there were different versions. In these versions, the descriptions of this demon head are different, and the human race powerhouses who took action are also different. Listening to these versions, Jinzi made a slight calculation, but it was all fuzzy, and he could not sense any secrets. The secrets of heaven fell into chaos. Lu Xuanji was happy in his heart, and not being able to calculate the secrets of heaven was the best news. Zia, you are really ruthless. You directly destroyed the Bay family and the Jingsha Cave Heaven. You have avenged your hatred. The hatred of the family has finally been avenged. I just don't know how your injuries are. Lu Xuanji frowned slightly, and a trace of worry flashed across his face. A gentleman's revenge is never too late. In order to take revenge, Jinzi endured for a full 1,700 years, and now he has finally taken revenge. Revenge means that the cause and effect have been resolved, and he is in a much happier mood. After this cause and effect ends, Jinzi's continued progress will be by leaps and bounds. The speed of robbery will be very fast, and he will enter an unprecedented realm. There is also a probability that he will prove the Dao Liangsu level 3. Zia, where are you? Lu Xuanji was worried. At the moment, when Lu Xuanji was worried, Jinzi was experiencing a transformation of life and death. In the endless void, the feathering tower was shuttling and swimming, like a rising and falling fish, like a soaring bird, constantly rising and falling in the void. The feathering tower was constantly changing its position and moving, avoiding the pursuit of some powerful people. In the feathering tower, a female cultivator was sitting. Her body was like white jade, emitting crystal light all over her body, and her body exuded a sense of softness. Her skin was delicate, with bursts of precious light flashing, and her skin flashed with soft beauty. However, cracks appeared on her body, as if broken porcelain was pieced together. The breath of the body fluctuated, sometimes rising and then declining. Xuanji frowned slightly, the corners of his mouth twitched, and a trace of pain flashed across his face. When he ran the skills, the mana just ran a circle, and a crisp sound was made, and the skin cracked, and blood flowed out, and scattered on the ground. The blood was jade colored, like white jade pearls. When it landed on the ground, it returned to the body, and repaired the injuries. With a thought, a gourd appeared, and there was a nirvana pill in it. Zhang Oral took it, and the medicinal power of the nirvana pill melted, gradually turning into a purple-red flame, rising in the body. The injuries were healing little by little, and the cultivation was improving little by little. But there was no time to rejoice. A crisp sound came from the body, and the body was damaged again. Blood flowed out, dripping. Cough cough cough. Xuanji coughed, sensing the injuries of the body. There were hideous wounds on the body, and there was grey energy eroding the wounds. There were also lines eroding the body, increasing the injuries of the body. In the past 3 months, she has been taking various elixirs to repair the injuries of the body. But in the end, it failed. The injuries are getting worse. Ahem. I still underestimated a powerful cultivator of the void refining realm. Even if he is old and seriously injured, he still has terrifying killing power once he fights hard. Xuanji sighed, thinking back to the battle 3 months ago. He still had lingering fears and his heart was trembling. A cultivator of the void refining realm is more afraid of death than a cultivator of the spiritual transformation realm. A cultivator of the spiritual transformation realm is more afraid of death than a cultivator of the nascent soul realm. The more top level strong men there are, the more afraid they are of death. Because they have strong cultivation and long lifespans, they are reluctant to die, and are unwilling to die. At the moment of the battle, the cultivator of the void refining realm in Xuanji just broke apart at the first touch, and then began to run away, giving people a timid feeling, as if this was another old turtle. Xuanji chased him, and would not stop, until he destroyed Xuanji. The cultivator of the void refining realm ran away with Xuanji, but was eventually caught up by Xuanji. Then, the two sides began a life and death battle. Before the battle, the refining void was timid and afraid of death, but when the moment of fighting came, he showed his terrifying side, decisive and amazing killing. In the fierce battle, after hundreds of moves, Xuanji finally killed him, and destroyed and blew up the Jinxia cave heaven. But the price was also huge, and she was seriously injured. Of course, if she was a refining void master, even if she was seriously injured, it would be a small matter. But the key is that she is only at the 6th level of the spiritualization realm, and can only burst out the combat power of the refining void realm with secret techniques. After time passed, the injury continued to worsen, and the erosion of mana became more and more serious. The effect was almost fatal. She almost fell. At the critical moment, she escaped into the feathered tower, and used the feathered tower to suppress her own injuries. Relying on the suppressing power of the feathered tower, she suppressed the injuries on her body and barely survived. But the Taoist injuries on her body not only did not dissipate, but worsened. For now, the only solution is to use the art of transformation in nirvana, enter nirvana, and transform in life and death. If the transformation is successful, you can break the shackles in one fell swoop, and enter the realm of refining emptiness. If nirvana fails, you can only turn into ashes. Xuanji looked calm, thinking of a healing scripture. This healing scripture can reverse life and death, and can completely restore a seriously injured and dying body, completely heal all injuries, and improve the cultivation by a large margin. But correspondingly, the price paid is also huge. If it fails, it will be completely ashes. Recalling everything in the past, Xuanji thought of Xuanji, and thought of this husband, and a trace of nostalgia flashed through her mind. After the nostalgia, it turned into a firm look, and the aura on her body was rising. Later, golden lights appeared one after another, turning into golden silk threads wrapped around her body, and gradually turned into a huge cocoon, wrapping her body. The cocoon was making a slight sound, as if the heart was beating. The cocoon made a thumping sound, and gradually changed from golden to bloody. On the periphery of the cocoon, golden flames appeared. The flames burned, and turned into vitality, and injected into the cocoon. At the same moment, countless top-grade spiritual stones appeared, and fell near the cocoon, transforming into pure spiritual energy, and infusing it into the cocoon. The metamorphosis god appeared, and the golden metamorphosis golden liquid exuded a sacred and majestic aura, which was injected into the cocoon, and changed its structure. The killing altar appeared, and streams of blood-colored energy were injected into the cocoon. The metamorphosis tower was buzzing, and rays of metamorphosis light were injected into the cocoon, turning into the source of powerful transformation. The transformation continued, and the change continued. Xuanji fell into a deep sleep, and in the deep sleep, he was reborn and metamorphosed. Either he became invincible, or he died in obscurity. But it was precisely because of the fear of failure, and the fear that someone would be sad after the failure, that he completed the transformation here alone. But, in the void, the metamorphosis tower jumped again, and disappeared in the void in an instant, and no trace was known. Countless powerful people calculated its location, but all came up blank. It was difficult to deduce, and its whereabouts were unknown. Chapter 586 Leaving Zhongzhou. The weather is too hot, and I have no energy to write. The luxurious attic, tall and solemn, stands in the center of the city, unique. The overall color is purple, and magnificent, with two stone lions at the front door, standing on both sides of the gate, looking overbearing and mighty. The black gate stands in front, with golden doornails protruding on it, and above the gate, there is a relief of a green dragon on the left and a relief of a white tiger on the right, which looks majestic and raised. The 3 central gates are closed, and only the 6 gates on both sides are open. There are monks coming in and out, and the crowd is flowing, which is quite lively. At the top of the attic, a plaque is hung there, with 3 big characters, Jihading Pavilion. Entering Jihading Pavilion, on the first floor, there are various counters, with glass shields on the counters, and there are foundation building pills, true essence pills, purple yang pills, pure yang pills, etc. There are about thousands of kinds of pills placed randomly, with a large number and a wide variety. When entering the second floor, there are all kinds of spiritual treasures, spiritual tools, secret treasures, forbidden tools, killing tools, etc. from the 1st grade to the 7th grade, with a large number and a wide variety. Entering the 3rd floor, there are auction venues, divided into different spaces, and items of different grades are auctioned one after another. There are monks coming in and out, spending a lot of money, which seems quite generous and domineering. The 4th floor, the 5th floor, and the 6th floor are one after another, and each floor is mysterious, and has supreme opportunities. As long as you have enough money, you can buy all kinds of items. It's just that the corresponding currency is also changing. On the attic of the 7th floor, Xuanji sat there, waiting patiently. Just a moment later, a woman appeared, with curved eyebrows, charming eyes, black and slender hair, a slender neck, shoulders like a knife, full and firm, wearing a red silk phoenix skirt with pleats on the skirt and fine vertical lines. Under the skirt, she was wearing red trousers, sitting finely. The woman stepped forward and said, "My name is Han Fengson. What do you need?" Xuanji asked, "Do you have any Dao pills here?" Han Fengson smiled and said, "Of course there are. The price is 300,000 spirit stones." Xuanji's eyebrows were twitching, and he frowned and said, "It's too expensive." Han Fengson said, "Dao is a cultivator of the God transformation realm. In the future, you will strive to reach the realm of refining void. A Dao pill can help cultivators understand the changes between reality and illusion, the mystery of nothingness, and increase the probability of one level. The price is not high. Any pill that can help cultivators achieve the realm of refining void is very expensive." Xuanji said, "Are there any other pills that can help cultivators achieve the realm of refining void?" Han Fengson sat opposite, opened a booklet and said, "The 7th grade Dao Enlightenment Pill can help cultivators improve their comprehension and increase the probability of achieving the realm of refining void. The price is 10 million spirit stones. The 7th grade King Breaking Pill can forcibly break through the level and prove the Dao of refining void, but it will damage the foundation afterwards and hurt the future." And then he continued to talk about 7 or 8 kinds of elixirs that could help cultivators reach the realm of refining emptiness, but they cost a lot of spirit stones. Lu Xuanji listened and calculated the spirit stones in his pocket, which gave him a slight headache. Lu Xuanji said, 2 Dao pills. Han Fengson said, Dao are very generous. Do you need anything else? Dao has already condensed the 1st grade divine will, but it is quite difficult to transform the divine will into laws, and you may fail at any time. If the opportunity does not come, thousands of years of hard practice will be useless. If it is a Dao enlightenment pill, it can increase the probability. Now, we still have one here, and it's hard to say after a while. Lu Xuanji said, I wanted to, but I have no money, so let's not talk about it. Han Fengson observed the guest, thought about the guest's needs, and began to sell goods again. Dao, I have a set of 7th grade spirit gathering formations. After setting up the formation at the mountain gate, the spiritual energy around can be gathered and transformed into innate spiritual energy, which can be used for Dao to practice. Whether Dao practice is alone, or for family disciples, it will be a great benefit. Lu Xuanji became interested and asked, are there any other 7th grade formations here? Yes. Han Fengson nodded, got up and left, and returned a moment later with a scroll of atlas in his hand. He waved and handed it over. Lu Xuanji took it, and flipped through it carefully, but frowned slightly. Some formations were recorded in these atlases, which seemed to have already existed in the Chaos Ancient Palace. Moreover, the formations in the Chaos Ancient Palace were more profound and mysterious, and the laws and mysteries contained in them were more profound. Lu Xuanji closed the atlas and said, I don't need the formations for the time being. I need some rare spiritual medicine seeds. I don't care about the grade, I only care about the type. The more types, the better. Han Fengson left, and after a while, she took out a bag. When he opened the bag, there was a huge space inside, and there were various spiritual medicine seeds in the space, with a wide variety of quantities. Lu Xuanji's eyes brightened immediately when he saw it, and he went forward to collect them and look for some rare seeds. These seeds were all spiritual medicines that were not available in the East Wilderness. There were about more than 3,000 kinds of spiritual medicine seeds scattered here and there. The price was only 10,000 spirit stones. Han Fengson said again, Dao, it is not difficult to obtain spiritual medicine seeds, but if you want to cultivate them, you need extremely high spiritual planting technology and have more stringent requirements for their living environment. Here is a scroll of pictures that record the precautions for spiritual medicine cultivation. Do you need it? As for the price, it is quite cheap, only 30,000 spiritual stones. Lu Xuanji muttered in his heart, cheap as a whim. The things in Jihuding Pavilion are generally more expensive, but the variety here is complete, and many things that are lacking in the outside world can be bought here. Not only that, it is the safest to sell things here. Many shops and businesses in the Xiuxin world are very unsafe. You may buy something on the front foot, and then be killed by a strong man. There are many such cases. But Jihuding Pavilion guarantees that it will never disclose the information of customers and achieve absolute safety. This is something that many shops cannot do. He spent money to buy some things again, such as Yuanshan pill, Shenaidang, Yuanying pill, etc., as well as a scroll of Liangsu Danang's notes, spending 2.3 million spiritual stones, and left later. After walking out of Jihuding Pavilion, he looked around. With a flash of his figure, Lu Xuanji disappeared. About a month later, he left Zhongzhou, entered the endless wilderness, and headed towards the East Wilderness. The golden light under his feet was flashing, and the speed was extremely fast, like a fleeting light. After walking for 3 years, he arrived at the territory of Jin State, which was already the East Wilderness. After walking for another 2 months, he entered the territory of Chu State. Finally home. Lu Xuanji looked at everything at home, and his heart was ups and downs. No matter how good the outside world is, it is not as good as home. I would rather love a pinch of soil in my hometown than 1,000 taels of gold in a foreign land. I have been away from home for 300 years, and now I'm finally home. With flashing steps, he returned to the Lu family. The Lu family's gate is expanding, and the Lingshan is expanding, and the appearance is very different from the time of leaving. Looking from afar, the mountains are steep and towering, with strange rocks standing in rows, surrounded by fog, ethereal and changeable, like a fairyland. There is also a river flowing, shuttling among the peaks. There are waterfalls falling, flying down, like a silver door curtain. 72 peaks stood there, each with a different shape. Some were filled with murderous aura, some were rising with alchemy, some were filled with the aura of spiritual medicine, and some were emitting the flames of destruction. Under each peak, a spiritual vein was connected, and a 6th grade killing array was laid on it. The 72 6th grade killing arrays were combined together, and the power they burst out was comparable to the 7th grade killing array. Even the cultivators of the void refining realm could resist it for a moment. When they descended on the Lu family, Xuanji sensed a strong aura. There were at least 30 gods in the Lu family, and as for the nascent soul cultivators, there were as many as 3,000. As for the golden core cultivators, purple mansion cultivators, etc., there were countless. The gods are also becoming common. Xuanji sighed. The spiritual energy recovery continued, and the spiritual energy of the true state had risen by more than 3 levels compared to when he left. The rise of spiritual energy led to the faster cultivation of the cultivators, and the number of various spiritual medicines, spiritual herbs, spiritual minerals, etc. was also increasing dramatically. The difficulty of cultivators upgrading was decreasing, and the number of cultivators was also increasing in large numbers. When approaching the formation, divine thoughts came to scan. After confirming that it was not an enemy, the formation slowly opened. Just after returning to the cave, I opened the cave, and it was full of dust. I activated the spell to clean the cave. Soon the cave became spotless, as clear as a mirror. At this time, a light flashed at the entrance of the cave, and a woman came in. She had bright eyes, white teeth, black eyebrows, cherry mouth, ice-like skin, beautiful demeanor, and graceful figure. She wore a green dress, and the tight clothes wrapped her graceful figure. She exuded elegance and luxury in every move. It was King Lian. King Lian said, "You're back." Xuanji asked, "I'm back, but how is Xia?" King Lian sighed, "You ask me, and I want to ask you. How is Xia? In my perception, she is trapped in nirvana, trapped in a state of half life and half death. Her state is very strange. She seems very powerful, but very weak, fragile and dying." Xuanji said, "I don't know either. When we encountered a strong enemy, we separated." As he said, he told what happened in Yuhua Cave Heaven. King Lian frowned slightly and said, "Forget it. This matter can't be blamed on you. She is in a secret place, transforming. If successful, she can become a great power of refining emptiness in one fell swoop, but if she fails, she will turn into ashes. She is going to fight for her life. The one who knows oneself best is oneself." As the negative personality of Xuanji, King Lian is quite familiar with this original body. The spiritual energy is reviving, and this original body is also beginning to fall behind. For the sake of fate, he must fight for life and death. Thinking of this, King Lian said, "Husband, I'm also going to retreat. If I succeed, I will achieve the Dao of refining void. If I fail, I will turn into ashes." King Lian. Xuanji thought of something, and went forward to grab her hand and said, "This is for you." As he said that, he took out a Dao pill, and handed it to him. King Lian looked at the Dao pill, and wanted to refuse it, because it was not very useful to her. But in the end, she took it, because refusing others would hurt someone's self-esteem, so she might as well accept it. King Lian took the pill, and a trace of aura emanated from her body, but it was just a trace, but it had great power. She smiled and said, "Husband, I'm a half-step refining void cultivator. Not long ago, I was ranked 18th on the hidden dragon list. Although the ranking is not high, it is also considered a peerless genius. The probability of me entering the refining void is very high. Besides, my body is King Lian, a 7th grade spiritual treasure, and the bottleneck is very small." Xuanji said, "Be careful there too. King Lian said, I understand. As they spoke, the two leaned against each other, hugged each other again, and got close to each other. Only by being close together can one relieve the restlessness and uneasiness in one's heart. As they get closer, the expressions of the two change, and the fire in each other burns. Soon, they no longer suppress each other, and begin to get close to each other. About 3 days later, King Lian, who had felt comfortable, felt happy. His cultivation was steadily improving, and his state of mind was improving. He felt indescribably comfortable all over. Looking at the man on the bed, he wanted to say something, but he gritted his teeth and said nothing. Instead, he turned around and disappeared. He continued to stop, fearing that he would continue to stick to each other and forget everything else. Boom boom boom. With the sound of the cave was completely closed. Xuanji was in retreat, trying to impact the realm of refining emptiness. Looking at the closed cave, Xuanji said silently, King Lian, you have to work hard too. A man and a woman were sitting in the hall. The man was handsome, but his eyes were full of vicissitudes, as if he had experienced countless years of changes and ups and downs. He sat there calmly and elegantly. Opposite him sat a woman as white as snow. She was very beautiful, with cloud-like hair, a beautiful body, a straight nose, and soft lips with beautiful curves and full of sexiness. She had a slender figure, graceful and outstanding, with a straight chest, exuding a charming aura. The light blue dress showed off her perfect figure and revealed a mature taste. Silver earrings hung on her pink and white earlobes. Her pair of smart eyes seemed as bright as stars, and she was extremely charming and beautiful. The handsome man was Xuanji. The charming woman was Ningzu. Xuanji sat there, listening and drinking tea. Ningzu was holding an account book, telling about the situation of the Lu family, the situation of the Chu state in the past 300 years, and the situation of nearby countries. Some people didn't care, but Ningzu had to care. In the past, she was just a humble maid, a marginal character in the Lu family. But later, the mistress of the Lu family, Yuanyi, passed away, and the two sons also went to Wuanyu to establish their own businesses. As for Xuanji, King Lian and others, they had greater prestige and influence, but they were busy practicing, and were very indifferent to external things. Hongfu, who was in the same period, also died in a calamity. Under various influences and various changes in the situation, Ningzu gradually became the ruler of the Lu family. Many Lu family cultivators would call her ancestor when they saw her. Ningzu did not forget her roots at the moment of joy. She knew that the master was the real ruler, and she was just temporarily managing on his behalf. At this moment, she was telling the master what happened in the Lu family. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 587, Enlightenment Stone, Hidden Dragonless Challenge. Ningzu said, it has been less than 300 years since the master left, but the spiritual energy of Chu has further revived, and the spiritual energy has risen by as much as 5 levels. The number of spiritual veins is constantly increasing, and various resources are also increasing. The most important thing is that the crust, where Chu is located, is expanding, and the area has expanded by 3 times. Chu has changed a lot over the years. There are 135 Jinhua cultivators alone, and as for those cultivators who have not yet been counted, no one knows how many there are. There are already more than 5,000 Yuanian cultivators, and there are as many as 1 million Jiandan cultivators. As for the lower level Jiandan cultivators, Purple Mansion cultivators, etc., there are even more incalculable. In the past era, the probability of becoming a foundation building cultivator with 5 spiritual roots was very low, because they absorbed more spiritual energy, spent more time, and spent more resources. But now the probability of building a foundation with 5 spiritual roots is very high. As long as a cultivator with 5 spiritual roots does not die halfway, he has a probability of 5 levels to achieve foundation building. Many cultivators at the peak of key refining can naturally build a foundation without taking foundation building pills. Times have changed, and the world has become more and more unfamiliar. As Ningzu said this, Her mind was also fluctuating. In her time, it was very difficult to build a foundation, and only a few geniuses were qualified to do so. But in today's era, 7 out of 10 cultivators can build a foundation, and the remaining 3 die on the way. In that era, a Chindan was a big boss, and could be called a king and a lord, and could be honored as an ancestor. But now, a mere Chindan is not worthy of being called an ancestor, and only a Shenhua cultivator is qualified to be called an ancestor. Ningzu continued, the number of cultivators is increasing, but the difficulty of achieving nascent soul is still there. Most of those Chindan cultivators are stuck between the first and second levels of Chindan, and their realm is a bit low. But I'm at the 6th level of Chindan, which is enough to suppress the heroes. Over the years, many cultivators have had adventures, and soared to the sky. Then, some cultivators began to swell, and wanted to challenge the majesty of my Lu family, but I killed them. In the past 300 years, I have successively killed 12 Chindan cultivators. The revival of spiritual energy has increased the number of Chindan cultivators and significantly improved their combat effectiveness. Correspondingly, we cultivators born in the Dharma ending age have a faster cultivation speed and stronger combat effectiveness. Listening to the news, Lu Xuanji sighed, times have changed, and they have encountered a good era. Fortunately, we have the first mover advantage, and are progressing faster. But there can be no slackness. If we are slow, and are surpassed by the younger generations, it will be a bit embarrassing. Ningzu said, the birth of a strong man requires a lot of resources, especially the resources after the transformation of the spirit, which are even more scarce and precious. To a certain extent, whoever controls those top resources controls the number of strong people born. Over the years, under my continuous management, more than 5 layers of ordinary resources in Chu state, as well as more than 7 layers of top resources, etc., are all under the control of the Lu family. There are 130 transformation of the spirit in Chu state, but the Lu family has produced more than 50 of them. As for the affiliated transformation of the spirit, there are more than 30. Most of the remaining transformation of the spirit are also on good terms with the Lu family. As for those transformation of the spirit who are at odds with the Lu family, some were killed by me, and some left Chu state and went to other places. Chu state is the private land of my Lu family, but the development of the Lu family has also encountered bottlenecks. The major factions of the Lu family are constantly fighting. There is a shortage of talents, unfair distribution of resources, conflicts with those independent cultivators, and conflicts with some close families. These restrict the development of the Lu family, and also restrict the development of Chu state. Lu Xuanji listened and frowned slightly and said, what are your plans? Ningzu said, you can combine more than a dozen sects such as the Lu family, the Zhao family, the Yi family, the Bei family, etc. into a new sect. Lu Xuanji pondered and said, I understand. Your intention is to change the Lu family's exclusive enjoyment to sharing by several families? Ningzu nodded and said, the Chu state is too big and the Lu family is too small. It is a bit beyond their ability to control the Chu state. It is not impossible to control it by force, but the cost is very high. Just like the Li family of the Wu state, there is no problem in controlling the entire Wu state, but the cost is not cost effective. I plan to. Lu Xuanji said, I understand, you go down, just do as you said. Ningzu breathed a sigh of relief and said, in recent years, the Chu state has produced many resources. Some resources are quite scarce, which is also very beneficial to the owner. All those treasures are placed in the secret library. What a coincidence. Lu Xuanji said, I also bought some local specialties in Zhangzhou, which happen to be scarce in the Chu state. Ningzu nodded, and went to a certain location forward. After a while, they arrived at a cave, which was surrounded by a powerful formation. Ningzu stepped forward to open the formation, and as the light film changed, the two entered the secret library. In the secret library, there were wooden shelves, and on the wooden shelves were items. Some were kept in special boxes with labels on them. Some were broken swords, only half of them, which looked inconspicuous at first glance, but if you look closely, they are the remains of a 7th grade spiritual treasure. There were also some scrolls, which recorded the cultivation insights of a great master. There was also a roll of animal skin, which recorded a supreme magical power. There was also a jade slip, which recorded half a volume of immortal scriptures. The secret library was not large in area, but the inventory inside was of high quality, rare and precious. Ningzu said, "Master, over the years, the Lu family has opened some markets and many shops in various places, which are responsible for collecting some strange things. Or there are cultivators who can use some rare items, to buy some items from the Lu family, or ask for help from the Lu family. Over the years in the sea, the Lu family cultivators have had adventures outside, or dug up some treasures. Some of them were kept by themselves, and some were exchanged and put into the secret library. There are some things that I can identify, but there are some things that I can't identify." Xuanji said happily, "Not bad, not bad. There are many treasures in the treasure house that are rare and precious." As he spoke, he stepped forward to a wooden shelf, pointed to a roll of animal skin and said, "This roll of exercises is a Buddhist supernatural power, called Bodhi Cause and Effect Body. There is only half a roll, and it can be practiced to the initial stage of transformation at most, but for cultivators, it is also a rare secret technique. There is also this stone, called Star Godun, which is a 7th grade divine material, and can be used to forge a 7th grade spiritual treasure. The only pity is that the material is a bit rare, so it can only be made into a sword or dagger. If it is used to forge a long sword, it is much worse. But if other materials are added, it can also be forged into a 7th grade spiritual treasure. There is also this spiritual herb, called Dingshan flower, which can be used as medicine to refine Dingshan pills, which can increase the upper limit of the cultivator's soul. And this seed, which is the seed of the phoenix tree, is born from the nirvana. It takes a long time to revive, and it costs a lot of spiritual stones and spiritual medicines, etc. But it is of great help to the fire attribute cultivators. This is a sky-breaking stone, which can help cultivators open up caves and strengthen caves." Xuanji walked in the secret library, paused in front of some wooden racks, entered the treasure appraisal stage, and commented on some treasures. The mobile phone was running, and the identification function of the mobile phone was turned on, constantly scanning and processing information, and then giving corresponding appraisals. In the secret library, there are some treasures that are still very useful to him. Sure enough, building a corresponding large force is still beneficial. It can help him plunder resources in Chu state, and save a lot of time. Hey, this is the Enlightenment Stone. Suddenly, Xuanji saw a stone. This stone was very large, about 1 person tall. It was very inconspicuous at first glance, but after checking it with his mobile phone, he concluded that it was an Enlightenment Stone. This Enlightenment Stone is too big. Normally, a fist-sized Enlightenment Stone is worth 1,000,000 spirit stones. But the Enlightenment Stone in front of me is as tall as a person. Xuanji said happily, and directly activated the secret technique to put the Enlightenment Stone into the storage bag, saying, "I will take this Enlightenment Stone away." Ningzu asked curiously, "What is the Enlightenment Stone? Is it related to enlightenment?" Xuanji said, "That's right. The Enlightenment Stone contains the rhyme of Tao, which can help cultivators to understand Tao. Every time a cultivator understands Tao, he will consume the rhyme of Tao. When the rhyme of Tao is exhausted, the Enlightenment Stone will be scrapped. This Enlightenment Stone is very helpful to me." Ningzu said, "I'm glad it helps you. If there is anything else in the secret library, you can take it away." Xuanji nodded and said, "Then I won't be polite." He began to pick things, and took them away directly. Tangshan stone, the size of a fist, can help cultivators temper their bodies and polish their acupoints, which is good for even those at the peak of the transformation of the spirit. Void stone, only the size of a wash basin, can help cultivators open up caves and heavens, which is good for impacting the refining of the void. The fairy crystal, the size of a fist, contains a strong fairy spirit. There are also some other miscellaneous things, which were taken away without any courtesy. At the same time, Xuanji opened the storage bag and sent some treasures to the secret vault. the questioning pill, the year's fruit, the creation fruit, the nirvana fruit, the enlightenment tea, etc. were all put into the secret vault and labeled as one of the foundations of the Lu family. In Ningzu's mind, one must have great merit to enter the secret vault. When taking some treasures from the secret vault, they must be compensated with corresponding treasures. Walking out of the secret vault, Lu Xuanji flashed and arrived at the medicine garden. As the Lu family continues to grow, the number of medicine gardens is also expanding. There are countless small and medium-sized medicine gardens, and there are also 7 or 8 large medicine gardens. When entering the medicine garden, Lu Xuanji smelled a faint fragrance. The fragrance is so rich that it is charming and intoxicating. There are about a dozen kinds of spiritual trees, such as the peach tree, the fruit tree of years, the 5-element fruit tree, the fruit tree of good fortune, the tea tree of enlightenment, the fairy banana tree, etc., which are scattered around, and they are scattered in an orderly manner, showing a unique charm. The grades of these spiritual trees vary. The lowest is the 3rd grade, and the highest is the 6th grade. Among the many spiritual trees, there are many spiritual medicines planted, intertwined with each other. The grades of spiritual medicines vary, but they all achieve sustainable development. Every year, one crop is harvested, and another crop is planted, realizing a benign cycle. Lu Xuanji took out some spiritual medicine seeds, and scattered them on the ground. The seeds were arranged in an orderly manner. It took only 3 breaths to activate the power of good fortune for the seeds to germinate. After 10 breaths, the spiritual medicine began to grow. 1 breath is equivalent to 1 year. The spiritual medicine is growing continuously, and after 100 years, it becomes a 1st grade spiritual medicine. A few injected the power of good fortune to ripen, and the grade of the spiritual medicine is rising, becoming the 2nd grade. As the years continue to increase, the grade of the spiritual medicine also increased. After 10 days, the spiritual medicine was swaying and had grown to the 6th grade. Then, other spiritual medicines were ripened, and their grades were improved. The whole process was smooth, fast, and steady. Ningzu stood aside and watched the process. From the initial surprise and horror, she became numb. In the world of immortal cultivation, spiritual medicines are not difficult to find, but high-grade spiritual medicines are difficult to find. The 1st grade enlightenment tea and the 6th grade enlightenment tea are both enlightenment tea leaves, but because of different years and grades, the effects they bring are very different, and the prices are almost the same. But in the hands of this master, countless spiritual medicines are growing and ripening quickly. The grade is improving, the years are improving, and the time is greatly shortened. The whole process can be called a gift from heaven and earth. Master, have you become a 6th grade spiritual plant master, or even a 7th grade spiritual plant master? Ningzu asked. I guess so, Lu Xuanji said. Ningzu said happily, if we can cultivate a 7th grade spiritual tree, it will be of great benefit to our Lu family. Lu Xuanji laughed a few times and said, Xiaoxu, if we cultivate a 7th grade spiritual tree, can the Lu family keep it? Who knows? The next moment, even if a great master of refining emptiness comes to kill people and rob treasures, Ningzu was speechless. Lu Xuanji said, Xiaoxu, you can manage the affairs of the Lu family properly. Don't delay too long. Cultivating immortals is the first priority. As for other things, they are not important. Ningzu nodded and said, Master, I miss you a little. Lu Xuanji nodded and said, okay, then I will accompany you for a while. Ningzu was happy. The following years became quiet and leisurely. In his spare time, Lu Xuanji planted spiritual medicines and spiritual herbs, cultivated some spiritual trees, and pruned them. At night, he and Ningzu had a yin and yang rest, comprehending the mysteries of yin and yang. One is a pure yang Taoist body, and the other is a pure insane body. The two extreme physiques fit together perfectly. The two of them spend 2 days together, and the effect is extremely obvious. In just a dozen years, their cultivation has improved a lot, and they have vaguely reached the peak of the 7th level of the spiritualization. They are just a little bit away from entering the 8th level of the spiritualization. Enjoying the happiness of men and women, Ningzu is immersed in it. The cultivation is also steadily improving. Not long ago, he broke through a small bottleneck and entered the 7th level of the spiritualization. In his spare time, Ningzu manages everything in the state of Chu, and also accepts the Xianling sect and transforms it. This sect, which used to belong to Danji Xianzhen, began to change to the name of Zhaohua Xianzhen. Time is passing, and 30 years have passed in the blink of an eye. On this day, the void was making a slight sound, and Lu Xuanji suddenly felt that his own aura was changing, and a trace of information came. Watch and Taoist, number 30 on the hidden dragon list, challenges Zhaohua Taoist, number 29 on the hidden dragon list. Right square bracket. Chapter 588 Phoenix Fairy. The challenge of the hidden dragon ranking is about to begin. Lu Xuanji was slightly surprised, but calmed down later. The challenge is a little late, but not too late, Lu Xuanji said, and under the urging of his divine consciousness, a projection immediately entered the list. The list was changing, and a ring appeared in the void. The ring was huge and boundless, surrounded by a wide space. On the ring stood a cultivator wearing a green coat. His aura was ancient and powerful. He was already a half-step refining void cultivator. There was wood energy rising around him. He said lightly, "This Taoist friend, how are you recently?" Lu Xuanji said, "Not bad." Taoist watched and said, "I'm a little bit behind. I came to challenge you. If I can defeat you, I can get a little bit of refining void luck." Lu Xuanji smiled, waved his hand and said, "Dao, you should retreat. You are not my opponent." Taoist watched and said, "Dao, take it." Boom boom boom. The terrifying aura was rising, and an endless sea appeared behind him. The sea water was rushing, vast and huge. The aura of Watch and Taoist was rising. When it reached its peak, his heart was beating violently, making a thumping sound, and his blood was surging like magma, emitting a hot breath. When the blood rose to its peak, it turned into a smoke of essence and rose up, turning into the shape of a dragon and a tiger. The mana in Danshan was flowing, like a river bursting its banks, gathering in the limbs, and turning into a terrifying explosive force. Kaba. With a crisp sound, Watch and Taoist took a half step with his left foot, but when he took the step, he was in front of Lu Xuanji in an instant. The power accumulated in his right hand condensed into a point, and his fist was like a crossbow arrow, attacking and killing. The punch was like thunder. There was a bursting sound in the void, turning into a divine sound of destruction, bombarding Lu Xuanji's face. Along with the terrifying force and endless killing intent, the sea of blood and corpses was gathering, and the flames of destruction were rolling, as if it would turn into a sea of blood and corpses in an instant, and blood would flow into a river. Take the punch. With a roar, it rushed out. Good punch. Lu Xuanji was slightly amazed, and the magic power surged on his palm, constantly condensing and changing, turning into a 9-color magic sword. One hand became 2 hands. Holding the long sword in both hands, the long sword was like snow, and the cold light enveloped the 9 days. The magic sword was ringing, as if countless bees were shaking their wings. The sound waves were gathering, and the energy was condensed into a stream, directly slashing down. The fist and the long sword collided with each other, making a harsh sound, and there were still sparks flying. The two sides approached each other at close range, observing each other's faces. After a moment of confrontation, both sides quickly changed their moves. The long sword was changing, from chopping to slicing, directly slicing towards his neck, and beheading him with one knife. Taoist Wachan's moves were also changing. He moved half a step to the left, and dodged the knife in a split second. But his punch was changing again. His fierce ki was converging, and his strength was constantly condensing. It gradually condensed into a point, like the shiny one of a chessboard, and blasted towards Lu Xuanji's heart. Lu Xuanji did not retreat, but stepped forward quickly. His speed was increasing, his attacks were rising, his long sword was flashing, and he used a faster speed and more violent moves, dividing into domineering bombardments, sweeping towards this enemy. Taoist Wachan did not retreat either, but his ki was condensing. He took another step forward, and kept getting closer. He only took half a step, but his spine turned into a longbow, and his right arm turned into a sharp arrow. His ki was condensed to the extreme, and he punched out again. Boom boom boom. The two sides collided with each other, and the surrounding void exploded, making a crisp sound. Swish. The long sword was flashing, The 9-color light was flashing, the runes condensed together, evolving into a supreme killing move, beheading the Wuchen Taoist's neck, but at the moment of beheading his neck, Wuchen Taoist activated the secret technique. His defense was improving, his body was changing, turning into a golden piece, as if it was made of gold. Wuchen Taoist punched out and hit Lu Xuanji's heart, but at this moment, the 6 immortal divine rings rose up and blocked the fatal blow. Indestructible golden body of Vajra, pure yang immortal divine ring. The two looked at each other and instantly understood the enemy's killing move. Killing fist, kill gods, kill demons, kill immortals, kill monsters, kill all living beings. The blood in Wuchen Taoist's body surged like river water, his magic power was bursting, his hands condensed into fists, the fist shadows were flashing, like a cannonball, blasting out, making bursts of thunder. The murderous aura rose from his body. This was a supreme killing intention. There was no one in the world that could not be killed. He destroyed everything and suppressed the eternal world. Behind him, there appeared a series of strange images, including fallen gods, corpses of demon kings, and bleeding immortals, dead big demons, etc. One after another, big figures and eternal giants fell down one after another, turning into huge mountains of corpses, with white bones like mountains. The murderous aura soaring into the sky, annihilating everything. The immortal king has come to the 9 heavens to suppress the heroes. Lu Xuanji was erupting, and his aura became more and more ethereal, like a young immortal king. The more he fought, the more powerful his aura became. When he was extremely powerful, he turned into a majestic immortal king behind him, with an ancient and vicissitudes of life aura, stepping on the endless netherworld and the endless sky above his head. The whole world was under his control. Bang bang. The auras of the two collided again, and later the killing moves also clashed. But the movements of both sides did not slow down, but accelerated. The long swords were slashing and shaking continuously, changing from real to fake. In the blink of an eye, 18 swords were slashed, and every sword saw blood, every sword killed, and every sword was merciless. Wuchen Taoist also had a cold expression, punching out one after another, and each punch was superimposed on the next one. The power was constantly superimposed, and the energy was constantly increasing, hitting Lu Xuanji's body. Bang bang bang. The two sides bombarded continuously, the void was exploding, and the destructive energy impact was really all around. The arena was only slightly shaking, but there was no shaking at all. It was already solid and immortal. The two sides were changing their moves, and the killing moves were falling out. They fought fast, and the confrontation changed. Soon, they fought 100 moves. It's over, Ant King Divine Form, cut. Lu Xuanji urged the Ant King Divine Form, and suddenly the power in his body was bursting out, and the magic power was bursting out, but at this moment he could not burst out 10 times the attack power, and could only change it to 3 times. But even if it was 3 times, it would still form a terrifying extinction force, tearing everything apart. Bang! Wuchen Taoist activated his secret technique, and his body turned into a golden man, with his defense increasing. But it was still useless. The long sword broke through the golden light and cut his body into on the spot. Puff. His body dissipated like smoke. Wuchen Taoist was defeated. With his defeat, half of Wuchen Taoist's luck flowed away and entered Lu Xuanji's body. As the luck gathered on his body, Lu Xuanji felt comfortable all over, and his soul was also comfortable, with an indescribable beauty all over his body. Not bad, not bad. I want to challenge the 27th, the killing Taoist, Lu Xuanji said. About 10 minutes later, a figure condensed in the void. It was the killing Taoist. There was no extra conversation, and the two sides started fighting. The bloody fight continued. After a fierce battle, the killing Taoist was defeated, and half of his luck was taken away. Feeling the improvement of his luck, Lu Xuanji began to challenge the strong men in front of him. The battle continued, and the challenge continued. As the opponents were defeated one by one, half of their luck was taken away and merged into Lu Xuanji's body. Lu Xuanji's luck was improving, and the purple luck on his head became more and more intense, gradually showing a trend of changing to black. This feeling of improved luck made people extremely comfortable, intoxicated, and unable to extricate themselves. In the human race, many Xuanji were scattered everywhere, and it was difficult to see each other at many times, but the existence of the Qian long list included their aura. Moreover, with the help of the traction of the key, they collided with each other and fought against each other. The loser lost half of his luck, and the winner gained half of his luck. The strong became stronger, and the weak became weaker. The strong gathered a lot of luck, and the probability of impacting the refining of the void was greater. The weak lost half of their luck and became weaker. Of course, if the weak can defeat other cultivators, it is not necessarily impossible for them to become strong from weak. The ranking is rising. 29th, 28th, 25th, 2020. Xuanji's ranking is rising crazily. He keeps honing his skills in battle, and his application of mana and his comprehension of magical skills have become more flexible and changeable. In terms of skills, he has improved a lot. In terms of combat experience, he has improved a lot. After reaching the stage of transformation, Xuanji fights less. Many times, he easily defeats the weak, and cannot defeat the strong. He doesn't know how serious his combat experience is, but now he fights every day, and his combat experience has improved a lot. Swish. Soon, Xuanji entered the 18th place on the hidden dragon list. Fairy Kinglian. Husband, we meet again. Kinglian said, changing into a familiar appearance and a familiar breath. Yes, we meet again. Xuanji also said, in the world of cultivating immortals, there are at least 10,000 female cultivators with the title of Fairy Kinglian, who can enter the half-step refining void, and is the only one who is Fairy Kinglian born in the East Wilderness. Xuanji said, do we need to fight? Kinglian said, of course we need to fight. In the outside world, when we fight, we have many concerns about each other. Some trump cards cannot be used. We are more focused on learning. Learning is the main purpose, and the meaning of life and death battle is lost. But in the space opened up by the hidden dragon list, we can fight a life and death battle. Here, if I'm killed, I will only lose half of my luck, and I will not die completely. Why not fight? Husband, don't show mercy, let's fight. Xuanji said, forget it, let's fight. Kinglian smiled, and the breath on her body burst out. Her appearance became extremely charming, like a demon girl, but there was a trace of holiness, like a green lotus, that was unstained by mud. The two opposite breaths merged together, appearing extremely contradictory and powerful. Walking barefoot, the ground under his feet evolved into endless demonic soil. The vision of the green lotus rose up behind him, purifying everything and baptizing everything. Green lotus palm. Kinglian's footsteps flashed, and the speed was extremely fast. He waved his hands and slapped. His body movements were ethereal like clouds and mist. His attacking palm method was also extremely feminine. It was not known for its strength, but for its cunning and changeable nature. Xuanji changed his footsteps and punched out. The power of his fist was so fierce that it evolved into a pure yang flame that burned everything. Kinglian's body was moving, and he dodged the killing move without any room for error. His body was twisting, and he attacked the lower ribs strangely from another angle. Xuanji punched out again, simply and directly. Boom boom boom. The two clashed with each other, and in the blink of an eye, they had exchanged hundreds of moves. During the confrontation, Xuanji wanted to use cruel moves many times, but at the moment of attack, he subconsciously slowed down. Kinglian was cruel in his heart when he launched the killing move, but at the moment of attack, his power was greatly reduced. Neither side had the intention to kill her, and both were reluctant to do so. Chapter 589, Meeting. Looking at the familiar yet strange woman in front of him, Xuanji wanted to say something but couldn't. He didn't know what to say. How many years have passed since they last met? About 1,700 years, a long time. He almost forgot about this little sister. Looking back on the past, the shadow of this little sister gradually blurred, until now it gradually became clear. This phoenix fairy is Yifixu. In the past, she was immature and naive. After advancing to the Purple Mansion, she left the state of Chu and traveled abroad. Now, Yifixu is less immature, more mature and immature, and looks at him in closeness, but still a little defensive. Xiaoxu, we meet again. Xuanji said. Yifixu recalled the past and sighed. Yes, we meet again. I haven't seen you for a long time. I wonder if my brother is okay. Xuanji said, everything is fine. The Lu family has become a top immortal family. As for me, I'm also a top boss. Do I have any hope of becoming a refining virtual? Xiaoxu, have you been well in the outside world these years? Yifixu said, I have encountered many dangers and powerful enemies outside these years. Fortunately, I got through safely. Most of those enemies were killed by me. There are also some powerful enemies that I can't beat, so I can only avoid them temporarily. My cultivation is improving, and now I'm half a step into the refining virtual realm. After a while, I will be a refining virtual realm. Xuanji said, Xiaoxu, it's time for you to go home. I miss you a little. Yifixu sighed, as if thinking of some bad experiences, but still said, brother, I'm sorry. Once, I thought that, when I reached the nascent soul stage, I could return home in glory, but I was trapped in a secret realm, fighting for life and death, and barely survived. Later, I became a spiritualization cultivator, and I thought about going home, but I ended up provoking a void refining master. Not long ago, I even provoked a Dao combining master, but thanks to my cleverness, I managed to avoid the enemy's detection with the help of a secret treasure. But the danger still exists. I'm sorry, I can't go back, and I can't go back. Xuanji listened, thousands of words. At this moment, there is only endless silence. This sister, why can she get into trouble like this? Provoke a void refining master, provoke a Dao combining master, but she is still alive and kicking now. I don't know whether to say that she is courageous, or lucky. Not to mention a Dao combining master, even a void refining master, he can't handle it. Xuanji pondered and asked, Xiaoxu, as far as I know, under the restrictions of the laws of heaven and earth, the cultivators of the void refining realm cannot descend to the world, let alone the great masters of the Dao. The laws of heaven and earth restrict their arrival. How can you provoke them? Yifixu said, I had some adventures, and happened to rob some people's treasures. Having said that, Yifixu did not say anything else. Xuanji asked, Xiaoxu, be careful. Yifixu said, brother, don't worry. I was born with great luck. How could I fall so easily? In the battle of the hidden dragon ranking, brother ranked 5th, which is considered an outstanding talent. How about we fight? I also want to know how much progress brother has made. Really? Xuanji smiled and said, Xiaoxu, then you have to be careful. These years, I have been constantly comprehending and just concentrating the supreme boxing method. Yifixu said, brother, take action. I also want to see how much progress brother has made. Take the punch. Xuanji took a deep breath, and his blood was boiling, and his heart was beating, as if a perpetual motion machine was exploding. With the beating of the heart, the blood flow speed was accelerating, gathering to various parts of the body, and the body was slightly bulging. He took a half step back, and the energy of his whole body was condensed together. His body was like an open crossbow arrow. After the accumulation of power, it turned into an extreme punch and blasted out. When this punch was thrown, the power of creation was rising. The power of creation was split in an instant, scattered all over the body, and turned into 33 extreme powers. Pure yang power, 5 element power, yin and yang power, life and death power, time power, universe power, magnetic power, star power, light power, netherworld power. 33 kinds of power were boiling, rising, and changing, and evolving into terrifying killing moves. The void was changing, evolving into a terrifying pressure. Yifixu was originally careless, but gradually his expression became solemn. In his childhood, this brother raised him. This brother is a good old man. As for talent and qualifications, it can only be said to be average, or even relatively poor. I haven't seen him for 1,500 years. I thought my brother was going to sit and die, but who would have thought that this brother would become extremely terrifying? Not daring to be careless, Yifixu urged the secret technique, and suddenly a golden phoenix appeared behind him. The phoenix's flame was burning, evolving into the ultimate power of nirvana, a concentrated burning power, and the breath rose to the extreme. But, at this moment, the 33 kinds of mana were changing, constantly entangled and changing. constantly arranging and combining, constantly reorganizing the sequence, and the mana was superimposed on each other, and the power was constantly rising. It seemed that the mana was burning to the extreme, and behind it, layer after layer of worlds rose up, starting with the pure yang heaven, the 5-element heaven, the yin and yang heaven, and so on. One after another, the world was combined together, layer by layer, and the highest layer was the Daluo heaven. Xuanji's blood was boiling, and his mana was boiling. At this moment, his strength reached the peak, but his blood was consumed at a distance, and his mana was consumed violently, so it could not last long. Xiaoxu. I created the transformation fist in the name of creation. I want to create 9 moves, but unfortunately my understanding is limited, not enough to create, and I can only create a few moves. Now, I'll use you to test the moves. The first move, the creation of heaven and earth. A punch was pushed out, the mana was rising violently, the yin and yang energies collided, and evolved into the prototype of the world. The power of the 5-element is being born and dying, and the world is further consolidated. The power of time and space, the power of stars, the power of magnetism, the power of light and darkness, etc., are all flowing into it. As different magic powers are injected into it, the world is constantly transforming, from illusion to reality. The world is constantly evolving and creating, constantly changing and dying. Continents, oceans, mountains, rivers, plains, islands, stars, sun, and moon, etc., are constantly evolving, becoming more and more real, and changing more and more towards reality. The world is evolving for the worse, and at the moment of the extreme evolution, it is suppressed from the sky. The world is suppressed, blocking the void, and cutting off the past and the present. Cut off any possibility of escape, and the only way is to resist. Chirp. As if sensing an inexplicable danger, the phoenix blood in Yifixu's body is burning, and the golden phoenix aura behind her is rising, spreading her wings and flying, impacting that world. As the aura rises, Yifixu's body is changing, turning into the true body of the phoenix. The fiery red feathers exuded a brilliant aura, like flowing flames. The neck stretched high, looking ahead proudly, showing a terrifying majesty. There were 3 long feathers at the tail. The feathers were golden, shining brightly, like flowing gold. There were golden feathers on the top of the head, like a crown. In the void, there were flame runes condensing, constantly evolving, constantly fluctuating, evolving mysterious creation. The phoenix true fire was burning, surrounding the body of the phoenix, like a flowing flame. The flame brought extreme destruction and rebirth. The temperature of the void was rising in an instant, as if entering a purgatory. The void was burning everything, and the void made a hissing sound. The brilliant flames burned in the void, evolving into red lotuses, constantly fluctuating in the void. The red lotuses were constantly rotating and changing, burning everything. Chirp. As Yifixu's aura changed, she evolved into the true body of the phoenix. Her aura was rising and rising. She broke the shackles of her cultivation in one fell swoop, and entered the realm of refining emptiness. That terrifying aura spread and suppressed everything. The phoenix spread its wings, soared into the sky, and impacted the world that was suppressing it. Bang! It was like 2 behemoths fighting each other, like meteorites hitting each other. The phoenix surged its wings, and the flames were burning violently, burning everything. The world was suppressing it. There were no extra changes, only extreme suppression. In the fierce confrontation, the phoenix was constantly impacting and destroying, hitting everything in the world. The world was heading for destruction. The mountains and rivers were collapsing. The continents were collapsing again. The rivers were collapsing. All things were collapsing, and it seemed to be falling into destruction. Everything was falling into the abyss, and heading towards death. As the phoenix's true fire burned, the void was shattered, and the world was heading towards destruction. Yifixu breathed a sigh of relief, but she was commenting in her heart, this move has reached the level of refining the void. Only her cultivation is strong enough to withstand it. If it were any other cultivator, they would only be seriously injured or even destroyed. The second move, the void of the end of the law. Xuanji took another step forward, urged the divine fist of creation, and waved his hand to punch. The void was changing. The law began to solidify, and the law disappeared. The phoenix was under great suppression. The world was suppressing it. The law was suppressing it, like a giant whale falling into a pond. The whole body was suppressed. The phoenix was crying and sending out sonic attacks. The void was shattering, and the law suppression was gradually dissipating. But when it was halfway through, the aura of the phoenix was constantly falling, and the phoenix's true body disappeared, and turned into a woman's form, which was Yifixu. Yifixu's face was pale, her magic power was exhausted, and she stood on the ground and said, "Brother, I lost." Xuanji restrained his breath, and stepped forward to help her. Yifixu also leaned into his arms, feeling the familiar feeling, feeling the intimacy of being so close. Everything seemed to be yesterday, and it seemed that a very short time had passed. "Brother, you are really amazing. I can't be your opponent, even if I use my phoenix body." Xuanji felt the woman in his arms, and compared it with the past. He couldn't help but say, "Xiaoxu, you have grown up. I look at you differently, and you are different too." Yifixu said, "Feelings are all communicated and developed through getting along. If you don't get along for a long time, no matter how deep the feelings are, they will become cold, and become strangers to each other." "Brother, how long have we not seen each other?" Xuanji recalled, thought, and said, "About 1,500 years. Yifixu said, "Yes, it seems that we met once in the heavenly tribulation, and never met again." "Brother, do you have a Taoist partner?" Xuanji was speechless, thought, and still responded, "Yes, I have a Taoist partner." Yifixu smiled and said, "How many Taoist partners do you have?" Xuanji said, "To be precise, there are 4 Taoist companions. One of them passed away not long ago, 2 are trying to reach the realm of refining emptiness, and 1 is a pure yin holy body, which is compatible with my physique." Yifixu smiled and said, "Congratulations, brother. You have been living well these years." Xuanji was speechless, and didn't know what to say. In the past, Yifixu was considered his first genuine Taoist companion, but now she is ranked 5th, and may be out of touch soon. Yifixu asked, "Brother, can you tell me about those fellow Taoists? I'm jealous because their aptitude is not as good as mine." Xuanji smiled and said, "There are always people who are better than you. Some cultivators have a fast cultivation speed, few levels of realm, and strong combat effectiveness. They can be called geniuses, but some cultivators have an average cultivation speed, not fast or slow, but have a solid foundation, and accumulate a lot of experience. They are also geniuses. I have 3 spiritual roots, so naturally I can't compare to a cultivator like you who has heavenly spiritual roots and the physique of a congenital Taoist fetus. Before the nascent soul stage, your cultivation speed was much faster than mine, but I also had adventures and opportunities. Over the years, I have transformed into a pure young Taoist body, and even used secret techniques to transform into 5 spiritual roots. Over the years, I have made steady and powerful progress. Similarly, my fellow Taoists also have strong aptitude, peculiar fate, and unlimited future. Xia, with 2 spiritual roots of gold and earth, an immortal sword body, practicing the Liangai sword technique, was born with great luck and strong aptitude, and is already striving for the realm of refining emptiness. As for Kinglian, she is also a demonic body, practicing the Kinglian sword sutra, and has the fastest growth rate. Her foundation is strong, and there is no bottleneck in the realm of refining emptiness. As for Ningzu, she was my maid in the past. Originally, I saw that she had a unique physique, and was compatible with me. I planned to cultivate her to a certain level and break a bottleneck. At the beginning, I paid little attention to her, but she developed steadily, and at a very fast speed, surpassing many predecessors. Among many Taoist companions, Ningzu has the strongest aptitude, the broadest future, and unlimited luck. Many things are often unexpected. Ningzu was inconspicuous at the beginning, but she broke through the shackles many times in the Jiandan realm, and entered the Jiandan 11th turn realm. Such achievements surpass many people. Back then, Jinzi only entered the Jiandan 9 turns, and chose to give up. "Really? She's Xiaoxu, but she's not as good as me," Yifixu said with a smile. Her tone was full of pride. Back then, she had an unparalleled adventure, and entered the 10th level of the Golden Core. Such a foundation brought her an infinitely bright future, which was not comparable to the other women. Chapter 590, Hidden Dragon List of All Races. Yu Fixu asked again, and Lu Xuanji answered. He quickly became familiar with everything, and was a little jealous, but not too jealous. Time is the biggest enemy. The long years will end the life of the monks. Many monks can't stand it, and finally fall in the long river of time. My brother has 4 Taoist companions, but one of them can't stand it and falls. As for the remaining 3 Taoist companions, they may have better qualifications, but they will also go to the abyss in the long years. In the end, she is the only one who can stay with her elder brother and seek the great way and immortality together. The elder brother in front of him is confused by the red skull, but he will wake up completely in the near future. Yu Fixu said, "Brother, I'm leaving." Lu Xuanji said, "Be careful." Yu Fixu said, "Got it." This battle ended in a draw. Next, brother will have the opportunity to enter the 10,000 races hidden dragon list. No longer limited to the human race, no longer limited to Yuan Zhao. Lu Xuanji asked, "What are the secrets to the 10,000 worlds hidden dragon list?" Of course there are secrets. Yu Fixu smiled and said, "In the Purple Mansion realm, there are many races. What about the talent of the human race?" Lu Xuanji thought about it, but still said frankly, the talent of the human race can only be said to be average, not very strong. Yu Fixu said, "The talent of the human race is very weak, far inferior to the monster race, the demon race, the barbarian race, etc. Those ancient bloodlines, innate creatures, ancient monsters, etc. are all above the human race. When you are sent to the 5th place on the human race hidden dragon list, you may be able to touch the 10,000 races hidden dragon list." He wanted to say something, but the void was breaking, and Yu Fixu disappeared. The void was changing, and Lu Xuanji also disappeared. The void was changing. Lu Xuanji opened his eyes, and was still in the cave. However, at this moment, his luck was rising. His luck was like fire and radiated purple. His luck was rising. Lu Xuanji felt that his favor to the heaven and earth, his perception of the laws, his understanding of all things, etc. were constantly improving and undergoing a shocking transformation. These improvements aside, the key point was that Lu Xuanji sensed a list. The void was changing, and a list that seemed real and unreal appeared in front of him. The list was changing, and names appeared one by one. More than half of the monks who had been on the list in the past disappeared. Some monks fell, some monks were directly squeezed out of the list, some broke through the void and directly proved the Dao of refining void. The first place on the list became the White Bone Taoist, the Bodhi Taoist, the Phoenix Fairy, the Sky Demon Girl, the Creation Taoist, and the Heavenly Sword Taoist. The ranking of the list was changing all the time, and the competition was extremely fierce. The ranking of the list might change again in 3 days. At this moment, the name of the list was changing, becoming the 10,000 races hidden dragon list. The number of cultivators on the list increased directly to 300, including the human race, demon race, ghost race, underworld race, star race, sea race, and many other races in the Purple Mansion realm, involving many secret cultivators and ancient races. The ranking of the list was also changing. Hidden Dragon List number 76, Yuan Zhao, human race, Taoist of creation, pure yang Taoist body, 5 spiritual roots, proficient in swordsmanship, self-created divine transformation fist, evaluation. This is an unparalleled genius, who has the hope of ascending to immortality in the future, this time. The list is truly valuable, and seems real and reliable. It is no longer limited to Yuan Zhao, no longer limited to the human race, but is placed on the huge stage of the Purple Mansion realm, among the 10,000 races, competing with each other and fighting each other. Hidden Dragon List number 76 is considered to be a relatively high ranking. On the list, only the approximate location and birth race are marked, and the others are relatively brief. He looked carefully again. Among the more than 300 cultivators on the list, there were more than 100 human cultivators. However, none of the cultivators in the top 10 were human. In the following rankings, there were quite a few human cultivators. He looked at the first line again. It said, "No one on the Hidden Dragon list. Kangjiu, race unknown." This cultivator absorbed the laws of heaven and earth, absorbed the chaotic energy in the void, transformed into a chaotic immortal body. Heaven and earth are his parents. He was born with the ability to transform into a god. After embarking on the path of cultivation, he ascended to immortality without any bottlenecks, and was invincible in the same realm. Chaotic body, born to nurture a small world in the body. The small world can feed back to itself and promote its own improvement. It can also continue to cultivate, feed back to the small world, and promote the transformation of the small world. The only shortcoming is that it lacks luck. It needs to seize the luck of all living beings in the killing to make up for its own shortcomings. Second on the hidden dragon list, Taishang, unknown race in the past. On the endless mountains, there was an innate spiritual stone that absorbed the essence between the sun and the moon, the mysteries of heaven and earth, and after 3 million years of gestation, it reversed the fate of heaven and earth, gave birth to 9 orifices, and finally conceived and transformed into the supreme immortal body. After embarking on cultivation, he made rapid progress and became invincible in the same realm. The supreme immortal body can sense the location of the fairyland, guide the arrival of the fairy spirit, and temper the body. It can sense the laws of the fairyland and temper the soul. There are infinite fortunes and infinite possibilities. The only shortcoming is that he is emotionally indifferent. Third on the hidden dragon list, Immortal Daogen, unknown race. The immortal Daogen, his birth is unknown, and it is unknown what race he came from, but he has an immortal body and cannot be killed. On the contrary, when being killed again and again, one can absorb the enemy's luck, comprehend the enemy's magical powers, constantly transform oneself, and constantly improve one's cultivation. The immortal body is very difficult to kill, and its shortcomings are not yet known. Following the list, he kept looking at K-Man. The top 10 all have special physiques or powerful bloodlines. Chaos Immortal Body, Supreme Immortal Body, Immortal Tao Body. Xuanji pondered, with a flash of contemplation in his eyes. The ranking on this list is extremely valuable, especially the top 3 cultivators on the list, who have powerful cultivation, amazing physique, and incredible magical powers and fortune. Chaos Immortal Body, known as the Immortal Body, means that the starting point is the immortal. Many cultivators, who practice hard, need to go through many disasters, many difficulties, and many fights, before they can finally become immortals. But the cultivators with Chaos Body are different. When they are born, they are already condensed immortal bodies, that is, young immortals. They only need to grow up, and as long as they don't die on the way, they can become immortals. For them, becoming immortals is almost impossible. As long as they are alive, and not killed on the way, they can become immortals lying down. The same is true for the Supreme Immortal Body. They are also born as immortals. As long as they survive, and don't die on the way, they can become immortals. The difficulty of becoming immortals is 0. These 2 physiques are almost the ceiling of physiques. No matter how strong the physique is, it can't be defeated by them. For example, Xuanji has a pure Yang Taoist body. The cultivation speed is faster and the attack power is stronger. However, the bottleneck in the Great Realm still exists, and there is no guarantee that he will become an immortal. Looking at the list, Xuanji's mind was fluctuating, and he urged his mind to enter the list. The void was changing, and turned into a huge arena. On the arena, the challenge began. Raw. On the opposite stage, a cultivator appeared. He was wearing armor, and the shadow of a white tiger was undulating behind him. The killing energy of Zhengjin surged and oppressed the immortal void, and the void made a hissing sound. Taoist White Tiger. This was the object of Xuanji's challenge. Taoist White Tiger had the blood of the king, and his aura was strong and invincible. Standing there was an aura of destruction. Xuanji felt a sense of oppression, but after the oppression, there were waves of excitement. So it's a cultivator of the human race. Taoist White Tiger spoke with endless murderous aura, as if he was quite tired of the human race. He spoke with endless killing intent. Today, I will kill you. Soul stealing. Taoist White Tiger activated the secret technique, and the king pattern on his forehead opened, and turned into a vertical eye. The vertical eye was indifferent, high above everything, indifferent to all living beings, and despised everything. In the vertical eye, runes were flashing, and as the runes changed, the void was twisting, and a soul-stealing force eroded and pulled the soul. Suddenly, Xuanji felt that his soul was stirring, as if he had encountered a secret attack. He stood still on the spot, and his soul left his head, and was about to fly into the 10,000 vertical eyes. At this moment, the 33 heavens emerged, and the 33 worlds suppressed everything. The 33 heavens constantly fluctuated and changed, turning into a terrifying vision, surrounding the body, suppressing the flesh and the soul. Crack, crack. With a crisp sound, the power of the soul shattered. The soul entered the body again, but Xuanji was sweating slightly. Human slave, not bad, not bad, kill. The white tiger Taoist sneered, his footsteps flashing, and one step was 10 meters away. Instantly moved to within a foot of Xuanji, and slapped out with his right hand. At the moment when his right hand slapped out, the palm of his hand changed, turning into a tiger's claw, about the size of a cattail leaf fan, with a fierce and powerful force, directly suppressing and tearing. The platinum light rose, and the shadow of the white tiger behind him became more real. Under the pressure of the terrifying aura, it evolved into endless murderous intent. The white tiger's eyes became more ferocious and cold, and the white tiger's mouth opened, as if it wanted to devour everything. The white tiger's tail stood tall, as if it wanted to whip everything. Under the pressure of that terrifying aura, ordinary cultivators would surrender without fighting. Perhaps just after the battle, most of the aura on his body was removed, and his fighting will was greatly reduced. Xuanji also felt the pressure. The wild and domineering aura brought a suffocating feeling, which was even more oppressive. His mind was trembling slightly, as if he was afraid and uneasy. He subconsciously wanted to retreat. But at the moment of retreating, the instinct of his body prompted him to step forward, like a crossbow arrow, and condensed into Xuanji with a punch, and hit the enemy's face. Kill. Xuanji urged the divine fist of creation, with the aura of creating all things, transforming the universe, and creating the universe, and counterattacked. Boom boom boom. The void is exploding, and the aura of destruction is colliding. The visions collided with each other. The white tiger was swooping, tearing the stars, destroying the world, tearing apart the chaos, suppressing the immortals, and killing the beasts. It seemed to be the master of the battle, fighting with the immortals, fighting with the demons, fighting with the gods, fighting with the dragons, and fighting with the Buddha. There was no time for fighting, and the fight seemed to be eternal. 30 days were colliding, as if the immortal world had descended on the mortal world, evolving into the ultimate suppression, like the destruction of the immortal king. The visions were constantly clashing, constantly impacting and tearing, and the wills contained in the visions collided violently. This was a clash of wills. The clash of monks was not only a clash of mana, but also a clash of wills. Whoever has a strong will represents a strong resilience, and the means of fighting more bravely are more powerful. In adversity, seek survival. In desperity the higher the probability of a comeback. Boom boom boom. Xuanji activated the fist of creation, harnessed the power of creation, and transformed it into a terrifying killing fist. He punched out one after another, and the speed was extremely fast, like a gust of wind sweeping across. It was extremely fierce, like thunder striking and killing. Between the changes of reality and illusion, countless shadows flashed. The white tiger Taoist activated the secret technique, and changed into a half-human half-tiger form. He not only maintained the powerful fighting power and terrifying attack skills of a tiger, but also maintained the sensitivity and rapid striking ability of a human. The killing moves of the two were changing, and their fists and feet clashed with each other, and the killing moves were fierce. The wounds tore and blood fell. Bruises appeared on the body and disappeared quickly. The first move, the creation of heaven and earth. After 100 moves of fierce fighting, Xuanji's aura was rising, and he played the first move of the fist of creation. A punch was pushed out, and the magic power was rising violently. The yin and yang energies collided and evolved into the prototype of the world. The power of the five element is being born and dying, and the world is further consolidated. The power of time and space, the power of stars, the power of magnetism, the power of light and darkness, etc., are all flowing into it. As different magic powers are injected into it, the world is constantly transforming, from illusion to reality. The world is constantly evolving and creating, constantly being born and dying. Continents, oceans, mountains, rivers, plains, islands, stars, sun, and moon, etc., are constantly evolving, becoming more and more real, and changing more and more towards reality. The world is evolving for the worse, and at the moment of the extreme evolution, it is suppressed in the air. The world is suppressed, blocking the void, and cutting off the past and the present. Cut off any possibility of escape, and the only way is to resist. Chirp. As if sensing an inexplicable danger, the blood of the white tiger Taoist is burning, and the white tiger vision behind him is changing, rushing towards that world. Roar. As the breath rises, the Beihua Taoist changes from a half-human half-tiger form to the real body of the white tiger. The white fur exudes a brilliant aura, like a flowing flame. The neck is stretched high, looking ahead proudly, showing a terrifying majesty. The tail is raised high, whipping everything. As if sensing an inexplicable danger, the blood of the Taoist white tiger is burning, and the white tiger vision behind him is changing, rushing towards that world. The battle started quickly. The white tiger was tearing the world apart, and the world was constantly shattered, but the power of the world's destruction was also impacting the white tiger, tearing the white tiger's body apart. In just an instant, the white tiger's body turned into a skeleton. It didn't last long before it became rotten and dilapidated, and finally melted away. The Taoist white tiger was defeated. Chapter 591, Void Order. Taoist Beihua was killed. Taoist Beihua, half of his luck flowed away and entered his body. Xuanji sensed the improvement of his luck and continued to move forward. The battle began, and the killing began. The ranking began to rise, 76, 75, 70, 60, and the ranking continued to rise in the continuous killing. In the battle, he also encountered various opponents. Some of these enemies have strange killing moves, some are good at fighting, some have strong endurance, and some have strong explosive power. They all have their own unique features. After each fight, Xuanji would summarize, comprehend his own shortcomings, and also absorb the advantages of the enemy. Similarly, with the improvement of the ranking, the difficulty of the battle is also increasing. When it came to the 50th place, the two sides fought together. The female cultivator on the opposite side was called Peacock Fairy. She had white skin and a well-proportioned figure. She exuded mature charm, elegant and beautiful breath, and a faint fragrance came from the swaying. She was wearing a colorful dress, but when she took action, she was ruthless and decisive, and the killing was amazing. The colorful light surrounded the body, which looked beautiful and moving. The power of the 5 element was changing. The 5 element evolved into the power of vitality, and the 5 element evolved into the power of death. Various supreme magical powers changed, various killing moves rose and fell, the 5 element divine needles, the 5 element divine light, the 5 element divine swords, etc. Swish. With a crisp sound, the 33 heavens above Xuanji's head collapsed and disappeared. At the same time, the long knife crossed the center of his eyebrows and was split into two on the spot. Xuanji was killed. Later, it turned into smoke and disappeared. At the same time, half of his luck disappeared and merged into the body of the Peacock Fairy. In the cave, Xuanji opened his eyes. His eyebrows hurt slightly, and the feeling of tearing his soul came, as if he was split into two. The feeling of pain was still tormenting himself, and the moment before death was still replaying. I lost. I was killed. I can only enter the 51st place of the Emperor. I'm still a little short. Xuanji thought. At present, his combat power is at most around 50th on the hidden dragon list, and there is still a long way to go from the previous realm, and there is still a long way to go from the top 10. This is also expected. I'm still a little behind, and I have to work hard to improve my cultivation and keep polishing my skills. Reflecting on this battle, he comprehended his own shortcomings. Later, Xuanji began to retreat and improve his cultivation. Time passed, and 100 years passed in the blink of an eye. On this day, Xuanji suddenly felt a little uneasy, and the void was making a slight sound. With a violent sound, the void exploded, and the breath of destruction impacted the void. The vast breath surged in all directions like a tide, and pressured the world. The spiritual energy tide was surging, and the spiritual energy of the Chu state was fluctuating violently, converging in a certain direction. Swish. Lu Xuanji forced himself to end his retreat and walked out of the cave. Looking to the southeast, he saw a terrifying breath rising in the U state, as if an ancient beast had awakened, and the breath was so powerful that it was horrifying. That breath was quite familiar. It was the Six Desires Demon Lord. Six Desires Demon Lord has finally broken the shackles and impacted the realm of refining emptiness. Judging from his momentum, there is still a high probability that he can succeed in proving the truth. Sensing the familiar breath, Lu Xuanji flashed a trace of worry and a wave of uneasiness. There are no good people in the world of cultivating immortals, and good people don't want to cultivate immortals. Even the righteous cultivators are like this, let alone those demon cultivators. Six Desires Demon Lord, born in U State, is a ruler of U State, the master of Hell and Demon Sect, has never been a good person, and cannot be a good person. It's just that, after reaching the state of transformation, under the pressure of Chu State, U State, Chaos City, and some other cultivators, he gradually became low-key. But being low-key does not mean being weak, but very powerful. Just like when an eagle is about to attack, it must first fold its wings and fly low. When a tiger is about to fight, it must first lie down and lower its body. Now, it is finally going to prove the truth of refining emptiness. If it fails, it won't say anything. If it succeeds, it will inevitably harm the interests of Chu State. In the past, when the Six Desires Demon Lord occupied U State, he occupied most of U State's resources and squeezed U State extremely severely. The number of nascent soul cultivators and divine transformation cultivators was far lower than that of Wu State, Chu State, etc. If the Six Desires Demon Lord attains the Dao of refining void, he will definitely take the opportunity to annex Wu State, Chu State, Xuan Mountains and other regions, and use the resources of these regions to support himself. At that time, the 7th level resources of Chu State will be offered to the Six Desires Demon Lord and Chu State, and the Lu family will inevitably fall into a dilemma. Thinking of this, Lu Xuanji activated Golden Light of the Earth, and the golden light under his feet flashed, turning into a stream of light, and walked towards U State. After a while, it was close to the Hehuan Demon Sect. The formation of the Hehuan Demon Sect has been opened, and the formation has started to operate. Layer by layer, the precious light is flashing, the murderous aura is rising and falling, and the sword energy of destruction is waiting to be released. The formation that protects the sect is activated to the extreme, and it can launch a fatal blow at any time. When approaching daily, Lu Xuanji also stopped, subconsciously fearful. In his perception, if the formation is pushed to the extreme, even the great master of refining emptiness will suffer a great loss. There is a mountain in the center of the Hehuan Demon Sect. On the mountain, the terrifying spiritual pressure is suppressed in all directions. The breath is like a mountain. The breath is like the sea. The spiritual energy in a radius of 1 million miles makes a whistling sound, gathers one after another, and gradually evolves into a spiritual energy vortex. The closer it is, the richer the spiritual energy is, and gradually the spiritual energy appears in a misty state. Not only that, the power of the stars in the sky descends like flowing water, and converges into a mercury-like light. In Lu Xuanji's perception, there are peerless strong men hidden in the void, observing the situation here, and also waiting for an opportunity to move. The mountain rain is coming. Boom boom boom. At this moment, the breath is raised to the extreme, and the figure of the Six Desires Demon Lord flashes, and appears in the void. The breath bursts out, and the calamity clouds in the sky are condensing. In an instant, they condense and evolve into a heavenly calamity that blasts down. Crack. Crack. The heavenly tribulation tilted down in an instant. The yin and yang tribulation, the 5-element world, the nightmare wind tribulation, the karma fire tribulation, the soul tribulation, the divine weapon tribulation, etc., one after another, and continued to descend. Each attack was comparable to a half-step refining attack. Many tribulations were superimposed together, as if dozens or hundreds of half-step refining cultivators joined forces to bombard. Quickly retreat. Quickly retreat. The cultivators hiding in the void felt that the situation was not good and immediately evacuated. The fast ones escaped the tribulation, but many unlucky ones were a beat slower and were killed by the tribulation. Lu Xuanji also flashed quickly and moved back 1,000 miles to avoid the impact of the tribulation. What a fierce tribulation. Xuanji activated his mobile phone to record the situation of the tribulation. At the same time, the 33 heavens treasure was also calculating and deducing the changes in it. The tribulation descended, the sky was pale, and the silver lightning swept everything. The 6 desires demon lord activated the secret technique, evolved into a killing move, and the refining void bombarded down. The void was exploding, and the calamities dissipated one after another. After a while, the heavenly calamity began to dissipate. The colorful light descended on the body of the 6 desires demon lord. His aura was rising, breaking the barrier, and completely entering the refining void realm from the half-step refining void realm. Congratulations. Xuanji was in a complicated mood, and was about to say something. But at this moment, he felt horrified. He saw a palm appear in the void, like the hand of God, turning into a terrifying momentum, and capturing it. One palm of the universe, capturing everything. A long sword appeared in the hand of the 6 desires demon lord. The long sword flashed with silver light, and chopped up in the air. Bang bang. The palm was only slightly shaken, but the 6 desires demon lord flew out backwards, and the long sword in his hand broke. The aura also wilted. You have achieved the Deo of refining the void, and are now qualified to be my food. A cold voice came from the void. The palm continued to capture, and the palm changed, turning into a huge country. The universe was changing. The 5 elements were being born and dying, and evolved into a huge force of suppression. He suppressed it with his backhand. The 6 desires demon lord felt bad, and used his secret technique to escape. But the huge palm seemed to see through everything, locked everything, and suppressed him in the palm on the spot. The 5 fingers closed and pinched his body, making a creaking sound. Later, the palm disappeared. Xuanji looked at this scene, horrified, and his heart was trembling slightly. It seemed to be afraid and uneasy. The 6 desires demon lord, who had just achieved the Deo of refining the void, was so high-spirited and arrogant. However, at his peak moment, he encountered a disaster, and was suppressed on the spot. Who is that palm? Xuanji felt uneasy. He activated his cell phone, which recorded the scene just now, and the relevant information. Deduction of fate. Xuanji activated his cell phone, and began to deduce. That palm is the palm of a cultivator of the refining void. That palm burst out with the combat power of the 3rd level of the refining void. The owner of that palm is a cultivator of the 8th level of the refining void. Who is the 8th level of the refining void? With a flash of his figure, Xuanji disappeared. When he returned to the Lu family, he saw King Lian as soon as he descended. At this moment, she was wearing a green palace dress, long black hair, crystal clear skin, slender legs, standing barefoot, with an ancient and deep aura, as if she was only one step away from that realm. King Lian, you are out of retreat. Xuanji said. Yes, I came out of retreat. King Lian said, how can I not come out of retreat for such a big thing? Xuanji said, 6 desires demon lord is dead. King Lian said, I know. Xuanji said, I didn't expect that it would be so difficult to achieve the refining void. 6 desires demon lord has achieved the refining void, but he still died at the last step. Thinking about the experience of 6 desires demon lord, and thinking about the disaster he encountered when he was helping Ali to overcome the tribulation, he couldn't help but feel sad. There is nothing more tragic than the death of a rabbit and the grief of a fox. King Lian sighed and said, husband, do you know the void order? Void order, what is this? Xuanji asked curiously. The void order is forged by a group of top-level masters. It is a special certificate. If a cultivator who has reached the state of transformation wants to condense the laws, survive the catastrophe, and prove the realm of refining emptiness, he must have the void order. Otherwise, even if he survives the catastrophe and achieves refining emptiness, he will be captured and eaten by some masters. King Lian coldly spoke some secrets of the world of cultivation. The resources of the world are limited, especially those top-level resources. Many top bosses do not want too many masters to be born in this world, which will dilute the power in their hands. They also do not want too many masters to be born and compete with them for resources. Only the descendants of those top bosses, or their direct disciples, or if they give enough profits, will they be granted the void order. Only with the void order can one obtain the qualification to become a cultivator of refining emptiness. Otherwise, even if he survives the catastrophe, he will be sniped by the masters and be captured and eaten directly. In the world of cultivation, those top-level spiritual medicines can be refined into elixirs. As for those top-level cultivators, they can also be refined into elixirs. The Six Desires Demon Lord was born as a casual cultivator, and he didn't understand some things at all. He thought that he could become a powerful cultivator of the void refining realm after overcoming the calamity with outstanding aptitude. But he didn't know that without the void order, he would die when he proved the Dao of refining the void very deeply. The void order. Xuanji gritted his teeth and said, that is to say, without the void order, even if he has outstanding aptitude and extraordinary aptitude, he cannot become a cultivator of the void refining realm. Yes. King Lian said, with a flash of murderous intent in his eyes and unwillingness. In this world, the top bosses essentially dominate everything. They occupy the resources of the 7th floor of this world and also use various methods to suppress the younger generation. Those young geniuses can only choose to join them or be beaten to death. Foundation building, purple mansion, golden core, nascent soul, transformation, etc. These 5 realms are too low, and those top bosses disdain to manage them. Of course, there are too many of these low-level cultivators, and they can use formations to block them, so it is difficult to snipe, but the impact of the refining void realm will produce huge anomalies, and the spiritual energy vortex formed will be easily perceived, and it will take a long time, which is enough for those bosses to intercept. Cultivators who have reached the realm of refining emptiness can already threaten the interests of those big guys. They issued the order of nothingness, which is to declare that those who follow me will prosper, and those who go against me will perish. If you don't choose to join, then I will kill you. Xuanji was a little angry, but he still gritted his teeth and said, where is the order of nothingness? King Lian said, if you join some big sects, you will be awarded the order of nothingness according to your merits, and there will be some orders of nothingness auctioned at a few auctions, which are also considered sky-high prices. Xuanji said, tell me, is it too late for me to join some big sects now? King Lian said, it's too late. The disciples of those big sects are trained from childhood to cultivate a sense of belonging. Finally, they are granted the order of nothingness. As for my husband, he is too old and is not qualified to get the order of nothingness. But he may get an order of nothingness at the Zhongzhou auction. Xuanji sighed, it's too difficult to cultivate immortals. Originally, the number of cultivators who can achieve refining emptiness is rare, and with the restriction of the order of nothingness, there are even fewer. King Lian said, the world of immortal cultivation has always been like this since ancient times. It is too difficult for us, the independent cultivators, the cultivators born in small families, to counterattack those big families, big sects, and top bosses. Chapter 592 Farewell to the Six Desires Demon Lord. Speaking of the Void Order, Xuanji felt a huge pressure, and his mind was a little heavy. Times have changed, but many things have not changed. After many people became emperors, the first thing they did was to suppress other forces, to prevent the throne from being taken away. After those monopoly giants occupied a monopoly position, they also had to set up technical barriers or economic barriers, to suppress other small and medium-sized enterprises. In the world of cultivating immortals, those peerless giants also had to set up various means, to suppress future generations, to prevent them from surpassing them. Of course, they would also support their descendants and help some of the younger generations, but the premise was that these younger generations were their relatives or apprentices. The first emperor wanted the country to last for thousands of years. Similarly, many immortal sects also wanted the country to last for thousands of years, such as the former Yuhua sect, Jiandao, and subsequent sects. Similarly, many Xuanji wanted to rise and prove their way to immortality, and they had to fight with those ancient forces for resources. The long history of the world of cultivating immortals is a history of resource competition, and countless strong men fought for resources. Xuanji suddenly thought of something and asked, King Lian, what is your level of cultivation? King Lian said, at the peak of the spiritualization, you can pass the tribulation at any time. You just don't have the void order to prove the Dao. The moment you pass the tribulation successfully, you will become food. Xuanji said, forget it. The situation is not good. We can only endure it temporarily and find a way to obtain the void order. If we can't, we can only fight. After talking for a while, King Lian left. Xuanji was depressed and returned to the cave. He began to practice hard. He was only at the 7th level of the spiritualization. There was still a long way to go before he could reach the peak of the half-step void refining. He still had to practice to the half-step void refining before talking about other things. Yu Kingdom, the former demon kingdom. In the past, this was the kingdom of demon cultivators. Countless demon cultivators gathered here. It can be said that demons were fighting and killing each other. Since the fall of the 6 Desires Demon Lord 100 years ago, Yu Kingdom has become more chaotic, with constant fighting and bloodshed. Until later, the Blood River Demon Lord rose up, and Yu Kingdom was initially stabilized. Yu Kingdom, in a cave. A young man sat upright. He was wearing a black robe, with a handsome face, eyes like stars, and a little vicissitudes. He had slender fingers and a slightly raised mouth, flipping through books. Wow. As the books flipped, the boy put down the books after a while. He arrived at a corner of the cave and took out a piece of top-grade spiritual stone and held it in his hand. The spiritual energy in the top-grade spiritual stone surged like water and entered the boy's body. The boy's aura was rising steadily. About a day later, the top-grade spiritual stone broke and turned into powder and scattered on the ground. The boy took out another spiritual stone and continued to practice. After a month, the boy's aura was transforming and finally broke through the shackles and entered the 3rd level of the purple mansion. The aura fluctuated like a wave, and after a while, the aura was completely restrained. The boy activated the secret technique, and a black longsword made a dragon roar and fell on his palm, buzzing, and the sword energy was like frost, shocking the 9 heavens. The treasures in this cave have all been used up. The young man stood up, opened the storage bag and checked it, then sighed slightly. I can only look for the next treasure. The young man stood up and left, heading for another treasure hiding place. The location was in a small county town, but when he arrived in the county town and found the location, he found that the treasure was empty. The young man was slightly worried and went to another treasure hiding place. But when he arrived at the location, after a careful inspection, he found that the treasure was empty again and was dug up by some monks on the spot. He was a little angry and had to go to another treasure burial place. This time the treasure was well preserved and there was no accident. But the young man's worries did not decrease, but continued to increase. Some troubles, the problems encountered after this reincarnation are much more difficult than I imagined. I'm a little dangerous. The young man was worried, thinking back to everything that had happened in the past 100 years, as well as the various dangers he encountered along the way, many disasters, etc., and his uneasiness was increasing. Blood River Demon Lord, with the support of those families, your state has become stable, but after stability, it is becoming more difficult to obtain resources. Even though I don't have a bottleneck, I still encounter many problems. Most of the 81 treasures left in the past have been dug up by some cultivators, and the remaining resources are not enough to support me to enter the god transformation. I must use extraordinary methods and special means to restore to the peak moment within 300 years. If it is later, I may encounter a catastrophe. Thinking back to the various disasters he had encountered since his reincarnation, the boy's uneasiness was increasing. The speed of cultivation must be accelerated. I don't have much time left. Who can I borrow resources from? The Li family of Wu State is too stingy. Xuanji of Chu State is very generous and rich. He may be a 6th grade or even 7th grade spiritual plant master. If there are some problems, I can get close to him and ask him for help. But it seems difficult for me, a purple mansion cultivator, to meet a god transformation boss. The boy thought about it and found a way after a while. Half a month later, the boy finally arrived in Chu State. When approaching the Lu family, I immediately felt the rich spiritual energy, which was as rich as water. Just taking a breath, I felt refreshed and comfortable. From a distance, I saw towering mountains, surrounded by white clouds, and waterfalls pouring down, like silver hanging upside down. There were cranes taking off, soaring above the 9 heavens, making pleasant sounds, and there were monks coming in and out, carrying out various tasks of the family. The Lu family monks and affiliated monks all came in and out in an orderly manner. The boy fell from the flying sword and walked up. After a while, he arrived at the nearby market. There were many kinds of items in the market, including spiritual medicines, spiritual treasures, spiritual materials, etc. There were many pills such as foundation pills, true essence pills, pure yang pills, purple mansion pills, golden pills, etc., which were placed on the counter and could be purchased with spiritual stones at will without any additional conditions. There were also various grades of magic tools, etc., all placed here at low prices and affordable. Various spiritual medicines, spiritual materials, etc., are rarely placed on the counter. Just now, the boy picked up a green sword, flicked his fingers slightly, and made a buzzing sound, like countless bees calling. "Good sword," the boy said, with a flash of admiration in his eyes. The clerk said, "Wow, this is a 3rd grade standard spiritual sword. The price is only 5,000 spiritual stones, the cheapest spiritual sword in Chu State. In other markets, it can be sold for at least 8,000 spiritual stones." The boy said, "Not bad, very good. This flying sword can be sold for 10,000 spiritual stones in Chu State. I want to see your shopkeeper here. There is a big business." The boy said, "How much is a big business?" The clerk smiled and said, "Our shopkeeper is in the early stage of yuanying cultivation. The transaction is less than 100,000 medium grade spiritual stones. Don't alarm our shopkeeper." The boy said, "This is a big business, at least 300,000 spiritual stones. I'm just responsible for taking the lead." The clerk looked at it carefully, wanting to confirm whether it was true or not. The boy was not polite and took out the storage bag directly. Opening the storage bag, the precious light flashed inside, and many spiritual stones were piled up in it. Just a glance was enough to make one's eyes blind. The clerk took a deep breath and looked away, fearing that he could not bear it, and would rob and kill people to get the treasure. The Lu family's house rules are extremely strict. In the Lu family's market, leaking customer information and causing customers to be hunted down will be severely punished. "Wait a moment." The clerk nodded. Later, he left. About a moment later, a female cultivator came. Her skin was as white as snow, her eyebrows were crescent shaped, her eyes were clear, her hair was like a waterfall, and she was wearing a white tight skirt, showing her graceful figure. She was a Yuan-Xiu. Looking at the boy, she said, "Wow, what do you need to buy?" The boy did not answer, but looked at the clerk. The clerk nodded and quietly retreated. The female cultivator said, "Wow can answer now." This the boy said, taking out a token. On the token, the words Jinxi were engraved. "In the past, my ancestor gave Xiao Xianzhen some small help. Xiao Xianzhen gave my ancestor a token, saying that if there is anything, you can come to ask for help." The young man said, "Now, my family has encountered some difficulties, and we need Xiao Laozu to help us. Please report it to the senior. Just say that the junior wants to see Xiao senior." The female cultivator took the token. The token was ancient and vicissitudes, but it only had the breath of Jinden. Obviously, this was the token given by Xiao Laozu during the Jinden period. "Please wait a moment." The female cultivator did not dare to delay and went directly to report to the superior. Such a thing dare not delay, nor dare to conceal it. A moment later, a female cultivator came down, wearing a green coat, with an ancient and powerful breath. It was King Lian. King Lian looked at the young man, slightly surprised, but still waved her hand and said, "Zhao Yu, leave." "Yes, ancestor." Zhao Yu retreated. Only King Lian and the young man were left in the room. King Lian looked at the young man and said, "Six Desires Demon Lord, I didn't expect you to be alive. I thought you were eaten by that person." This demon lord's appearance changed drastically, but his aura did not change. He could deceive low-level cultivators, but not King Lian. The young man said, "My original body has been eaten. This is my reincarnated body. I have temporarily avoided the disaster and survived by chance." King Lian said, "When you were eaten, my husband was very sad. I didn't expect you to be alive. As expected, you old monsters have many trump cards and many killing moves. It is very difficult to kill them. But why do you want to see Xiao? You are only at the 3rd level of the Purple Mansion. Why do you want to see us? It is not safe. At least, you have to cultivate to the level of a spirit, and then reveal your identity. The 6 Desires Demon Lord smiled and said, back then, I was kind to Xuanji. I'm adding insult to injury. I don't think she will be ungrateful, right? King Lian said, Xiao will not add insult to injury, but I will. As he spoke, a terrifying aura emanated, as if a thunderbolt would fall in the next moment. The 6 Desires Demon Lord smiled without saying a word, and seemed not to be afraid of death at all. King Lian restrained his breath and said, you won. Wait a moment. He took out a token, and passed the message. Just a moment later, Xuanji also arrived. Seeing the 6 Desires Demon Lord again, Xuanji was also shocked. After being shocked, he guessed his purpose. After the 6 Desires Demon Lord reincarnated, he was only at the Purple Mansion level, but it was too dangerous for him to meet 2 gods. However, he resolutely came here, so he must have his reasons. Xuanji said, congratulations, fellow Daoist, for escaping death. The 6 Desires Demon Lord smiled and said, it was a fluke, just a fluke. Xuanji said, Heavenly Lord, why are you here at my Lu family? You're not here to visit us, are you? The 6 Desires Demon Lord said, back then, you saved Xuanji, you won't forget it, will you? Xuanji said, the Heavenly Lord's kindness, we will never forget it. The 6 Desires Demon Lord said, now I'm in danger and I'm weak, shouldn't you help me? Xuanji said, of course. The 6 Desires Demon Lord said, in that case, I plan to live in the Lu family temporarily. Xuanji said, okay, the Heavenly Lord can live here, and can recover to the stage of transformation, and then leave. I just hope that the Heavenly Lord can give me a suitable reason. The 6 Desires Demon Lord smiled and said, forget it, since you want a reason, then I'll give you one. This deity was born as a casual cultivator, and later I got some inheritance, embarked on the path of cultivation, and cultivated to the stage of transformation. It's just that this deity was born as a demon cultivator, and was naturally hated by the heavenly Dao, and my luck is often in a downturn. I can only stay in new state and rely on new state's national luck to suppress myself, and avoid some disasters. If I leave U state, the disaster will break out, and I may never recover. Although I have escaped a disaster, my luck has become worse after reincarnation. In these 100 years, I have experienced many death disasters, and some of the treasures I left behind have also been lost. I have a feeling that my luck is changing extremely. If I don't have the protection of a strong person, I may not live long, and will fall in the disaster in the near future. I take refuge under fellow Taoists, just to rely on the luck of the Lu family to suppress myself, and avoid some disasters. In the world of cultivating immortals, luck is very important. It's okay to have a poor cultivation, but you can't have bad luck. Those with bad luck have already died in disasters. Xuanji and King Lian looked at each other, began to communicate secretly, and started talking. Xuanji said, King Lian, what should we do? Accept him or not? King Lian said, if it were in the past, I would have killed him long ago. Unfortunately, the Lu family has become so powerful, and has so many concerns now. In the past, he saved Xuanji. This is a favor and a great cause and effect. It must be repaid. Xuanji asked, how much do you think is true, and how much is false in what he said? King Lian said, probably half true and half false. This old guy is not honest at all. But it is true that demon cultivators have bad luck. We, the righteous cultivators, can travel around the world, looking for adventures and obtaining treasures, but the 6 Desires Demon Lord has too bad luck. If he was in New Kingdom, it would be okay, but after leaving New Kingdom, he may encounter disasters inexplicably. It is true that he used the luck of the Lu family to suppress his own disaster and resolve the disaster. As for the rest, it is hard to say. But how did he escape the disaster? This is what I want to ask. Xuanji nodded and asked, Dao, I want to know, who captured you? And how did you avoid being hunted down? Chapter 593 Dao Heart Demon Cultivation Method. Some questions can be ignored, but some questions cannot be ignored. The Six Desires Demon Lord thought about it and wanted to refuse, but he still said, at the time, when I was captured by that hand, I was completely sealed and could not sense the outside world. Later, I died. As for how I avoided being hunted down, it was because I practiced a technique called Deo Zinzanga Modafa. When he said this, a blank jade slip appeared in his hand, and something was written on it. Soon, a technique was handed over. Xuanji took it, just flipped through it roughly, and said, Deo Iao, please stay in my Lu family for a while. King Lian took the jade slip, flipped through it carefully for a moment, and asked, what are the advantages and disadvantages of the Deo heart planting demon method? Deo Iao, can you tell me a thing or two? The Six Desires Demon Lord said, well, you want to know, then I'll tell you. As for how much you can comprehend, and whether you will practice it in the end, it depends on your own luck. What is the Xuanman orthodox way? What is the demonic way? The Xuanman orthodox way pursues gradual progress. The speed of practice is slow in the early stage, but it is mainly based on a solid foundation. In the later stage, the improvement is significant after accumulation. But the demonic way skills pursue speed and quickly improve the cultivation, and don't pay much attention to the foundation. The foundation should be cultivated to a very high level before making up for it. Most of the demonic way skills are unconventional, and they are all eager for quick success and instant benefits. There are many disasters, but if you can make it to the end, they are not inferior to the Xuanman skills. The Deo heart planting demon great method is such an extreme method. It is fast to practice, but it is also extremely dangerous, and will damage your own luck. You must think carefully. Xuanji said, Deo Iao, you can stay in my Lu family for the time being. The treatment is the same as that of a Yuanying cultivator. If you enter the Yuanying stage, you will be given the treatment of a Shenhua cultivator. Take this token and you can walk in most areas. As he said, he threw a token. The Six Desires Demon Lord took the token, breathed a sigh of relief, and said, thank you. This is a guest token, which means that he has become a guest of the Lu family. King Lian warned, I hope that Deo Iao will behave yourself, and don't do anything that harms the Lu family, otherwise I will kill you. I understand. The Six Desires Demon Lord smiled and said goodbye. Xuanji and King Lian looked at each other, both silent, but their minds were quite heavy. There are no good demon cultivators. Good people will not become demon cultivators. King Lian said, on the surface, the Six Desires Demon Lord is very weak, but we must not be careless. I'm afraid that he will bring disaster to the Lu family. Xuanji said, the karma of the past must be repaid. We can only temporarily place her here. King Lian said, it can only be like this. I hope the Six Desires Demon Lord will not cause trouble. Xuanji said, let's not talk about other things. Let's comprehend some of this volume of skills. Deo Zinzanga Modafa is quite mysterious and will benefit us a lot. But I feel that this volume of skills is not complete, only half of it, and there are still flaws. King Lian said, he hid some secrets from us and only gave us half of the volume of skills. Haha, don't be too greedy, half a volume is enough. Xuanji laughed, returned to the cave, and began to comprehend. King Lian also nodded, and then entered the cave. With the token, he went to the Lu family to register, and soon the Six Desires Demon Lord became a guest of the Lu family. With the help of the token, you can buy some elixirs at a 50% discount, some magic weapons at a 70% discount, and rent a cave at an 80% discount. Rent the cave and enter it. The cave is made of 9-day white jade, showing a white light, white but not dazzling, and soft in color. In front of the cave, there is a huge spirit cave, which gathers a lot of spiritual energy, bound by the formation, and only leaks out a little bit. Just a little bit of spiritual energy leaked out, which makes the cave full of spiritual energy. In front of the cave, there is a 1-meter high cauldron. The cauldron has 3 legs and a round belly with 2 ears. There are exquisite reliefs on the belly, and there are blue dragons swimming up and down. Under the cauldron, it is connected to the ground fire, and the blue ground fire sprays out, making a hissing sound. In front of the cauldron, there is a white jade bed. The bed is forged with spiritual jade. Lying on it, it feels warm in the cold, giving people a refreshing and comfortable feeling. On the bed, there is a gourd with a spiritual spring in it. He opened the gourd and just took a sip, which was very comfortable. Gulp. The Six Desires Demon Lord drank it directly. He just wanted to taste it, but the moment he drank it, he felt more and more delicious. Gulp, gulp, and finished it quickly. He walked around in the cave again. In the cave of about 100 square meters, there were 7 or 8 formations superimposed on each other. The 2-yin illusion formation could attack below the level of the god transformation. The 4 elephant gathering spirit formation could condense spiritual energy for cultivation. The 5 element life and death formation could condense the power of the 5 element for cultivation. And the heavenly sword absolute killing formation could transform into sword energy to kill the enemy. After walking around in the cave, the Six Desires Demon Lord nodded and was very satisfied. Not bad, not bad. Chu, especially the Lu family, has developed very well. The speed of development is fast and steady, far surpassing you. When Xuanji Xians and occupied Chu in the past, the development speed was just like that. Generally speaking, Chu and you were not much different. But after Chu fell into Lu Xuanji's hands, the development speed was much faster. Six Desires Demon Lord analyzed, and the more he analyzed, the more surprised he was at Lu Xuanji's management ability. This Taoist of creation is not only fast in cultivation speed and a peerless Avildoer, but also very good at governing the Lu family and Chu in an orderly manner. In Yu, a foundation building pill often requires 30,000 low-grade spirit stones, but in Chu it is only 5,000 spirit stones. A third-grade spirit tool may cost more than 10,000 spirit stones in Yu, but only more than 7,000 in Chu, and the prices of Bayang rice and Jade Emperor rice are also quite cheap, only 3 layers of Yu. In Chu, the treatment of low-level cultivators is very good. As long as you work hard and are not too useless, most of them can become the best cultivators. With these favorable conditions, the number of cultivators in Chu state is constantly expanding, the number of strong people is constantly increasing, and the development speed is rapid. Gradually, there is a feeling that it has surpassed Wu state and Yu state, and it seems that they are no longer on the same level. Opening the storage bag, the Six Desires Demon Venerable took out a piece of rice. This piece of rice is like a sharp sword, 3 feet and 3 feet long, with ancient runes on it, and a trace of thunder flashing. Put this piece of rice into the big cauldron and pour in the spiritual spring to steam it. After a moment, a trace of fragrance came. Pour it into the bowl, and start to taste it. It melts in your mouth. The rich nutrition begins to be absorbed by the body, and the body feels comfortable. Under the operation of the technique, the speed of cultivation is 3 levels faster. Dragon Tooth Rice. I didn't expect that I could also taste Dragon Tooth Rice. After the Six Desires Demon Venerable finished 1 bowl, he ate another bowl. After eating 10 bowls in a row, he felt full. Standing up, stretching his muscles and bones, he felt indescribable beauty all over his body. Unexpectedly, he could also eat Dragon Tooth Rice. Dragon Tooth Rice, the food of dragons, is quite complicated to cultivate, but it is also extremely nutritious. It is very beneficial to the nourishment of the cultivator's body and the improvement of cultivation. In Yu state, only a few soul transforming cultivators are qualified to eat Dragon Tooth Rice. But in Chu state, only Yuanian cultivators can eat Dragon Tooth Rice. With such good food nourishment, it is extremely difficult for the Lu family's cultivators to slow down their progress. The cultivators of the Lu family and the cultivators of Chu state are lucky. The Six Desires Demon Lord sighed. Dragon Tooth Rice is quite rare and precious, but it is nothing for the soul transforming cultivators. If you insist on expanding production and increasing the output of Dragon Tooth Rice, there is not much technical difficulty and resource difficulty. But the former Chu state, Yu state, Wu state, and other families all subconsciously controlled the output of Dragon Tooth Rice and reduced the flow of Dragon Tooth Rice to the lower level cultivators. Human nature is selfish. Many senior monks would rather pile up resources in the warehouse and let them get moldy than spread them to the lower level monks. There are many reasons for this, but the biggest reason is to prevent the lower level monks from becoming powerful and threatening their own interests. Control the resources from the source, control their quantity and output, and reduce the number of lower level monks. Therefore, the price of foundation building pills has always been high. The prices of purple mansion pills, pure yang pills, golden pills, etc. have also been high. Those senior monks will not reduce prices or increase production. If prices are reduced and production increases, how can they maintain their high monopoly profits? Monopoly profits are secondary, the key is to monopolize their own position. But the Liu family doesn't seem to care about these. They continue to increase the input of resources, increase the number of foundation building pills, and continuously put them into the market, and continuously reduce their prices. Many lower level monks have received discounts, but the benefits to the Liu family are very limited. In the past, 1 foundation building pill was produced, but now 10 foundation building pills are produced. The price has dropped, the output has increased, but the profit has not changed much. Liu Xuanji's behavior is a bit stupid, but he is destined not to be a fool. Why is it like this? The 6 Desires Demon Lord pondered. Is it for the war in 2 years and 500 years? But it feels wrong. In such a world war, the gods are soldiers, the refining void is the general, the monks of the unity of the way, and the monks of the tribulation are the main force. Thinking about it, I thought of the war between the Purple Mansion realm and another world soon. In such a world war, the lower level monks are simply unable to participate in the war, and participating in the war is not very useful. Only the monks of the transformation of the gods are qualified to participate in the war, and are qualified to be soldiers and rush to the front. In such a war, whether the Purple Mansion realm annexes that world, or that world annexes the Purple Mansion realm, the victorious side will kill the defeated side, and kill them all. But killing them all is another level division. For example, all the cultivators at the level of god transformation and above will be killed, and no one will be left alive, but cultivators below the level of god transformation will be preserved as much as possible, and the impact will be minimized to preserve their vitality. For the world, the most important thing is not the various resources, natural materials and treasures, but the large number of living beings. The world is valuable only when there are living beings. If all the living beings die, it is not valuable. After the war, most of the cultivators at the bottom will be preserved. The Liu family has a lot of resources, which is of great benefit to me. Should I take advantage of this opportunity to directly achieve the peak of the nascent soul, or directly become the initial stage of the void refining? The former represents safety, but it is not absolutely safe, but the latter is proud to participate in the battle and fight. With my ability, there is a high probability that I will fall in the catastrophe. The 6 Desires Demon Lord thought, and fell into hesitation. I left the demon seed on Liu Xuanji, but it's a pity that the offense and defense have changed now. If I want to plunder his origin, it will be dangerous for me. Suddenly, thinking of the demon seed again, the 6 Desires Demon Lord flashed a trace of worry. With the help of the demon seed, he could plunder the spirit of some cultivators and seize their essence. In his plan, when Liu Xuanji achieved the state of refining emptiness, he could seize his essence and refine it for his own use. But all this was based on the premise of using the strong to overcome the weak. After he met with a catastrophe and fell, he reincarnated with the help of the demon seed, but he was only at the 3rd level of the Purple Mansion. If he activated the demon seed, it would only change his offense and defense. Not only could he not seize Liu Xuanji's essence, but he would also suffer a backlash and become his wedding dress. The Dao Zinzang mode Alpha I gave him has a big flaw. If he practices it, I might be able to use the weak to swallow the strong. The 6 Desires Demon Lord thought, looking forward to Liu Xuanji practicing that technique. In the cave, Liu Xuanji was flipping through the jade slips, thinking about the secrets of Dao Zinzang mode Alpha. He continued to comprehend its mysteries, and various mysteries were changing and arising, and he continued to understand its essence. The first step of the Dao Heart magic method is to condense the Dao body and condense the supreme Dao Heart. The second step is to use the Dao Heart to condense the magic seeds and spread them out in various forms. The third step is that after the magic seeds enter the bodies of certain cultivators, they will go into hiding. The fourth step is to wait until a cultivator becomes strong enough to take back the magic seeds. When the magic seeds are taken back, the cultivator's spirit will become a tonic for the cultivator. It's like a pyramid scheme, constantly spreading the magic seeds, and then constantly harvesting them. An interesting practice. It allows one to plunder and harvest constantly, and cultivate very quickly. But the downside is that it damages one's luck. No wonder this demon lord mostly stays in use state and rarely goes out, because he has very bad luck. Xuanji pondered and vaguely understood some truths. In times of crisis, one can use the help of the demon seed to reincarnate and avoid being hunted down by the enemy. After the 6 desires demon lord was killed, he reincarnated with the help of the demon seed and survived. In theory, the demon seed is immortal, and the cultivator is immortal. One can use the demon seed to reincarnate continuously, but this kind of reincarnation requires a huge price. After each reincarnation, one's luck will be reduced by half. After reincarnation, luck will get worse each time, and the disasters encountered will be more terrifying each time. One can reincarnate up to 3 times. Up to 3 times is just an ideal state. Many cultivators died in disasters after their first reincarnation because their luck was too low and they suffered too many disasters. No wonder the 6 desires demon lord wants to stay in my Lu family. It's because after the disaster, his luck was too low to suppress the disaster. Xuanji pondered, and now he vaguely understood some things that he didn't understand in the past. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 594, 500 Years, Half-Step Refining Void Peak. In the end, Xuanji destroyed the scroll of skills, suppressed his impetuousness, went to the cave, and began to practice. After entering the cave, he began to enter a deep retreat. Time passed, the Chu state was developing, the Lu family was developing, and everything was in order. There were cultivators rising up, proving the golden elixir, and becoming peerless strongmen. There were also Yuanian cultivators, whose lifespans were exhausted, and finally passed away. There were also cultivators who were possessed by the devil, and died at the moment of breaking through the level, and died in the catastrophe. There were also cultivators at the peak of Yuaniing, who were trying to break through the spirit, and died in the heavenly catastrophe. There are also monks who are out looking for adventures, and fighting with monks, and are killed on the spot. There are also monks who kill people and steal treasures on the road, but are counterattacked by strong men and die in disaster. There are also monks who are not talented enough, and have poor understanding, and are stuck at a certain level and unable to sit and die. There are also monks who are appreciated by nobles, soaring into the sky, and become a Yuaniing boss. There are also monks who are not talented enough, and have insufficient understanding, but they have insight into people's hearts, and rely on currying favor with someone to become a giant. There are monks rising. There are monks sitting and dying. There are monks in decadence. There are monks cheering up. There are monks blackening. There are monks abandoning evil and doing good. People's hearts are all kinds. The world is rolling. All things are changing, interpreting all kinds of sentient beings. Time is passing. It seems very fast, and it seems very slow. In the blink of an eye, 500 years have passed. In the cave, the big tripod is ringing, making a hissing sound. Under the cauldron, the ground fire was burning. The blue flame scorched the bottom of the cauldron, and turned into rolling heat entering the cauldron. At the mouth of the cauldron, there was a wheezing sound, and smoke leaked out along the mouth of the cauldron, and the impurities and poison in the elixir were also excreted. On the wall of the cauldron, the eyes of the blue dragon statue were flashing, emitting a faint light. The body of the blue dragon was cruising and changing, circling around the cauldron, and many formations in the cauldron were running, endlessly, constantly born and destroyed. In front of the cauldron, a young man was sitting. The young man had a handsome face and facial features like a girl. His long hair was simply tied up, and he was wearing a white Taoist robe, ethereal and mysterious. His palms were as delicate as white jade, and his palms were pinching the seal, patting the wall of the cauldron, and the cauldron was making a slight sound. Along with the patting, a stream of magic power was infused into the cauldron, activating the formations in the cauldron. The formation in the cauldron was humming, and activated to the extreme. The boy's face remained unchanged, without a trace of extra expression, like a sculpture. He carefully observed the cauldron. His mind was flashing and changing, and he could see the changes in the spiritual medicine in the cauldron. He watched the fusion of the spiritual medicine meticulously, without a trace of slackness or impatience. Snap. As if sensing something, the boy urged his palm again, and the green light on his palm was flashing. Yimu's magic power was like running water, hitting the wall of the cauldron. The cauldron made a louder sound, making a thumping sound, as if a giant beast was suppressed in it and resisted violently. The lid of the cauldron was making a violent sound, making a hissing sound, continuously, and the exhaust gas was constantly excreted, faster and more violently. Sensing the situation of the cauldron, the boy's face changed slightly, and a trace of surprise flashed across his face. He controlled the changes of the cauldron more carefully, and sensed the changes in the situation inside it. After an hour, the boy slapped the cauldron and the lid of the cauldron opened. Whoosh! After the violent Denki lost the restraint of the ding cover, it rushed up, and rushed into the void. It changed and fluctuated in the void, turning into the form of a dragon and a tiger, fighting each other. It turned into a fairy, singing and dancing. It turned into a golden armored general, holding a golden spear, murderous. The aroma of the elixir came, like a fine wine, intoxicating. With the change of Denki, 9 pills flew out of the cauldron. The pills seemed to have a trace of intelligence, and fled in different directions. At this moment, the boy made a move. The palms were changing, and the magic power changed like clouds, turning into palms, and captured them in the void. The 9 pills were only halfway through their flight, and they were captured. The boy's fingers were changing, pinching the Dan collection formula, turning into handprints, and sealing the pills. The pills, which originally had a myriad of strange visions, a majestic aura, and a terrifying aura, disappeared as the seal of the pill fell, and only turned into a green pill, which was ordinary. He took out the medicine gourd, and put the pills in it. At this moment, the cauldron was still wheezing. Most of the pill energy had gone, but the remaining pill energy still had a hot color. The cauldron was still steaming, and the cauldron wall was still at high temperature. The boy activated the seal, and under the operation of the formation, the ground fire began to extinguish. After the cauldron naturally dissipated the heat, the boy stood up, took out the spiritual spring, and began to clean the cauldron. After cleaning, the cauldron was tidied up again. When he walked out of the cave, the boy looked at the sunlight outside. It was just past 7 or 8 o'clock at this moment, and the weather was slightly hot. Looking at the sunlight outside, the boy felt a little tired. In order to refine this furnace of pills, he had not rested for a month. Even though his cultivation was strong, his blood and ki were strong, and his soul was strong, he still felt a little tired. After walking out of the cave, the boy walked towards the cafeteria. Most of the food in the Lu family's canteen is prepared for immortal cultivators. They use various spiritual medicines to forge dishes, spiritual medicines to forge fine wines, spiritual rice as rice, and various spiritual fruits as food. The recipes forged by various materials are not only medicinal tonics, but also extremely delicious. When the boy arrived at the second floor of the canteen, he had just sat down, when a purple mansion cultivator came forward and asked, "Dao, what kind of food do you need? Here is the menu. There are 7 different kinds of rice, including Baiyang rice, Yukon rice, Yuhuang rice, Langai rice, Fenghuang rice, Kilin rice, and Shengsan rice. As for the dishes, there are steamed dragon meat, stir-fried wind liver, Jinwu roasted wings, Xuanwu soup, and Bailing soup." As a clerk, the purple mansion cultivator introduced the dishes, and made recommendations continuously. It is not easy to cultivate immortals, and the cultivator sighed. Thousands of years ago, the Lu family had only one purple mansion cultivator. At that time, the purple mansion cultivator was called the ancestor, and he stood at the top of the Lu family. But today, thousands of years later, the Lu family is constantly developing, and various internal conflicts are intensifying. Competition for various positions is fierce, and the purple mansion cultivator can only serve dishes in restaurants and waiters. There was a time when mystical puppets were used to replace cultivators as waiters. But soon, they were reported, and finally gave up. Once again, the family became dominated by cultivators, and there are still cultivators fighting for it. The young man flipped through the menu and said, 2 bowls of dragon tooth rice, 2 bowls of phoenix rice, 10,000 unicorn rice, 2 bowls of fairy rice, and a golden set meal. which is about 18 dishes, 1 gourd of blood and soul wine, 1 gourd of soul cleansing wine, and 1 gourd of fairy wine, and 3 5-element fruits and 3 good fortune fruits as after meal fruits. Wait a moment, pay the bill first, and then serve the dishes. The waiter filled in the menu, and said with a smile, the price is 1000 top grade spirit stones. Do you want to swipe the card, or pay the spirit stones? Swipe the card. The young man nodded, took out the spirit stone card directly, and started to swipe. The spirit stone card is a spirit stone card created by the Lu family. It can be used to replace spirit stones, swipe consumption, and can carry out a certain degree of lending business. In the early days, the spirit stone card was only implemented in the Lu family, but it was gradually implemented in the Chu state, and even expanded to the Wu state, the Yu state, and even the northern Jin state, Qi state and other countries. After a while, various delicacies were served one after another. The boy tasted the food directly. The food was very large and delicious. He devoured it in no time. The food was quickly consumed. After about 10 minutes, all the food was consumed. Burping, the boy sat upright on the chair, feeling so comfortable that he didn't want to move at all. The Lu family is good. The Lu family is still good. The Lu family is much better than the Hehuan demon sect, the boy thought, vaguely thinking of the past. The boy was the 6 desires demon lord. In the blink of an eye, he had stayed in the Lu family for 500 years. During these 500 years, he continued to complete various tasks of the Lu family and exchanged for cultivation resources. Then, the speed of cultivation was rapidly increasing. In just 100 years, he became a giant and cultivator. It took another 300 years to become a Yuanying cultivator, and now he has reached the 3rd level of Yuanying cultivation. The 3rd level of Yuanying is considered to be the upper middle level in the Lu family. With the revival of spiritual energy, the number of cultivators is increasing, but Yuanying cultivators are still rare. He stayed in the Lu family for 500 years, which he had not expected. In his opinion, if he stayed in the Lu family for a period of time, he should be driven away by Lu Xuanji or King Lian. But the result was very unexpected. Both Lu Xuanji and King Lian turned a blind eye to him, did not give him better treatment, and did not suppress him. Just treat him as an ordinary guest, and give him corresponding treatment. And the good treatment of the Lu family was far beyond his expectations. In the Hehuan demon sect, there was killing and calculation everywhere. There were calculations and harms between brothers, Taoist partners, and teachers and apprentices. There was no trace of benevolence and morality. But the Lu family was unexpected. Everything was in order here. There was no killing and robbing. They helped each other and assisted each other when they encountered problems. A few monks with bad intentions and bad morals were also suppressed by the Lu family rules and had to become good people. In the Lu family, even if they were bad, even if they were big villains, they had to pretend to be good people in order to survive. Just being a bad guy, playing the role of a good guy for decades, hundreds of years, is he still a bad guy? The family atmosphere of the Lu family, mutual support, mutual help, and harmonious and amiable appearance, made the always cold and selfish 6 desires demon lord feel a little changed. I'm no longer myself. The former demon lord, the demon of a generation, has a feeling of abandoning evil and doing good. The demon cultivators believe that human nature is evil. When they are infants, their parents raise them, but they become resentful when they grow up. When their children grow up, they are not well provided for, and their parents get angry and scold them. Sons and fathers are the closest relatives, but this is the case. What about the relationship between ordinary people? The so-called trust is nothing but interests. Mars is not in the sky, but in the human heart. But Lu Xuanji doesn't think so. He believes that the human heart is neither good nor evil. The reason why people become bad is not that they are evil by nature, but that they have to become evil in order to survive. But once they are constrained by the system and the atmosphere is constantly shaped, bad people can also become good people. A bad system turns good people into bad people. A good system turns bad people into good people. The 6 desires demon lord recalled everything he had experienced in the Lu family in the past 500 years, and couldn't help but sigh in his heart. To a certain extent, the Lu family changed everything about him, and he was changing from a bad person to a good person. In the past, when he did bad things, He never felt that he was doing bad things, but felt that it was natural, and he did evil without knowing the evil. But in the Lu family over the years, his heart has become soft, and when he does evil again, he will hesitate, weigh, and have a heart of reluctance. Just when the Six Desires Demon Lord was in a state of ups and downs, he suddenly felt a terrifying breath leaking out from afar. It stayed for less than 3 seconds, and the breath was suppressed by the formation, but it felt like an instant. He has entered the peak of the half-step refining void. The Six Desires Demon Lord subconsciously clenched his fists. In the cave, a terrifying breath leaked out, like mountains and seas. Later, the breath converged and turned into a calm appearance. In the cave, Xuanji opened his eyes. His eyes were like stars, and the terrifying breath suppressed the void and emitted a destructive energy. The eyes converged and turned into an ordinary appearance. Click, click. Xuanji stood up, stretched his muscles, and his magic power surged violently. The aura was like the mountains and the sea, with tidal waves, one after another. Half step to the peak of the void refining realm. This time, after 500 years of seclusion, he finally reached this realm. At this moment, the aura was strong, and Xuanji had a feeling that he could break the aura at any time, attract the arrival of heavenly tribulations, human tribulations, and life tribulations, and then break through to the void refining realm. However, at the moment of breakthrough, he felt a whim and a sense of oppression. At the moment of breakthrough, it was the moment of complete death. Breakthrough is death. The void order, without the aura of the void order, covering the moment of breakthrough, will attract the attack of some powerful people, and then be captured and eaten. Xuanji sighed. A void refining realm cultivator is also a supreme medicine. If eaten, it is also a great tonic. Unwilling to give up, he used the mobile phone to deduce again, and the result was that without the void order, he would die. If he broke through, he used the 33 Heavens Supreme Treasure to deduce again, and still without the void order, he would die. If he broke through, at most 1800 years from now, that big world will attack the Purple Mansion realm. By then, the Purple Mansion realm will be in crisis. In order to cope with the crisis, those top bosses should loosen their restraints and allow many cultivators to enter the realm of refining emptiness so that they can add some cannon fodder at the moment of the catastrophe. But they didn't. Xuanji pondered. A trace of unwillingness flashed across his face, and he deduced again that the world blockade still existed, the danger still existed, and the so-called unlocking of the refining void confinement still did not disappear. He guessed wrong again. Even in the face of a major crisis, those top bosses still did not relax their suppression of middle and higher level cultivators. If they wanted to break through the refining emptiness, they still needed the void order. Chapter 595 Learning to Let Go. As he practiced the technique, Xuanji felt more and more depressed and uneasy. If he broke through the refining void, he would definitely die. At the same time, he sensed that the calamity was spreading in the void, and the Purple Mansion world was experiencing a great calamity. Under the influence of the calamity, some spiritual treasures, spiritual objects, spiritual medicines, etc., would appear in the world one after another, scattered all over the world, and would be obtained by some geniuses. However, some top powerhouses occupied the majority of the luck of the world, and suppressed the development of those geniuses. A moment later, King Lian came and congratulated him. Husband, congratulations on entering the peak of the half-step refining void realm. You are only one step away from entering the refining void realm. Xuanji smiled bitterly, sensed the energy of heaven and earth, and said, I would rather not have taken this step. At this step, I feel more and more aggrieved and uncomfortable. Without the void order, the probability of achieving the Dao of refining void is almost zero. People have to bow their heads under the eaves. I plan to go to Zhongzhou and try to buy the void order. King Lian said, I want to go with you too. Xuanji said, not right, not right. You'd better stay and look after the house. There must be a strong man to stay, so as not to be robbed. King Lian smiled and said, after 500 years of seclusion, there are some things you don't know. Here, I want to explain in detail. The Lu family is very strong now. There are more than 50 powerful masters of the god of transformation in the Lu family. Apart from the two of us, there are still 53. These powerful masters of the god of transformation have strong cultivation and strength, which is enough to sit in the Lu family and ensure the safety of the Lu family. Moreover, if the two of us stay in the Lu family, many cultivators will not adapt to it and will feel disgusted, uncomfortable, disgusted. Lu Xuanji was stunned. King Lian said, the children have grown up and don't want their parents to control them. The Lu family is growing stronger and the number of god of transformation has increased to more than 50. Their cultivation is improving, and they are fighting for some say. In particular, over the years, you have often been in seclusion, and often left home to be outstanding. You lack management of the Lu family, which has led to some power dispersion. I'm your Taoist partner. Some things can be managed, but some things cannot be managed. It's not that I can't manage, but the cost is very high and the price paid is very high. Many things should be let go. Lu Xuanji sighed slightly and wanted to say something, but he was silent. Counting his bone age with his fingers, he was already 2,600 years old. Looking back at the history of the Lu family, it was about 3,500 years ago that Lu Changsheng, the ancestor of the Lu family, founded the Lu family, a family of immortal cultivators. At that time, the Lu family had only one foundation building cultivator. The ancestor Lu Changsheng took more than a dozen female cultivators as wives and concubines. In just 100 years, he multiplied more than 100,000 descendants, and dozens of humans were born with spiritual roots. These dozens of human cultivators constituted the first batch of cultivators of the Lu family. After the ancestor passed away, the Lu family continued to develop. In the process of development, there were ups and downs. 3 purple mansion cultivators were born one after another. There were moments of prosperity and prosperity. There were also many times when the family was exterminated and fell into crisis. When it came to the time of the patriarch Lu Fuming, because the ancestor Yan Yang attacked the Lu family suffered another disaster of extermination. Not long after, the remnants of the Lu family gathered together and rebuilt the Lu family in Changyuan Mountain. But at that time, the Lu family only had 3 foundation building cultivators and was suppressed by some nearby families. It faced the situation of being divided again and finally exterminated. The situation was extremely bad. At that time, the great elder Lu Xianyi traveled around, visited some friends, seniors, etc. many times, and kept a low profile many times, so that the Lu family barely survived. At that time, there was no channel to buy a foundation building pill. Even if there were spirit stones and premium purchases, no one would sell it to the Lu family. He could only take the risk to break through the barrier, but fortunately there was no danger. At the moment of crisis, Xuanji appeared, occupied the Xiang mountain of the Lu family, and said some good things for the Lu family. At that time, when Xuanji said these words, it was just a casual remark, but it shocked the surrounding families, and the Lu family was in a relatively better situation. The isolation and suppression were relatively reduced. Later, Lu Xuanji went to the Yi family to participate in the blind date conference and marry the Lu family's female cultivator. With the help of the relationship of marriage, the fox pretended to be the tiger's power and brought a superior environment to the Lu family. Sure enough, after he married Yi Wanyi, the relationship between the Lu family and the Yi family entered a honeymoon period, and the Lu family became the younger brother of the Yi family and entered a period of rapid development. Later, the great elder entered the Purple Mansion realm. He also entered the Purple Mansion realm. With 2 purple palaces in one family, the Lu family began to prosper. When he achieved the golden core, the Lu family became a big family in Chu. Later, he became a Taoist partner with Xuanji and achieved the nascent soul, which made the Lu family a top big family. Of course, as he continued to grow, the enemies encountered by the Lu family also became stronger. When the demons invaded, the Lu family was wiped out again. However, with the Lu family's deep foundation, strong population, and a top ancestor in charge, the Lu family recovered rapidly and returned to its peak in less than 100 years. When he advanced to the god of transformation, the Lu family became one of the top big families in Chu. As for the former ally, the Yi family declined due to internal strife, lack of talent, lax family rules, and other reasons. Even with the support of the Lu family, there were only 3 nascent soul masters in charge, and the overall decline was in progress. In the following years, Lu Xuanji fought with Dongji Xianzhen and destroyed the Xianling sect. One big force fell, and another big force rose. The Lu family became the master of Chu. In the past, the Lu family was just a purple mansion family, but in his hands, after more than 2000 years of development, it has become a great family of transformation. He has made an indelible contribution to the rise of the Lu family. However, as the Lu family grows and develops, various contradictions have also erupted one after another, and various problems have continued. In particular, the increase in the number of transformations in the Lu family and the emergence of more than 50 transformations have also diluted his prestige. He has been away for many years, or in seclusion for a long time, etc., and his control over the Lu family has declined significantly. Many transformations began to seize power. The ancestor is a transformation, and I'm also a transformation. Shouldn't I share some power? It's reasonable. Of course, he can also suppress and control the Lu family by force, but this has a lot of disadvantages. It's like a child grows up and wants to be independent, and the parents continue to control the child, which will inevitably lead to the deterioration of the father-son relationship and the mother-son relationship. Thinking back to everything about the Lu family, Lu Xuanji felt a little lost. Now, the Lu family doesn't need him anymore. It's like a child who has grown up and doesn't need his parents anymore. Lu Xuanji said, "You said I should let go." King Lian said, "Yes. Xuanji, you should let go. When the child grows up, the parents should let go. When the family grows, it is time to let go. If you don't let go, you may become an enemy. Besides, even if the Lu family leaves us now, it will continue to grow and become better." Lu Xuanji worriedly said, "But what if a powerful enemy invades, and those gods in the Lu family can't stand it, and the Lu family will be wiped out? What if the Lu family rules are lax, and some family elders are partial to their own laws, leading to family corruption and family decline? What if some things within the Lu family are not handled well? The family may fall into difficulties or even crisis." He kept talking about the uneasiness in his heart, and talking about his worry about the Lu family. King Lian sighed, looked at the Taoist companion, and said, "Xuanji, your greatest advantage is that you are reluctant to give up. There are many things that you are reluctant to give up. In the past, when you obtained some resources and treasures, the first thing you thought of was not to use these resources to improve your own cultivation, but to give them to Yuan, the Great Elder, and Jinzi. When you have good things, you don't want to keep them for yourself, but to leave them to others. With such a habit, you have a good aptitude, but your cultivation speed is much inferior." The 2 maids, Longzhuan and Ningzhu, have both entered the nascent soul stage, but you are stuck at the peak of the golden core stage. I don't know what to say about you. It's just that at a certain point, some things should be let go. If you don't let go, you will become enemies. The Lu family now has more than 50 gods, and their power is huge. It is difficult to destroy the Lu family. Moreover, even if the Lu family is destroyed, what does it matter? The Lu family has various branches, and the cultivators of each branch are scattered in more than a dozen countries such as Yu, Wu, Chu, Jin, Qi, etc. Even if they are destroyed, it will not be a big problem. As for the various problems and difficulties in the Lu family, we must believe that the younger generations can handle everything. Xuanji, it's time to let go." Lu Xuanji sighed, "Yes, it's time to let go. There are tens of millions of cultivators in the Lu family, but less than 10 of them know each other. There are tens of millions of cultivators in the Lu family, and how many of them recognize me, the ancestor? Some things should be let go." Looking back on his life, he only had 3 Taoist companions and 3 concubines, and he was quite indifferent to women. Those who are slightly more philandering, Taoist companions and concubines easily exceed 10, or even exceed 100. His number is very small and very dull. Once, he fought for the revitalization of the Lu family, and he wasted too much time practicing for the Lu family, but it was all worth it. But now he has to let go. His heart is empty and quite lost. Feeling the loss of his Taoist companion, King Lian stepped forward and hugged him. The 2 were in close contact, feeling each other and feeling the warmth of their bodies. You still have me? King Lian stepped forward and said. Yes, I still have you, Xia, Ningzhu, and Longzuan. Lu Xuanji said carefully, but there were a few people missing. King Lian stepped forward and said, if you feel lonely, I can introduce you to a few girlfriends. There is a female cultivator, whose original body is the flower of eternal night. After transforming, she wears a black dress, and has the third level of transformation. She is called the Fairy of Eternal Night, and is very popular in Shu. There is also a female cultivator from the Xianling sect. Her aura is wholly like a fairy. She has a pair of innate divine eyes. Her Taoist name is the Fairy of Star Eyes. Her cultivation is the first level of transformation. She is suitable to be your Taoist partner. There is also a female cultivator, whose Taoist name is the Fairy of Thousand Feathers. She was not born in the human race, but in the angel race. Her cultivation is the second level of transformation. As for some other female cultivators, some have too poor qualifications, and are just vases, not suitable for you. Some female cultivators have outstanding looks, but their cultivation is too poor. Only the nascent soul cultivation, not suitable for you. And some female cultivators have bad intentions, and are not suitable for you. There are also female cultivators who are suitable in all aspects, but are unwilling to be your concubine, and I will not force it. After a careful count, there are more than 500 divine transformation cultivators in Chu, Wu, Yu, Shu and Dashan, etc. There are 150 female divine transformation cultivators, some of whom have Taoist partners, and some are not suitable, so more than 70 are directly eliminated. The rest are screened, and finally these 3 are chosen. Lu Xuanji smiled bitterly and said, I'm not in the mood. King Lian smiled and said, it's because I'm not in the mood that I care about these things. Lu Xuanji said, they are also divine transformation cultivators, how could they be willing to be my concubines? King Lian said, so what if they are divine transformation? In the eyes of the lower level cultivators, the difference between divine transformation and divine transformation is not much, but in our eyes, the difference between divine transformation and divine transformation is huge, even greater than the difference between humans and dogs. Not to mention others, there are more than 500 divine transformation cultivators in Chu, Wu, Yu, Shu and Dashan, etc., which seems to be a large number. But most of them have exhausted their potential, or encountered bottlenecks, or lack of comprehension, and most of them will stop moving forward. There are less than 20 cultivators who can enter the 9th level of divine transformation. There are less than 5 who are qualified to prove the Dao, and refine the void. Yangai, Xingmao, Qianyu and others seem to have outstanding looks and stunning talents, and are known as fairies. But when they reach the realm of transformation, who is not a fairy? Relying on powerful cultivation, tempering the body becomes more and more flawless. How many of them are ugly? Who doesn't have outstanding looks? The beauty they are proud of is very ordinary. If you can't see through this, it would be a bit stupid. Yangai, Xingmao, Qianyu are 3 female cultivators who seem to be transformation cultivators with noble status, but the probability of entering the realm of refining emptiness may be less than 1%. But if they become your concubines, there is at least a 3-level probability of proving the truth and becoming a refining emptiness. They are not as good as imagined. If the selection is relaxed, the number can still be increased to at least 20. But after thinking about it, I gave up. I believe in rather having nothing than having something of poor quality. As he spoke, King Lian became more and more interested and said, Xuanji, if you are bored, I can take you to see my 3 best friends. They are all carefully selected for you, and are the most suitable for you. Forget it, I'm not in the mood to talk about love. Lu Xuanji shook his head and said, I can't think of any words to please the female cultivators. These things are unnecessary. Even the most generous woman would not be happy to have her Taoist partner be partly replaced by other female cultivators. The reason why King Lian introduced these 3 fairies was more to divert his attention. With the help of the beauty's face, he could divert the loss of letting go of the Lu family. King Lian said, Xuanji, let's go out for a walk. Lu Xuanji wanted to refuse, but King Lian pulled him out of the Lu family and went away. The 2 of them stepped on the white clouds, soaring in the sky, and flew away. The white clouds were floating, and the farmland, villages, cities, lakes, rivers, etc. under their feet quickly retreated one after another, at a very fast speed. Standing on the white clouds, looking down at all living things from above, like an immortal, King Lian asked, Xuanji, how long have you not seen the scenery outside? Lu Xuanji said, over the years, I have been busy managing the Lu family, fighting with cultivators, or practicing in seclusion. I come and go in a hurry. How can I have the mood to appreciate the scenery outside? Chapter 596, Passing Away. The white clouds were floating, heading northwest. Halfway along the way, Lu Xuanji changed direction and moved in another direction. Suddenly thinking of something, Lu Xuanji asked, King Lian, how is the Lu family doing recently? I'd better not ask about the Lu family's affairs anymore. How is Ningzhu? How is Longzhuan? I haven't seen them for 500 years. How are they doing? King Lian said, not long ago, Ningzhu was at the 7th level of the spiritualization realm, and Longzhuan was at the 6th level of the spiritualization realm, but they also encountered bottlenecks. They are traveling outside to look for opportunities. If they can find opportunities, it would be even better. If they can't find opportunities, they can also use traveling outside to temper their minds and break through bottlenecks. Lu Xuanji said, it's very dangerous for the two of them to travel alone. King Lian smiled and said, in the world, where is there no danger? The two of them are already powerful spiritualization realms. They are no longer children, and they have some magic weapons, forbidden tools, etc. given by me, which are enough to protect themselves. If this is the case, and they still encounter disasters, then all this is destined. Husband, you must learn to let go. Lu Xuanji said, I'm just a little worried. Why do they have to go out and venture? There are enough resources in the Lu family, enough for them to practice, but why do they have to go out to look for adventures? There are so many adventures in the world, especially there are too few adventures that are useful to the divine transformation cultivators. King Lian nodded and said, the resources of the Lu family are enough for them to practice, but they can't rely on their husbands blindly. They also need to experience proper training outside, experience life and death fighting, intrigues, and constantly temper themselves between life and death, so that they can rise and become strong. If you rely on your husband blindly, wouldn't you become a vase? Lu Xuanji sighed, I'm responsible for making money to support the family, and you are responsible for being beautiful, isn't that good? King Lian said, no. As she said that, she stepped forward and approached Lu Xuanji, feeling his warmth and his heat, and said, whether it's Ningzhu or Longzhuan, I don't want to be your burden. I don't want to hold you back. I don't want to become a symbol one day. I don't want to not even see your back one day. Being your Taoist partner or concubine is very stressful. It's easy to feel inferior after spending a long time together. Lu Xuanji said in silence, it's not necessary. Ningzhu has a pure yin holy body, and Longzhuan has the blood of the dragon clan. In terms of qualifications, they are not inferior to me. What's the inferiority complex? Haha. King Lian smiled and said, in the past, Jinzi was at the 8th level of the Golden Core Overlord, and you were only at the 8th level of Key Refining. But 500 years later, you narrowed the gap with Jinzi, and then surpassed Jinzi 500 years later. Now you have surpassed her by a large margin. This is because you are indecisive, allocating some resources to other female cultivators, and taking care of the family, to distract some of your energy. My original body is a 7th grade King Lian, which has a great innate advantage, but I was soon caught up by you. As for the combat effectiveness at the same level, I'm far inferior to you. As for Ningzhu and Longzhuan, the two girls are even worse. On the road to immortal cultivation, some cultivators cultivate very fast in the early stage, building foundation at the age of 20, purple palace at the age of 50, golden elixir at the age of 100, primordial infant at the age of 300, and spirit transformation at the age of 1000. However, after the spirit transformation, they will encounter bottlenecks and be stuck for decades or hundreds of years before they can make a little progress. Some cultivators simply exhaust their potential and get stuck at the first level of spirit transformation. Until the moment of sitting and passing away, they have not made any progress. Xuanji is an outstanding monster with outstanding talent, but he was stuck at the 8th level of golden elixir for 200 years. When he reached the peak of the primordial infant, he was stuck for another 300 years. After the spirit transformation, he encountered 3 small bottlenecks and was stuck for a while. Because Long Xuan's bloodline potential was exhausted, she encountered 8 small bottlenecks. Later, she used some spiritual medicine to make up for it and broke the shackles. Ningxu also encountered obstacles and was stuck in front of bottlenecks many times and could not move forward. But only you. Your early cultivation speed was slow and inconspicuous, but after reaching the golden elixir, you still made steady and orderly progress. When you reached the primordial infant and spirit transformation, until now, you are still making steady progress without encountering any bottlenecks. Your aptitude is somewhat terrifying. Xuanji said with a smile, "Don't say that to me. I will be proud if you say that to me." Kinglian said with a smile, "Husband, if you don't have a goal where you want to go, you can find one of my girlfriends and go and hover around." Xuanji coughed, changed the subject and said, "Let's go to the Danliang sect. The former Danliang ancestor was kind to me and supported me a lot. When I fought with Dangji, he was also standing in a neutral position. Now it's time to go visit this senior." Kinglian said, "Okay." As he spoke, he rode the white clouds and headed towards the location of Danliang sect. On the vast plain, mountains stood in front. Many mountains were surrounded together to form a huge basin. The basin was vast and huge, and various spiritual medicines, spiritual rice, and spiritual plants were planted in the basin, which looked lush and verdant. In front of the mountains was a huge city. There were monks selling items in and out of the city, and there were monks asking questions. It was quite stable and peaceful. On the mountains, on the steep peaks, there were caves, surrounded by white clouds and fog, which looked ethereal and changeable. In front of the mountains, there was a huge stone tablet with 3 words engraved on it, Danliang sect. It seemed that the Danliang sect would always be the runner-up for thousands of years. Back then, when Dangji Xianzhen was intimidating the world, Danliang sect was the second. When the Lu family rose, Danliang sect was also the second. However, whether it was Dangji Xianzhen or Zhaohua Xianzhen, they all treated Danliang sect with courtesy and respected Danliang Xianzhen. After the spiritual energy was revived, Chu entered a fast lane. The number of cultivators increased significantly, and the number of high-level cultivators soared. In the past, Xiandan cultivators were the big bosses and could be called peak masters. But after 2000 years of spiritual energy revivification, Chu's state has long been full of Xiandan, and Yuanying is as numerous as dogs, and only Huashan can shake. Now, to become the peak master of a peak, you must have Huashan cultivation. Danliang sect is not as developed as the Lu family, but now there are 15 Huashan cultivators. White clouds were floating, and when approaching Danliang sect, Xuanji automatically descended from the white clouds, walked up, and headed for Danliang sect. Kinglian smiled and followed closely. Just as he arrived at the gate of the mountain, he saw an elder of the God Transformation realm who came to greet him and said, "Junior, I greet the head of the Lu family, Senior Zhaohua, and Senior Kinglian. This is most suitable for a cultivator at the first level of the God Transformation realm, with a bone age of 1200 years and average cultivation, but his attitude is extremely respectful and humble." Xuanji smiled and said, "You are well informed." The elder of the God Transformation realm smiled and said, "It's not that I'm well informed, but you have no intention of hiding it. It's too good for us not to notice it." When we arrived at the door of your house, Xuanji said, "I won't say much nonsense. I greet Senior Danliang." The elder of the God Transformation realm hesitated for a moment, but at this moment, a divine thought came. After receiving the news, the elder of the God Transformation realm said, "The headmaster invites you this way." Under the leadership of this elder, the two entered Danliang sect without disturbing anyone. No cultivators came to greet them. Neither Xuanji nor Kinglian liked those flashy things, nor did they like too much noise. Just like that, they kept moving forward and soon approached the main peak. Finally, the cave opened. Elder Huashan nodded and retreated. Xuanji and Jingxu entered the cave, and the door closed automatically when they entered. On the bed, Lu Xuanji saw an old man with grey hair. All the hair on his head had turned extremely pale, his face was full of wrinkles, and he was aging quickly. He exuded a breath of decay, like a dead old tree. He lay there, and even when guests came, he just glanced at them subconsciously, without any extra movements. "You are here." Daniyang Xianzhen said. "Senior, what are you doing?" Lu Xuanji looked at this scene, and vaguely understood something. Daniyang Xianzhen said, "You also saw me like this. The blood and ki are withering, the mana is exhausted, the whole body is in a slump, and most of the vitality has dissipated. I'm only one breath away from dying. I just didn't expect that I could meet you before I died. How lucky I am. Before I die, you two will bury me. It's worth it." Speaking of the moment of death, this big man is very open-minded. When you can't change all this, you can't do anything else except lying down and waiting to die. What if you are not open-minded? You are just torturing yourself. Lu Xuanji said, "As far as I know, the lifespan of a god-transforming cultivator is 5,000 years. Senior should have another 1,000 years of life, but why did you become like this?" Daniyang Xianzhen explained, "The lifespan of a god-transforming cultivator is 5,000 years. If you can live a second life, you can increase your lifespan by 5,000 years. Taking longevity fruits, longevity pills, etc. over the years has also extended my lifespan by 2,000 years. According to the theory, my lifespan is 12,000 years. It's just that in my youth, I kept fighting and fighting with powerful enemies, leaving some injuries on my body. Afterwards, he took some pills to treat his injuries. At that time, it seemed that his injuries were almost healed, but the hidden injuries remained in his body. As they continued to accumulate, the injuries were getting worse. In order to fight some powerful enemies, I used forbidden secret techniques many times, which also reduced some of my lifespan. All kinds of scattered things add up, and my lifespan is not as long as you think. Cough cough cough." As he said that, Daniyang Xianzhen coughed again, and wanted to cough up blood, but he couldn't. It was just that his chest was trembling, and Lu Xuanji stepped forward and patted it lightly. Daniyang Xianzhen was a little better, "Thank you." Lu Xuanji said, "This is necessary. After all, I'm also an elder of the Daniyang sect, and here is the elder token." He took out a token with exquisite runes engraved on it, but some places were severely worn. Looking at this elder token, Daniyang Xianzhen sighed, "My qualifications are still a little worse. When I reached the 8th level of the spiritualization, my potential was exhausted. There is no possibility of moving forward a little. It's like a bucket that can only hold so much water. If you pour more water into it, the water will just overflow. My potential has been exhausted, and the 8th level of the spiritual transformation is the limit of my life. I was unwilling to accept this, so I bought a nirvana pill not long ago, intending to take it and break the shackles. But in the end, I failed. As the price of failure, I have exhausted my energy and spirit, and I'm not far from death, and have become the horrible appearance I'm now," he said, full of reluctance and melancholy. After the cultivators reach the stage of foundation building, they are all proficient in the art of maintaining their appearance. As long as they are not seriously injured, or their lifespans are at an end, female cultivators will always maintain their beauty, and male cultivators will maintain their appearance as teenagers or middle-aged. But now, not only has Daniyang Xianzhen's lifespan been exhausted, but he is also seriously injured and dying. He can no longer maintain his appearance as a middle-aged man, and has become an 80-year-old man. He will sit and die in 3 days at most. Cough cough cough. Daniyang Xianzhen wanted to speak, but when he spoke, he coughed again. Lu Xuanji stepped forward and patted him lightly again. At the same time, he urged the magic power of creation and injected it into his body, nourishing his meridians, danshan, internal organs, muscles, blood vessels, etc. Daniyang Xianzhen's body, which was originally dying of old age, was full of vitality. His face was rosy, and his blood and ki were a little better. "Not bad, not bad." Daniyang Xianzhen said, "Your blood and magic power are good for me. It's a pity that it can only last for a while." Lu Xuanji said, "Does the senior have any last words? I will help the senior within my ability." Danayang Xianzhen sighed and said, no need. Lu Xuanji said, I can take care of the Danayang sect for the senior. Danayang Xianzhen said, no need. The Danayang sect naturally has their own destiny, so you should not worry about it. Lu Xuanji said, can I take care of your wife, children, and grandchildren? Danayang Xianzhen sighed and said, no need. I had 3 wives in my life, but they all passed away one after another, and I had 12 concubines one after another, but they all died in disasters or passed away. Now there are still 3 concubines alive, but I have given them some money, which is enough for them to be self-sufficient, so there is no need to trouble you. As for my sons, most of them had poor aptitude, and died before me. Even some of my grandsons and great-grandsons passed away before me. Among those children and grandchildren, none of them are capable. Most of them are not as good as me, and they died early. Danayang Xianzhen smiled bitterly and said, these children and grandchildren can't send bells for me. Instead, I send them away again and again. As for the descendants of the lower generations, most of them are not close to me, and there is no need to say much. Taking care of them too much will do them more harm than good. Lu Xuanji said, senior, is there anything else that you are worried about? Danayang Xianzhen thought about it, recalled the past, but shook his head and said, no. I don't know what to say. Chapter 597, Fighting the Hidden Dragon List again. In the cave, Danayang Xianzhen was lying on the bed, dying. His breath was weak, and it seemed that he was about to die completely. Lu Xuanji asked, wanting to fulfill the old man's last wish before his death. After all, Danayang Patriarch was his ancestor, although such a generation was very far away, so far away that it was embarrassing to say it. Danayang Xianzhen thought, I don't have anything I can't let go of. I have explained almost everything that should be explained. As for the rest, it depends on them. Lu Xuanji sighed faintly. Danayang Xianzhen said, you have a good aptitude. You have already reached the perfection of the spirit transformation, and even there is a glimmer of hope for the refining of the void. Unfortunately, I don't have such aptitude as you. There was reluctance in his words, and more envy. Cough cough cough. Danayang Xianzhen coughed again, and Lu Xuanji stepped forward and patted him lightly, infusing the magic power of creation into his body to nourish his body, but the effect was much worse this time. Looking at this scene, Lu Xuanji felt inexplicably sad, and didn't know what to say. Danayang Xianzhen said, don't waste your energy. Lu Xuanji said, take care. Danayang Xianzhen said, forget it, forget it. I won't say anything else. Give me some spiritual liquid. As he said that, he looked at the other side of the table. Lu Xuanji took the teapot and poured the spiritual liquid into the teacup. The spiritual liquid was forged from a variety of spiritual medicines, with a rich spiritual energy and a burst of fragrance. Holding the teacup, he gently fed Danayang Xianzhen, but after entering his body, only a small part of the spiritual liquid was absorbed by his body, and most of the spiritual liquid leaked out, and leaked into the air. It's a pity, drinking the spiritual liquid is useless. Danayang Xianzhen sighed, I can't drink the spiritual liquid in this state. Even if I meet the beautiful fairy, I'm powerless. Looking back on my life, I have lost a lot. Xuanji, some things should be done when they should be done. When you see a beautiful woman, you can use coercion, bribery, or knocking her out with a club. Don't be hypocritical. Back then, I lost too much, because I was too hypocritical. What a pity. As he said this, Danayang Xianzhen sighed, urged the last of his magic power, cut off his last bit of life, and died on the spot. He died in a sitting position. Senior Lu Xuanji said. At this moment, a rainbow light flashed on Danayang Xianzhen's body, and with the change of colorful light, his body looked extremely sacred. At the moment, when the colorful light was extremely bright, red flames rose, and his body began to turn into rainbows, and turned into dust, and scattered on the bed. Senior, have a good journey. Lu Xuanji said. After the death of a cultivator, his body can be refined into a puppet, or a corpse demon, etc., which is of great benefit to the cultivator. Danayang Xianzhen had no confidence in those younger generations, so before he died, he turned directly into dust. In this way, the body would not be directly destroyed after death. Woo woo woo. Soon, the cultivators of Danyang sect came one after another in front of the cave. They knelt on the ground, crying, many tears, and looked very sad. But there were a few people who were really sad. Soon, there was another grave in the back mountain. After sending some sacrifices, Xuanji disappeared again. After leaving Danyang sect, Xuanji went to other areas to visit old friends. But old friends are constantly dying. How to Xianzhen died in a retreat. When a disciple opened the cave, he had already died of exhaustion. With the death of this big man, a war broke out in How to sect, and after the war, the vitality was greatly damaged. Soon after, a powerful enemy invaded. How to sect was wiped out and completely disappeared from the history of Chu. Master Wang Xing disappeared during a tour. His soul lamp went out, and he was suspected to have fallen. Master Moyu fell when he was about to reach the state of transformation. Master Bingpo also died in a fight. Many people he knew died. Looking back at Chu again, he could only see the descendants of these cultivators. Time was ruthless. As time passed, he outlasted many of his peers, and even many younger generations were outlasted by him. He traveled to many places, but all he saw was unfamiliar. Everything seemed particularly strange and cold. In a trance, Xuanji's mind was sublimating. His mind was constantly ascending, and it kept floating high, transcending the constraints of the flesh and the soul, like the heavenly way high above, looking down on all living beings. He looked at all this indifferently, not happy with things or sad with himself. All this, without the slightest bit of good or evil, was in accordance with nature. Just as the heavenly Dao sent down divine punishment and carried out the act of destroying the world, it did not have the slightest compassion for the world. Similarly, it would not bring down destruction because of the world's disgust and curses. The mind was emptying, and the thinking was becoming open-minded. Various laws and various great insights surged in the Dao soul, and the great insights were improving. However, as he began to become indifferent to everything in the world, the love and hatred, emotional entanglements, changes in all things, family business, etc. in the world were disturbed, and gradually looked down upon, like mayflies that were not worth mentioning. But, at this moment, the 33 heavens treasures were warning, and the mobile phone was warning. Xuanji seemed to realize something, and his mind was falling. From high above, from above the 9 heavens, he fell into the flesh, and into the soul. Puff. Xuanji spit out a mouthful of blood, sensing the soul, and the soul dissipated by more than half. It can be said that his vitality was greatly damaged. But he breathed a sigh of relief, and his face showed joy. Husband, what happened to you just now? King Lian said worriedly, handing over a pill. Xuanji said, just now, I accidentally entered the head Dao, and almost became a Dao, and disappeared. Head Dao, you are only at the peak of Huishan, but you actually entered the head Dao. King Lian looked at this scene, not knowing what to say. Just now, she saw her husband's breath change drastically, and then he vomited blood. But what does this have to do with head Dao? Huishan, condense the primordial spirit, and comprehend the divine will, laws, and the great Dao. After reaching the level of Liangsu, you can sense the void in the dark. As for the head Dao realm, it is the divine fusion of the heavenly way, and coexist with the heavenly way. I'm not at that level, but I accidentally entered the head Dao, and almost became a Dao, and my primordial spirit melted away. But there are many benefits. Xuanji smiled, and began to talk about the comprehension of head Dao. Just now. Huishan, Liangsu, head Dao, overcoming tribulations. The head Dao realm is that the soul senses the heavenly way, the soul fits the heavenly way, and can sense all the laws of the heavenly way. This realm is an extreme test of comprehension. Only with amazing comprehension can one enter the state of head Dao. When entering head Dao, one can always sense the changes of the heavenly Dao and the mysteries of all things. Of course, the speed of cultivation is extremely fast. But correspondingly, the Yuanshan also faces a danger of melting and dissipating of the heavenly Dao, just like a drop of ink that melts into a pond of water, and the ink will gradually lose itself. When a cultivator enters head Dao, he will always receive a huge flow of information from the heavenly Dao. Under the impact of such a huge flow of information, it is easy to be shocked and become an idiot, or simply lose oneself and move towards the Dao of transformation. Just now, He was only a mere transformation god, but he accidentally entered head AO. Although his Xuanji almost melted away and almost perished, the benefits he got were also huge. After talking about some of his insights into head AO, Xuanji said hello and entered into seclusion again. Outside the cave, only King Lian was left. He is going to retreat again. King Lian flashed a trace of envy and a faint sadness. After reaching the perfection of the spiritual transformation, she could no longer make any progress, but this husband, just by walking outside, entered into the state of enlightenment, and his cultivation level had made great progress. In the cave, Xuanji was comprehending the insights brought by the moment of the integration of the Tao. On his body, the Tao rhyme was flashing, and the divine will was changing. In the continuous comprehension, Xuanji's understanding of the Tao was improving. The 33 days were transforming, and his magic power was soaring, from 100,000 Jiazi of magic power to 180,000 Jiazi of magic power. 10 years later, the sorting was over. Xuanji's cultivation level was improved again. It's time to fight. Xuanji activated the secret technique and sensed the 10,000 races hidden dragon list. The list was changing, and many names on the list disappeared. Some Xuanji died in the calamity, but others soared into the sky and proved the Tao of refining the void. Last time, I lost to the peacock fairy, but this time I will definitely avenge my shame, Xuanji said. He activated his divine thoughts, and a projection descended immediately. In the void, the ring was condensed again. A void mark appeared in front of her, which was left by the peacock fairy. You are here, Peacock Fairy said. At this moment, her aura was bursting, the colorful light behind her was flashing, and the power of the 5 element was constantly being born and dying. Under the operation, it turned into 5 colored divine needles, pouring down like heavy rain. The 5 colored divine needles are the supreme magical power, which is specially used to break the aura. Kill. Xuanji took a step forward, and the aura in his body condensed, and the blood and ki surged like a tide. The 33 heavens condensed behind him, and the illusory world became more and more real. The power on his fist condensed into a fatal punch, which was blasted out. Boom. The void was exploding, and the 5 element divine needles were shattered one after another. The terrifying power also blasted the body of the peacock fairy, and the body shattered and perished on the spot. The peacock fairy was defeated. I'm too strong, Xuanji sighed. After 500 years of hard training, his cultivation has greatly improved. His magic power has become more and more pure. His control over the magic skills has become more subtle. His application of moves has become more exquisite, and his attack and killing methods have become more and more terrifying. Suppressing the impetuousness in his heart, Xuanji entered the level again. The void was changing, and another man appeared. The man had long blue hair, a flying breath, and a terrifying aura. Behind him, there was a phantom of Kunpeng undulating. It was the 49th on the hidden dragon list, Kunpengzi. Kunpeng's killing move turned into a devouring force and swept over. Xuanji waved his hand and hit it, destroying everything with one punch, and Kunpengzi fell. After defeating this one, he continued to challenge the 49th, 38th, 37th, and 30th challenges. Xuanji defeated one powerful enemy after another. The strong men he met along the way were defeated with just one punch, and he never used a second move. Defeated everything and swept everything. It was not until the 30th place that he encountered a little difficulty, but he was defeated in 3 moves. Go forward, and keep going forward. Constantly challenge, constantly kill. Xuanji kept fighting with the Xuanji, constantly honing his combat experience, and quickly killed the top 10. Then, he killed the top 5. Finally, he killed the third. The third on the hidden dragon list, Immortal Daogen, race unknown. The Immortal Daogen, the birth is unknown, and it is unknown where he came from, but he has an Immortal Dao body, and he can't be killed. Instead, he can absorb the enemy's luck, and comprehend the enemy's magical powers, by being killed again and again, constantly transforming himself, and constantly improving his cultivation. The Immortal Dao body is very difficult to kill, and its shortcomings are not known for the time being. In the void, the brand was changing, turning into a handsome man, with eyes like stars, and an ancient and powerful aura. Not bad Xuanji. Do it. The immortal Daojin said. Suppress. Xuanji took a step forward. His whole body was surging with energy. His breath was like the waves of the sea, and he waved his hand and punched the divine fist of creation. Life and death are impermanent. Immortal Daojin said indifferently, and the Tekai diagram of life and death appeared behind him. The two energies of life and death were circulating in his body. At the same time, huge blood and energy were surging. The blood and energy were vast and huge, like a human-shaped beast, emitting suffocating blood and energy. It seemed that the blood and energy were extremely rich, and the blood and energy turned into Genki, surrounding the body. Boom boom boom. When the two collided for the first time, the void was exploding. The destructive energy was impacting, and the waves were spreading in all directions. Thump thump. Xuanji's footsteps were flashing, and he took 3 steps back in succession. His hands were numb. This was the first time he met such a strong man, and could fight him head on. Some of the opponents in front were often not as strong as him in blood and energy, and could only dodge and fight. Immortal Daojin's body was also shaking, and he took 5 steps back in succession. His originally calm face had a hint of spirit at this moment. Immortal Daojin said, not bad, not bad, very good. You can actually repel me. You are the 3rd person and you are very powerful. Fight again. The blood and magic power of Immortal Daojin were surging. He used the supreme secret technique and urged the divine will to come. The void suddenly became grey. Death sky curtain. Endless death energy surged and turned into a huge sky curtain that swept over, and the death energy eroded it. 33 heavens. Xuanji controlled the fist intention and turned it into a domineering impact force, tearing everything apart. Immortal Daojin's body changed, and he came up close to attack and kill. Xuanji shouted and urged the secret technique to attack. Boom boom boom. The two sides clashed with each other, the force of destruction collided, and the terrifying magic power swept. The two changed their bodies, fighting fast with fast, and clashed quickly. In the void, only shadows were changing, extremely fast. When the battle reached the 200th move, Xuanji threw a punch. The ki was condensed but not released, but when it exploded, it was like thunder. The immortal Daojin was blown up on the spot, and blood scattered in the void. However, the next moment, the ki and blood condensed, and the immortal Daojin was resurrected again. Fight again. The immortal Daojin smiled and attacked again. This time, his fighting skills, fighting experience, etc. were more significantly improved. Chapter 598. Second on the hidden dragon list, Supreme. After resurrection, the immortal Daoist Lord once again activated his secret technique and attacked. His killing moves were fierce, and the aura of destruction swept over everything. The two auras of life and death surrounded his body. The aura of death turned into killing, and attacked the enemy. The power of vitality healed his own injuries. The immortal Daoist Lord activated his magic power, and the magic power condensed into a large bell. The bell was golden in color, and 3 ancient seal characters, Dong Huang Bell, were engraved on it. The sun, moon, and stars were engraved around the bell. The power of the sun and moon illuminated the past and the present, exuding a huge and vast aura, and the stars flashed and evolved into immortal power. When the bell was condensed, the immortal Daoist Lord slapped the bell with his right hand, and the bell rang slightly. Ding ding. The sound of the bell rang, but it turned into a terrifying ripple power. The ripples flashed and evolved into the power of soul destruction. Suddenly, Xuanji sensed a great danger. At the moment of life and death, he urged his magic power to transform into the 33 heavenly treasures. The shadow of the magic weapon was flashing, like a dream, surrounding the soul and protecting the soul. The bell rang, and the shadow of the magic weapon was shattered. As the shadow shattered, the soul-destroying power gradually dissipated. Kill. The immortal Daojin stepped forward and urged the golden bell, which hit the air and smashed down. It was like dancing a brick, hitting people directly. The means were simple and violent, but with great lethality. The first move of the god of creation fist, the creation of heaven and earth. Xuanji stepped forward, the blood and ki in his body were surging, and the blood and ki rolled like waves, making a dong 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 sound. The meridians on his hands were running, like 2 big dragons rising and falling. When the terrifying energy was condensed to the extreme, his fists blasted out like a landslide and thunder. As this punch was thrown, the power of the five element was born and died. The yin and yang energies fluctuated. The power of time and space changed. The power of the stars merged. The power of the primordial magnetism fluctuated. The power of light and darkness changed. And many powers condensed together and evolved into a virtual shadow of the world, suppressing it from the air. Bang! The immortal Daoist Lord was suppressed on the spot in the virtual shadow of the world. The destructive energy impacted, and the immortal Daoist Lord urged his magic power to tear everything apart, destroy everything, and everything was dissipating. The virtual world was shattering. But the power of the world shattering also bombarded the body that was not the Daoist Lord. His body seemed to be pierced by countless sharp swords, and his body was destroyed on the spot, with flesh and blood scattered everywhere. The immortal Daoist Lord was killed for the second time. The flesh and blood disappeared, and in less than 3 moments, the void condensed, and the immortal Daoist Lord was resurrected again. But his ki and blood did not fade at all, but instead became stronger and stronger, as if he was transforming in death, and improving in death. Kill. Immortal Daoist Lord stepped forward again, urging the supreme secret technique, and a long sword of death condensed in the void. The long sword was flashing and changing, and the rune of death condensed on it. Endless evil spirits, death spirits, and yin spirits gathered together and swept over on the spot. The 5 decays of heaven and man. Xuanji punched again, and the endless void was peeled off. Immortal Daoist Lord suddenly felt isolated by the world, excluded and suppressed by the world, and could no longer borrow magic from the world. A breath of exhaustion appeared on his body. His ki and blood were exhausting, as if he was in his 70s or 80s. His magic power was exhausting, as if he had entered the Dharma-ending age. His soul was exhausting, and a decayed aura appeared. His bones were exhausting. His 7 emotions and 6 desires were exhausting. His eyes went black, and immortal Daoist Lord lost his perception of the outside world, and fell into endless darkness. Xuanji breathed slightly. Just now, a punch was thrown. Immortal Daoist Lord lost his perception of the outside world, and fell into the 5 decays, and later went to extinction. But the void was changing, and immortal Daoist Lord was resurrected for the 3rd time. Xuanji's scalp tingled slightly, but he still stepped forward, and urged the secret technique to attack. Tao follows nature. Creation of all things. The rise and fall of the era. Eternal life on the other side. Reincarnation is immortal. The aura on Xuanji's body was rising, and the destructive energy burst out. He continuously punched the creation divine fist, and his moves were changing. Each move contained the power of life and death. Each move contained a supreme mystery, and each move contained the principle of the birth and death of all things. The terrifying energy was rising, and the destructive force was fluctuating. The terrifying force was continuously blasted out. After 9 consecutive kills, the body of the immortal Dao Lord exploded, leaving only a voice. I will be back. Hoo-hoo. Xuanji panted slightly, a little out of breath. It took 9 consecutive kills to kill the immortal Dao Lord. This was too difficult to kill. After being killed, the cultivation of the immortal Dao Lord will be slightly improved, and the potential will be greatly improved. Mobile phone deduction. At this moment, Xuanji activated his mobile phone and began to deduce the physical characteristics of the immortal Dao body. In the fierce battle just now, he kept fighting with the immortal Dao Lord. In the bloody battle, the mobile phone collected his information and analyzed it continuously, and he really had a corresponding understanding. Name: Immortal Dao Body. Advantages: it has strong blood and can be resurrected again and again. It can be called an immortal body and is difficult to kill. Disadvantages: the immortal Dao body is not truly immortal, but it is difficult to kill. It can be resurrected 9 times in a row every day. At the 10th time, it will not be able to be resurrected and will be completely destroyed. Disadvantages: immortality is not longevity. The immortal Dao body has a lifespan limit. If it cannot break through a certain realm, it will die of exhaustion. Disadvantages: the immortal Dao body is difficult to kill, but it can be sealed by secret techniques, or it can be trapped in an illusion by using illusions. The mobile phone is running and deducing some disadvantages of the immortal Dao body. In view of these shortcomings, if it is a critical moment, it can be given a fatal blow. However, Xuanji frowned slightly. What is the reason that allows the immortal body to keep resurrecting? This physique is a bit abnormal. Thinking about the characteristics of the immortal body, Xuanji flashed a faint envy. People have only one life, and many times they die once, and can never come back. But the immortal body has 9 lives every day, and it can only be completely killed after being killed 9 times in a row. There is no regret medicine in life, but the immortal body gives cultivators the right to regret, and the possibility of coming back again and again. Converging distracting thoughts, Xuanji urged his mind again, and began to challenge the second place on the hidden dragon list. In the cave, the young man sat upright on the bed. His breath was rising and falling. His blood was rolling like waves. His magic power was like waves, and the destructive energy was constantly rising and changing. At the moment of extreme operation, a star map appeared above his head. The sun rises, and the moon sets. The stars shine, and various stars are in operation and death. The immortal cycle of reincarnation has evolved into a vast atmosphere, interpreting a brilliant and bright breath. With the operation of the vision, the breath of the boy is rising, and the void is rippling like water waves, as if it can break the shackles, entering another world. But at the moment of operation to the extreme, the breath on the body is weakening and plummeting. Puff. The boy spat out a mouthful of blood on the spot, and the blood exuded golden color and rich vitality. With a wave of his hand, the blood on the ground was burned out. A little short. It's still a little short of the realm of refining emptiness, and it still lacks perfection. The boy stood up and sighed slightly. When he walked out of the cave, the boy stood on the mountain peak. In the distance, the sun was gradually setting in the west. The sunlight shone on the mountain peak, appearing soft and warm. In the distance, monks were coming in and out, carrying out the tasks of the sect, and there were monks taking care of spiritual medicines, spiritual herbs, etc. in the distance. There are also some elders sitting on the futon, telling the cultivators about the mysteries of the great Dao, the secrets of magical powers, the operation of the skills, the tempering of mana, etc. The entire Xixa sect seems to be thriving, and full of vitality. Xixa sect is a small sect on the edge of the ancestral line, with 3 Yuanying masters sitting in charge, dozens of giant and cultivators, and hundreds of purple mansion disciples and foundation building disciples. It seems prosperous and developed. Junior brother Zhu, you are out of retreat. At this time, the sound of wind was heard in the distance, and a cultivator appeared in the void. He had a handsome face and vicissitudes of life in his eyes, as if he had endless stories. He looked mature, steady, and generous, and his appearance was quite attractive to girls. He is out of retreat, but it's a pity that he is still a little short of reaching that realm. Xuanji said several times, with regretful words. Junior brother, don't be too impatient. You are only 230 years old, but you have already reached the 8th level of the Golden Core, and are very close to the nascent soul realm. Nink said, for many things, just let it go. If you are too demanding, you will get yourself into trouble. Xuanji nodded and said, thank you for your advice, senior brother. Nink said, junior brother, recently some female cultivators have come to Beihua Tower. They are proficient in the secret art of dual cultivation, and are supreme charm bodies. Why don't we go and see them? Xuanji said, then I'll trouble you, senior brother. On the top of Beihua Tower, the attic is decorated luxuriously, with chairs forged from 1,000-year-old spiritual wood, tables forged from top-quality warm jade, and exquisite cups and plates on the table. As the maids walked back and forth, exquisite food was placed on the table one after another, including grilled shark fins, steamed dragon carp, sweet and sour spiritual lamb, sanquin wangayu, dragon and phoenix raising head, etc. And exquisite food was placed on the table one after another. In the private room, the two of them toasted each other, chopsticks kept on, enjoying the food. Outside the window, the spring water flows, making a ding-dong sound. Looking down from a high place, the tourists, lakes, mountains, villages, white clouds, etc. outside the window all emerge, looking beautiful and unique. Thank you for your expense, senior brother. Xuanji said. Nink smiled and said, you are too polite. A few spiritual stones are nothing, and you should enjoy life to the fullest. The wine we drink today is called Zhuilongyin, which is one of the 3 famous wines of Beihua Tower. I heard that it is brewed with hundreds of flowers as the wine, and it tastes delicious. The taste of this wine is really amazing. Zuliming drank the fine wine, which tasted mellow. The two drank and ate, while talking about all sorts of things, telling some dirty jokes, and gradually felt a little drunk. Nink drunkenly shouted, "Let's go, we come to Beihua Tower, how can we not go to enjoy the flowers, let's go relax." He called out, and soon a beautiful woman in a gorgeous long dress followed in, smiling and said, "It turns out that Master Ning is here, why didn't you inform us in advance, so that we can prepare?" Nink waved his hand, a little impatiently said, "Come, bring your best female cultivator here, let us see." The beautiful woman smiled and responded, and told someone. The beautiful woman stepped forward, and poured tea for the two of them, saying, "How is Master Ning recently?" Nink said, "Not bad." The beautiful woman said, "Wait a moment, there are some female cultivators recently." Not long after, 8 beautiful female cultivators came in one after another, each bowing and showing their beautiful demeanor. In their frowns and smiles, they urged their skills, and showed their seductive power. Among these female cultivators, 6 were at the foundation building stage, and 2 were at the golden elixir stage. All of them were full of yin. The beautiful woman introduced, "Mr. Ning, a few days ago, I got a batch of top quality cauldrons and furnaces here. They are all virgins, with abundant yin and extremely moisturizing. Take a look. Do you like any of them? If not, I will change a few more." Nink smiled faintly, and swept his eyes over the female cultivators present. The women all had their own styles. Some had shy faces, some were pure and moving, some had bold eyes, some had beautiful eyes like water, some were charming, and some were mature and charming. There is always one that suits you. Nink smiled and said, "1 or 2? 1 or 2. Nink smiled and waved his hand. 2 female cultivators came forward, one on the left, and one on the right, and came into his arms. As he touched them up and down, the 2 women blushed slightly. Nink smiled and said, "Junior brother, I'm leaving first." As he said that, he disappeared with the 2 female cultivators, and went to appreciate the flowers. Zuliming also summoned the female cultivators, entered the room, and began to appreciate the flowers. About an hour later, everything was over. Zuliming entered the sage time, feeling everything around him, but his heart was quite indifferent. Talking about money instead of feelings, a fleeting marriage. At this moment, Zuliming frowned slightly, sensing a change, and said in his heart, interesting, someone actually wants to challenge me, the Taoist of creation, who defeated the immortal Taoist not long ago. Not a bad opponent." The void was changing, and a trace of divine thought descended, and turned into a cultivator. At this moment, Zuliming, the giant and cultivator of Xixia sect, disappeared, leaving only the second strongest person on the hidden dragon list, Taishang. "You are the second on the hidden dragon list," Lu Xuanji asked, while observing with divine thoughts. The mobile phone was running, collecting relevant information, and gaining insight into its roots. This opponent was very strong, with flawless aura, mixed as one, returning to nature, without a single flaw. "Since fighting all the way, I have encountered many strong people, but I feel a strong threat from this one. This is a life and death enemy, and I cannot afford to underestimate him. I'm Taishang." Zuliming said, "The heaven and earth are my parents. I was conceived for 3 million years, absorbing the essence of the sun and the moon, the spiritual energy of the heaven and earth, and the creation of all things, and then I was born. I was born strong. You are not my opponent. You lost to me, essentially, you lost to time. Who are my parents? Who are your parents? I was conceived for 3 million years, but you were only conceived for 10 months and then born. How can you compare to me?" Chapter 599, Supreme Deo Body, Supreme Infinite. Some people are born in Rome, and some are born as mules and horses. Many times, hard work is useful, and can change fate, but many times, hard work is useless. No matter how hard the farmers work, they can only harvest 3 or 5 more buckets, but they will not become emperors. Similarly, in the world of immortal cultivation, the gap between many cultivators is so huge that it is almost irreparable. No matter how much effort and struggle they make, it seems redundant and useless. The lifespan of key refining is 120 years. The lifespan of foundation building is 240 years. The lifespan of purple mansion is 480 years. The lifespan of golden pill is 1000 years. The lifespan of yuanying is 2000 years. The lifespan of Huishan is 5,000 years. The lifespan of Liangsu is 10,000 years. The lifespan of Hideo is 30,000 years. And the lifespan of the cultivator who crosses the tribulation is 100,000 years. As long as you don't become an immortal, it is difficult to live more than 200,000 years. But Zhu Liming, originally a divine stone on the Lingshan mountain in Zhuzhou, experienced 3 million years, absorbed the essence of the sun and the moon, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, and finally gave birth. When it is born, it automatically evolves into the supreme immortal body. The supreme immortal body contains the condensation of great fortune. When it is just born, it is the cultivation of the God transformation, which is equivalent to the childhood immortal. Next, it enters the stage of refining the void, merging with the Tao, overcoming the tribulation, and even becoming an immortal. There is no bottleneck at all, no difficulty at all. As long as you continue to grow, you will definitely become an immortal. It's like a child who grows up to be an adult. Zhu Liming spoke, and the meaning of his words was clear. Beggars should not compete with the Dragon King. It took him 3 million years from gestation to birth, but the Taoist of fortune opposite. He has practiced for less than 3,000 years. Want to surpass his 3 million years of foundation with 3,000 years of hard work? Is this possible? It's impossible. Xuanji nodded and said, "You are right, but I want to fight you to see who is stronger. In life, it doesn't matter if you lose a few times, but I'm afraid that you don't even have the courage to lose. Fight." Zhu Liming nodded and said, "Then let's fight. I hope you don't regret it, and don't leave a psychological shadow." Geniuses are often arrogant and proud, but it is also because of their pride that once they are defeated, their Taoism will be frustrated, and they will easily fall into despair and become completely decadent. Many Xuanji, after learning about the supreme immortal body, challenged him one after another, but they all ended up being beaten to the point of collapse. I hope the man in front of me is not one of them. Boom boom boom. This second on the hidden dragon list, Taishang Taoist, completely showed his powerful side. A terrifying aura emanated, and the blood and ki rolled like magma. Every time it rolled, it emitted a hot and destructive aura. The aura of the flesh was so strong that it could be called a human-shaped divine beast. Even many pure-blooded divine beasts were far inferior to it. The Taoist Taishang was operating his magic power, and the magic power deposited in his danshan began to operate one after another, like a perpetual motion machine, emitting a scorching light, as if a golden star was burning in his danshan, emitting rolling magic power, which was infused into the 5 internal organs and 6 bowels, and the 5 internal organs were ringing together. The illusory gods were evolving, chanting scriptures, and transformed into the White Emperor, the Black Emperor, the Yan Emperor, the Green Emperor, the Yellow Emperor, and so on. The 5 great emperors sat cross-legged in the 5 internal organs, and the 5 element of ki in the 5 internal organs were born and died, and seemed to evolve into a 5 element absolute domain. In the 6 bowels, there were also gods changing, evolving into 6 ki, that were born and died. Dong 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 dong. The danshan was in motion, and the mana was infused into the limbs. The strength of the limbs was constantly increasing, as if they were about to evolve into the supreme pillar of heaven. The sound of a dragon's roar came from the spine, as if a blue dragon was roaring, emitting a destructive energy. The eyes were emitting divine light, as if they had insight into the universe and the underworld. As the mana was in motion, the supreme Taoist body was completely activated, and the spiritual energy around it surrendered, and was controlled by it, as if it had become its subject. On the contrary, the opponent was in trouble, and the absorption of spiritual energy became slow and dull, and the spiritual energy was suppressed. 5-element sword, cut. The supreme Taoist took a step forward, and the powerful blood and mana in his body merged together, turning into a terrifying force that was rising. The mana on the palm evolved into the 5 element, and into 5 colors. The colorful light was constantly converging and changing, and constantly condensing and changing, turning into a 5-color divine sword. The divine sword was 1.3 meters long, with a slender and agile blade, and the blade light was bright and dazzling, like snow in June. It was engraved with a white tiger rising up, evolving into a white tiger vision, and turning into a terrifying roar, coming to kill. With one sword, no ghosts or gods would stay. Good. Lu Xuanji's arms were trembling, sensing the power and invincibility of this sword, but his heart was even more excited and excited. Excited to the point of fighting. His heart was beating violently, making a sound like a war drum. On his palm, a 5-colored divine sword also appeared. The long sword swung and chopped down. Sword against sword, attack against attack, simple and rough. Swish. The two swords clashed in the void. The sword light was rubbing, and the void was blocked by the blooming of green sparks. Lu Xuanji's footsteps were moving, and he moved half a step to the left. The long knife in his right hand moved with him and his arm, like a butcher cutting a cow. The long knife changed its angle and cut directly to the neck of the Taoist Taishang from another direction at an extremely tricky angle. One cut the throat, one cut killed the Taoist Taishang. The Taoist Taishang moved his left foot one after another, took a half step, and avoided the fatal knife with a hair's breadth. His left hand reached forward and grabbed the blade. His 5 fingers were bouncing, as if playing a pippa, and the terrifying force attacked Lu Xuanji's body along the blade. But, suddenly, Lu Xuanji felt his arm numb and trembling, as if it was about to slip out of his hand. He urged his great strength to suppress the long knife. But at this moment, the Taoist Taishang made a move, and his body moved forward, as agile as a monkey, but at the moment of attack, he was like a tiger. The speed was fast and steady, and in an instant, the distance was less than 3 feet. The body of the Taoist Taishang curled up slightly, and in an instant, his spine opened, as if a blue dragon was stretching its bones. His right hand drew a square, evolving into a white crane, which spread its wings, and evolved into a killing force. His left hand slightly condensed and moved back, drawing a circle, evolving into a python, and its arms were like a venomous snake. Crane-shaped fist. Snake-shaped fist. The two were perfectly integrated together, and the coordination between them was extremely mysterious. All the retreat routes were blocked. The crane's mouth seemed to be able to attack his throat, heart, and eyebrows at any time. The snake's mouth changed, and could attack his arms, legs, etc. at any time. The speed was fast and fierce. The move was experienced and steady, and it was impervious to water, and contained a storm-like attack. Lu Xuanji also cheered in his heart. With such a killing move, his body moved slightly one after another, and moved 7 steps in an instant. His footsteps stepped on the ground, making a slight sound, and 7 footprints appeared on the ring. The intervals between the footprints were mysterious, as if stepping on the Big Dipper. Lu Xuanji took 7 steps back. The Taoist Taishang also chased him, taking 7 steps in a row. When he took the 7th step, Lu Xuanji stopped, and did not take another step back. If he took another step back, the energy in his body would be drained away, and he would be defeated like a great army. When he took the 7th step back, it was just the right time. His body was like an open crossbow arrow, and he kept accumulating energy by retreating continuously. When he took the 7th step, his momentum and strength were just condensed to the peak moment. 9-color divine sword, cut. At this moment, the aura on Lu Xuanji's body was rising and changing. The power of the 5 element, the 2 energies of yin and yang, the power of the primordial magnetism, the power of the stars, the power of time and space, the power of extinction, and so on, all gathered together and turned into a 9-color divine sword. The divine sword slashed out, as if it was creating the world and shattering the void. This sword slashed out, slashing through the endless nothingness and shattering all illusions. This sword slashed out, destroying the ages and severing everything. Bang! The crane that spread its wings and swooped down to kill was decapitated, and the python that swooped down to kill was in a desperate situation and had its head chopped off by a knife. Crane-shaped fists, snake-shaped fists, etc. all went towards shattering. The long knife flashed by, and the remaining force did not decrease at all, slashing towards the forehead of the Taoist priest. The Taoist priest urged the secret technique to dodge to the left, avoiding the beheading knife, but the long knife passed through his chest, leaving a bloody wound. What a fast knife! The Taoist priest was shocked, no longer looking down on him. The opponent in front of him was qualified to be his enemy. You are not bad either, Xuanji said, with horror in his eyes. The knife just now was fast and fierce. If it were an ordinary cultivator, he would have been killed long ago, but the Taoist priest's speed, reaction speed, and physical strength were far beyond ordinary cultivators. This knife was ineffective. 9 kiss in the sky. The key of holy light, the key of the Holy Spirit, the key of Teichu, the key of Teishi, the key of Teisu, the key of pure yang, the key of Kyankan, the key of pure yang, the key of 9 heavens. The supreme Taoist activated the secret technique, and suddenly 9 kiss rose up from his body and condensed on his body, one layer after another, turning into a blue armor. There were blue patterns on the armor, like the color of the sky. The armor was changing, turning into a helmet, chest armor, arm armor, battle skirt, leg armor, combat boots, etc., surrounding the body, completely wrapping the body, greatly improving the defense. The 9 clear kiss were rising and blessing the body. The breath of the supreme Taoist was rising, and the speed, strength, reaction speed, defense, endurance, blood recovery speed, etc. were all greatly improved. But, urging the supreme Taoist body, the Dao pattern rose in the body, and a vision condensed and evolved into the gate of the fairyland in the void. The gate to the fairyland was bronze in color and tightly closed. But when the supreme Dao body was pushed to the extreme, the gate to the fairyland opened, and the spiritual energy of the fairyland, the laws of the fairyland, etc., all poured down and blessed the body of the supreme Daoist, turning into an endless source of power. Only by refining the void can one sense the gate to the fairyland. Only by combining the Dao can one open the gate to the fairyland and let the fairy energy of the fairyland pour down. Only by overcoming the tribulation can one open the gate to the fairyland and guide the laws to pour into the body. However, these are nothing to the supreme Dao body. The 3 are combined into one, and they are in place in one step. Fight, fight, fight. The supreme Daoist activated the secret technique, like the supreme god of war, and rushed forward to kill. Kill. Xuanji also activated the pure yang Dao body, and the hot blood and ki were like the scorching sun, bombarding the enemy. Boom, boom, boom. The golden sun collided with the blue sun, the huge blood and ki impacted each other, the magic power clashed together, the 2 sides kept fighting, and kept colliding with each other. After 100 moves, there was no winner. After 1,000 moves, there was still a partial winner. After 3 days and 3 nights of fierce fighting, there was still no winner. Xuanji panted slightly, and for the first time he felt the pressure, and felt that there were people beyond people, and there were heavens beyond heavens. Since cultivating immortals, Xuanji has encountered many strong people. Many cultivators of the same realm were mostly killed with 3 punches and 2 kicks. Even the powerful characters were killed after dozens of moves. But now, he encountered an unparalleled strong man, whether in blood and ki, magic power, physical strength, defense, or endurance, they were not inferior to him. After 3 days of fierce fighting, Xuanji retreated and sighed. I'm exhausted, I lost. You are very powerful, the Taoist said. If it weren't for the gate of the immortal realm, I might not be able to defeat you. He breathed a sigh of relief, and the gate of the immortal realm above his head dissipated. Opening the gate of the immortal realm can greatly increase the combat power, but it also consumes a lot of mental power. After 3 days of fierce fighting, he was a little exhausted. Forget it, I still look down on everyone in the world. Xuanji sighed. You are so powerful, the number 1 chaos immortal body, how powerful are you? The supreme Taoist said. Once, I fought with the chaos Taoist, and I was defeated after only 100 moves. The chaos Taoist body can be called the number 1 immortal body, and it is definitely not boasted. You will never know how powerful it is until the moment of confrontation. Xuanji said. Then I want to try it too. Try the feeling of failure. Do you refuse to challenge, because you are afraid of failure? Impossible. The supreme Taoist said. Then you should wait for a while. The chaos Taoist is too strong. Every time he fights with an opponent, it is rarely one-on-one, but more than one battle. He fights against the top 50 strong men alone. Once, the top 50 strong men joined forces to besiege him, but they were defeated by him. I have fought with him many times. The first time I was defeated in 3 moves, the second time I was defeated in 10 moves, the third time I was defeated in 30 moves, and the fourth time I lasted for 100 moves. Xuanji said, could it be that his ki and blood and his magic power are far beyond ours? No. The Supreme Taoist said, you, me, the Immortal Taoist, the Chaos Taoist, etc. The 4 of us are the strongest group under the refining void, standing under the ceiling. In terms of magic power, ki and blood, and defense, we are all at the same level. It's just that the Chaos Immortal body is too strong. It conforms to all laws, and can deduce all laws. It can use the enemy's strongest tricks to defeat the enemy. My Supreme Divine Fist and Supreme 3 Sabers can be described as murderous and fierce. But the Chaos Taoist use the Supreme Divine Fist and the Supreme 3 Sabers to defeat me. Soon, the Chaos Taoist will use your unique skills and trump cards to defeat you. Recalling the miserable experiences of the past, the Supreme Taoist couldn't help but smile bitterly, but a hint of excitement flashed across his face. Chapter 600. Number 1 on the Hidden Dragon ranking. Chaos Taoist. Xuanji's expression fluctuated slightly, but he thought of some questions and asked, how strong is the Chaos body? The Supreme Taoist said directly, very strong, very strong. Xuanji shook his head and said, but I don't believe it. In my opinion, there is no invincible physique, only invincible strong people. When I become invincible, my pure Yang Taoist body will also be an invincible physique. Simply talking about which physique is the most powerful is not very meaningful. The Supreme Taoist smiled, shook his head and said, I knew you would say that. You are half right and half wrong. Many cultivators have poor physiques, which affects their potential, and they can't become strong at all. Similarly, the power of the Chaos body is beyond the expectations of the world. Maybe in the future, when you are invincible, you can say with contempt that the Chaos body is just like this, but now it's not the case. Xuanji asked, in that case, what is so powerful about the Chaos body? What's special about it? The Supreme Taoist said, I was defeated by the Chaos body 4 times before. I studied its characteristics many times and looked for its flaws. I found the characteristics of the Chaos body. First of all, the Chaos body has strong ki and blood, as rich as a real dragon. When the ki and blood are stimulated, the physique is as strong as a wild beast. Only a few physiques such as the pure Yang Saint body, the wild tyrant body, and the Vajra body can be comparable to it. Second, the Chaos body is naturally close to the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, and it absorbs and refines spiritual energy quickly. 1 day of practice is equivalent to more than 1 year of practice for ordinary people. Only my Supreme Immortal body can match its practice speed. Other physiques are not as good. Third, the Chaos body is naturally in harmony with all things, can perceive the birth and death of all things, and has a very high comprehension. Only the innate Tao fetus can be comparable to it in comprehension. Fourth, Chaos can evolve all things, and Chaos body can also reverse changes and evolve into innate Dao fetus, pure Yang Dao body, innate sword body, pure Yin Saint body, etc., and analyze the enemy's moves and magical powers, like a butcher cutting an ox, with extremely sharp and powerful attacks. Chaos Immortal body can be said to be the most perfect physique. It is flawless in terms of ki and blood, attack, defense, strength, Taoism, cultivation, etc., without any flaws. My Supreme Immortal body is not inferior to Chaos Immortal body in terms of physique and cultivation speed, but it is not as good as Chaos body in terms of Dao comprehension and attack changes. Your pure Yang Dao body is not inferior to Chaos Immortal body in terms of strong physique and ki and blood quenching, but it is not as good as Chaos body in terms of cultivation speed, Dao comprehension, and attack changes. Xuanji said, is there any way to defeat Chaos Taoist? Yes, of course. The Supreme Taoist said, the Chaos Immortal body is indeed powerful and invincible, but as long as the realm is 3 small realms higher than his, he can still be defeated by the strong suppressing the weak. Secondly, the Chaos Immortal body is indeed powerful and will bring huge dividends in the early stage, but the closer to the peak moment, the smaller the effect of the physical advantage. If your realm is high enough, you can naturally offset the advantages brought by the Chaos Immortal body. Really? Xuanji smiled and did not comment. Xuanji asked again, asking for some information about the Chaos Immortal body. The Supreme Taoist did not hide anything and directly told the relevant information and secrets of the Chaos body. After talking for a while, Xuanji sat next to him, closed his eyes and rested, waiting carefully. The Supreme Taoist began to apply and summon people at the same time. Time passed by little, and a figure appeared in the void. This figure had strong blood and ki, and a body as sturdy as a giant bear. It exuded a hot breath all over its body, like a burning flame. The body was 2 meters tall, with a thick body, thick bones, and big hands and feet. Standing there, stepping on the ground, making a buzzing sound. It was the 32nd on the hidden dragon list, the Vajrataoist. The Vajrataoist, who possessed the Vajrataoist body, had a strong innate physique and blood. Whether in terms of attack power or defense, he was first class and tyrannical. The void changed, and another female cultivator appeared. The female cultivator was wearing a red dress, like a burning flame. Her skin was delicate, as beautiful as white jade, emitting bursts of fluorescence. Her body was graceful, swaying in various shapes, like a fairy descending. The veil on her face blocked her true appearance, but her eyes flashed with water vapor, like a dream. Walking barefoot, the lotus feet moved gently, beautiful and moving, and the void with light footsteps. The void emitted waves and descended. It was the Phoenix Fairy, the 50 on the hidden dragon list. The void made another sound, and a man in black descended. He had no breath on his body, and his breath was restrained, like a mortal. His footsteps flashed, and he walked quickly without making any sound, like a ghost. It was the Taoist of the void, the 47th on the hidden dragon list. The void changed, and another cultivator descended. One after another, they descended. Among these cultivators, many were familiar faces who had been defeated by him before. Everyone also saw the Taoist of the Supreme, and then saw Xuanji, and their expressions were slightly surprised. This Taoist of creation actually killed the third. Looking at the Taoist of the Supreme who was close to him, it can be seen that this Taoist of creation is very powerful. This Taoist of the Supreme had a cold face and a cold heart and was extremely indifferent to people. Only a few cultivators with strong cultivation and recognition from him would respect them and give them corresponding interactions. 49 cultivators descended one after another. At this time, the Supreme Taoist said, about 10 days later, the Chaos Taoist will come. Let's wait for him. Okay. That's right. Everyone nodded and stood in a corner. Some began to practice, some sat and meditated, and some closed their eyes to think, all trying to comprehend the mystery. No one had any objection to the first one standing them up and waiting for 10 days. The first one should also be so arrogant. 10 days later, the void was changing, and a cultivator came, but his face was covered by the chaos key, so his appearance could not be seen clearly. As for the aura on his body, it was even more vague. Only that faint terrifying aura emanated, suppressing everything and giving everyone a suffocating feeling. This person was the first on the hidden dragon list, Chaos Taoist. You guys do it, come together. I want to see how long you can hold on. The Chaos Taoist said. His words were indifferent, looking at everyone without any expression, indifferent to everything. Nothing could make his heart fluctuate, like a stubborn stone. Chaos Taoist, you are still so arrogant. The Supreme Taoist laughed and said, recently, a fellow Taoist has appeared. This fellow Taoist is called the Taoist of creation. He just defeated the immortal Taoist not long ago and ranked third. Not long ago, he fought with me. After 3 days and 3 nights of fierce fighting, he ran out of mana and couldn't hold on. Finally, I got to know him. When Chaos Taoist heard this, his expression fluctuated slightly. He activated his innate divine eyes to look east, his eyes flashing with light. Wherever his eyes went, Xuanji felt a trace of pressure, activating the supreme secret technique. The aura of the 33 treasures was running, blocking the changes in his own aura. His body became like clouds and mist, invisible, ethereal, and unpredictable. The Taoist priest Chaos retracted his gaze and said, in terms of physique, it's just a pure Yang Taoist body. His physique is just average. But he has developed the potential of his physique, and tapped into its essence, and his physique has been sublimated. His ki and blood are strong, His comprehension is strong. His blood recovery speed is fast. His attack power is strong. His movement speed is fast. And his explosive power is strong. Yes, this genius is very powerful. In the Void Arena, he fought against you and was slightly defeated. But in the real world, in the battle of life and death, at the moment of life and death, you may be the first to fall. The Taoist priest Taishang said, haha, you are still so proud. I don't know what to say to you. I don't know what to say. Then don't say it. As the Taoist priest Chaos spoke, the expression on his face retracted again, turning into an indifferent look, like a sculpture, without any extra expression. The Taoist priest creation is a little interesting, but that's all. You guys go ahead, one by one, or in a group. Fairy Phoenix, you go. The Taoist priest Taishang said. The Phoenix Fairy's expression remained unchanged as she urged the fire crows. The flames turned golden, and there were flame runes flickering and undulating on them. Chirp. Behind him, a phoenix's phantom appeared, with beautiful feathers, a proud neck, and a crisp cry. Endless flames were burning, and the Phoenix Fairy urged her magic power to condense into a long sword, and stabbed directly. This sword pierced through everything. Gaudy but not practical. Chaos Taoist said. His aura was changing, and the flames were rising, and endless fire crows surrounded his body. The physique carried by the body was changing, becoming close to the flames, and could evolve into the supreme fire-related magical power, which was the 10,000 Fires Taoist body. Bang! Chaos Taoist punched out, and the Phoenix's phantom shattered. The remaining force continued to impact, and bombarded the body of the Phoenix Fairy. The fairy flew backwards, her bones were broken, her dantian was broken, and her body was severely damaged. But, running the supreme secret technique, the flame body burned, the wounds were healing quickly, and the weak aura was improving rapidly. The body of the Phoenix Fairy recovered again, but her blood and ki were weak. There was still a flash of unwillingness in her eyes. She was defeated again. The first time she met the Chaos Taoist, she was defeated with just one move. The second time, she was still defeated with one move. The third time, she was killed in one move. The fourth time, she was still killed in one move. Now, this is the fifth time, and she was still defeated by the Chaos Taoist with one move. With a sigh, her body blurred and dissipated. Kill. At this moment, the 49th on the hidden dragon list made a move. When he made a move, thousands of ghosts were surging, and the ghosts were so dense that they seemed to turn into a desolate area. The Chaos Taoist made another move and punched out. The 10,000 ghosts Taoist was killed on the spot. Swish. At this moment, 7 or 8 monks attacked together, with murderous aura and fierce killing moves. The Chaos Taoist attacked again, his hands flashing, like thousands of fists blasting out. Countless killing moves condensed in them. Countless magical powers were born and destroyed in them. Boom, boom. Accompanied by violent noises, the 8 monks were killed in the 6th round. Other monks also attacked one after another, with sharp killing moves, sword energy attacking, fire crows rising, ice freezing, void strangling, 5 element being born and destroyed, life and death to key sweeping. The Chaos Taoist attacked again, walking freely and freely, attacking and killing, with sharp killing moves. One punch killed one, and another punch killed another. The speed was very fast, and one monk after another perished. Xuanji's eyes were flashing, insightful of this scene. His expression fluctuated. The Chaos Immortal body was too strong, and when it attacked, it annihilated everything, shattered everything, and tore everything apart. Many monks on the hidden dragon list were killed in one move. Poor Wen. The prodigies on the hidden dragon list fell down one after another like wheat being cut by a knife. When the top 20 warriors made their move, Chaos Taoist's moves were changing, and it took 2 moves to defeat them. When the top 10 made their move, the difficulty was slightly increased. It took 3 moves to defeat the 5th on the hidden dragon list. On the Void Arena, there were 4 cultivators left again. Immortal Taoist, Xuanji, Supreme Taoist, and Chaos Taoist. I'll fight. Immortal Taoist stepped forward again and attacked. Chaos Taoist activated his secret technique and also attacked, but this time his moves were more mysterious, like the 9 heavens Milky Way sweeping over, evolving into huge waves, sweeping over. Immortal Taoist's ki and blood were also rising, and his magic power was soaring. Bang. The two sides clashed again. At the 10th move, Immortal Taoist was defeated again. I lost. Immortal Taoist said unwillingly, "I'll fight." Lu Xuanji stepped forward and said, with a wave of his hand, his magic power surged, and the 9-colored divine sword condensed, and turned into a path of destruction, slashing in the air. At this moment, the Chaos Taoist stepped forward, pointed his finger, and killed with one finger. His finger was like white jade, tapping the blade of the 9-colored divine sword. Crack. At this moment, Lu Xuanji felt a long sword in his palm in time and space, and the 9-colored divine sword shattered. The Chaos Taoist stepped forward, like a supreme assassin, and went straight to the center to attack. Lu Xuanji used his skills, and attacked with killing moves, including the Pure Yang True Fire, the Pure Yang 5 Seals, the 9-colored divine sword, the Immortal Divine Ring, the Divine Fist of Creation, etc. The killing moves were performed one after another, and the moves were fierce, like waves sweeping across the sea. But when the Chaos Taoist made a move, his moves were changing, and every time he made a move, he just hit the vital point. The powerful killing moves, magical powers, etc. in the past have lost their former power. Boom boom boom. At the moment of the 132nd move, a finger touched his forehead. Tick, tick. Drops of blood flowed down his forehead. I lost. Lu Xuanji sighed slightly. I'll do it. The Supreme Taoist urged his magic power to attack. The Supreme Divine Fist was like the judgment of heaven, and the attack was sharp. The Supreme Three Swords, the swordsmanship was mysterious, with the magic of ghosts and gods. But after 100 moves, he was still defeated by the Chaos Taoist. The void was changing. Lu Xuanji returned to the real world, but he was still thinking about the scene of the battle just now, recalling the power of the Chaos Immortal body, and recalling the almost invincible physique. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.